Chapter 3386. Damn it, go to hell. Xiaofan activated the sword gourd and sneered in his heart. He still knew the power of the execution spirit Yuan light. However, everything that followed made him unable to laugh. Because before the red and green execution spirit Yuan light flew out, the strange insect did not stand still under the sword gourd. Instead, its two fist-sized black eyes flashed with a black light. The sword gourd's effect of nailing the mine did not take effect. Xiaohua's heart thumped. He looked at the strange insect again. Seeing the execution spirit Yuan light falling, it actually raised its head, opened its mouth, and bit towards the two execution spirit Yuan light. Damn it, it wants to eat this. Xiaohua was shocked. He pointed his finger, and the green and red execution spirit Yuan light fell into the mouth of the strange insect. The moment it fell, it slightly turned and cut on the strange insect's body. Ka. Sparks appeared on the strange insect's body, and the two execution spirit Yuan light flew back. The strange insect seemed to be angered by the execution spirit Yuan light. It spread its wings, bared its fangs, and pounced on Xiaohua. The void was pitch black, and the strange insect was also pitch black. Even the gray on the wings could not be seen clearly in this void. If Xiaohua was not struggling to open his eyes at this time, how could he see the strange insect's attack? Moreover, the strange insect's wings did not seem to be abnormal. Not only was there no sound of wind, but there were also no ordinary fluctuations. It was as if the strange insect was one with the void. Seeing that the strange insect was more flexible than the fish in the water and approached in a few breaths, Xiaohua was shocked again. He did not have time to withdraw the sword gourd, and his other hand was about to take out the wishful rod. But just as Xiaohua's mind thought of the wishful rod, he saw a faint flash of darkness on his left foot, and then a desolate feeling came from his left ankle. Xiaohua's heart sank, and he thought, this is not good. Because his eyes had been staring at the strange insect, it was to prevent the strange insect's sneak attack. But at this time, in his eyes, he only saw the strange insect pouncing and did not see any other attacks. In other words, the strange insect actually had a sneak attack that could avoid his eyes. Thinking of this, Xiaohua did not have time to look for the wishful wand. He casually took out a worn-out magic tool from the space and threw it into the void based on his feeling. His body hurriedly curled up. Swoosh! Xiaohua watched as the blue-green magic treasure was shattered by an invisible thing in the air. Then, that invisible thing swept past Xiaohua's feet. An extremely cold chill came from Xiaohua's feet and went straight to the bottom of his heart. Hind leg. Xiaohua couldn't see it clearly, but he could see it with his naked eye. It was one of the two hind legs that the strange insect had used to hide in the void. Damn it, this strange insect is too powerful. Xiaohua's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Not only can the two hind legs fly, they can also be used as weapons. What's more, the hind legs can actually hide from the Dharma eye. Ouch! Just as Xiaohua dodged the sneak attack from the strange insect's hind legs, the two tentacles in front of the strange insect's head were even more nimble than two soft whips, and swept towards Xiaohua. The fist-sized eyes were like protruding black jade, flashing a bright light. It bared its teeth and bit towards Xiaohua's head. The strange insect's sneak attack and this attack were very ingenious. If Xiaohua didn't know ethereal steps and other martial arts, he would definitely be able to dodge the sneak attack. Xiaohua's body twisted strangely, dodging the tentacles. Unconsciously, his heart was filled with killing intent. Taking advantage of this gap, he put away the sword gourd and took out the wishful wand. After a few chong 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 sounds, he raised the wishful wand and shouted, "Eat this Zhao's staff." While speaking, the wishful wand took advantage of the strange insect's momentum and smashed towards the strange insect's head. The strange insect seemed to know the power of the wishful wand. Without waiting for the wishful wand to reach a few feet in front of it, the two strong hind legs kicked and its whole body suddenly disappeared. Even with Xiao Hua's Dharma eye, he couldn't see where it went. This. Xiao Hua had a bitter taste in his mouth. This kind of tactic was also his usual specialty. He didn't expect that a strange insect would use it to deal with him today. Well, then I'll let you know what this Xiao's means are. Xiao Hua grinned and a faint golden light flashed around his body. A Dharma body was quickly born from his body. Even in the void, the golden light illuminated the surrounding dozens of feet. When the Dharma body grew about 10 feet high, the wishful wand in Xiao Hua's hand also turned into a size of 10 feet. At this time, just at the edge of the golden light, the strange insect just happened to reveal its body. Fight! Xiao Hua didn't hesitate and waved his arms a few feet thick. The wishful wand made a silent sound. Before it fell, it had already imprisoned the space where the strange insect was. Pa! The strange insect seemed to have just come out of the magical power and had no spare strength to dodge. Without the slightest accident, the wishful wand smashed heavily on the back of the strange insect. Xiao Hua could even hear the sound of the strange insect being smashed out. Grandma, this guy is too powerful. Xiao Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief and scolded, "This Xiao is a Yuanying stage master, but I was actually chased by a little guy like you." If people knew, how could this Xiao establish his Dao? Before Xiao Hua could finish, the scene in front of him scared him again. He saw that the strange insect, which was a lot smaller than the wishful wand, had now been smashed into a pancake the size of a foot. However, this pancake flew out from under the wishful wand and then swelled up like a balloon. The two tentacles frantically slashed at the wishful wand. No mistake, right? This can't kill it? Xiao Hua felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. In the moment when Xiao Hua was stunned, the strange insect's tentacles had already wrapped around the wishful wand. Xiao Hua only felt a burst of tremors in his hand and looked at the wishful wand again. There were a few scratches left on it. Shrink! Xiao Hua was distressed and hurriedly let the wishful wand shrink. While it was shrinking, he quickly pulled the wishful wand from the strange insect's tentacles and hurriedly put it into the space. When the wishful wand was put into the space, Xiao Hua's heart moved again. It was not easy for ordinary cultivators to put into the space, but this strange insect could, right? If it could be put into the space, wouldn't it be up to him to pinch, flatten, and file? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua tried to release his consciousness. Who would have thought that as soon as his consciousness touched the strange insect, he would immediately feel like it was being corroded? How could Xiao Hua still care about collecting the strange insect? He hurriedly withdrew his consciousness and turned around to escape. Xiao Hua was defeated. The strange insect wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. However, the strange insect spread its two wings and rushed toward Xiao Hua, but this time it attacked Xiao Hua's Dharma body. Now, Xiao Hua's Dharma body was 10 feet tall, and his movements were not agile. How fast was the strange insect? In a flash, it had already pounced on the thick arm of Xiao Hua's Dharma body, and then, it opened its saw-toothed mouth and began to bite. The Dharma body was actually damaged by the strange insect's bite. Good. Xiao Hua was a little panicked. He could not escape, and he could not fight. This locust-like strange insect also had a good appetite. Whether it was a magic tool or a Dharma body, it wanted to eat everything. What should he do? Xiao Hua did not doubt that even his own body and the nascent soul in his body would be food for this strange insect. It was no wonder that the nascent soul in his body was so scared. What should I do? What should I do? Xiao Hua was really at his wit's end. He anxiously thought of a way to defeat the enemy. At this time, the strange insect was on Xiao Hua's arm. Xiao Hua did not dare to put away his Dharma body. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and with a wave of his other hand, the hand of the nascent soul appeared and grabbed the strange insect. "Go to hell," Xiaohua waved his hand, wanting to throw the strange insect far away. Unfortunately, the strange insect opened its mouth and swallowed the hand of the nascent soul. Xiaohua could not even get rid of it. Xiaohua had heard of a hero cutting his wrist, but he did not expect that there would be a day when he would be reduced to this kind of embarrassing situation. Fortunately, it was only the hand of the nascent soul. Xiaohua shouted, "Go!" The nascent soul's hand broke into pieces. Xiaohua didn't dare to use the lightning evasion technique. Instead, he used the Confucian cultivators riding the clouds and riding the mist technique to hastily escape from the passage and plunge into the passage on the left. After experiencing this strange insect, the previous torrent and splendor became child's play. Xiaohua was not afraid that there would be any more dangers in this passage. Xiaohua even hoped that there would be some kind of danger in this passage that he could use to deal with the strange insect. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was disappointed. Not only was this passage very safe, there was no danger at all. Even the strange insect quickly caught up and pounced on Xiaohua with its teeth bared. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. This strange insect was like stepping on dog shit, staring at him. If he could not kill it, he was afraid that he would not be able to have peace in the future. "Are you trying to test this father's means?" Xiaohua sneered and formed a seal with both hands, preparing to use the power of mountains of the Buddha seal catalog to kill the strange insect. However, the Buddha seal had just formed. Thinking that even the wishful staff could not kill this thing, what use could the power of mountains of the Buddha seal catalog have? Perhaps only the power of the stars and the power of karma that he had not yet comprehended would be useful, right? In addition to the Buddha seal, Xiaohua also had the innate true water. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the innate true water fell out of the air and covered the strange insect. In his eyes, the blue light of the water was very dazzling, and the grayish-black color of the strange insect was completely hidden in the light of the water. "I don't know if it will work this time." After experiencing the attack of the strange splendor, Xiaohua did not dare to believe in the innate true water. He looked at the innate true water with some apprehension in his heart. Suddenly, Xiaohua patted his forehead and said, "Damn it, this father doesn't care if it works or not. Don't I have to escape now? While this thing is trapped, this father can't escape, right?" While speaking, Xiaohua's body flashed with lightning, and he rushed into the passage. He only flew out 100 feet, but the brilliance of the innate true water suddenly became dazzling, and even the void was illuminated. Then, the innate true water that trapped the strange insect began to freeze. Finally, in the silence, countless cracks appeared in the ice, and the strange insect broke out of the ice again. Its two hind legs kicked the void and disappeared. Chapter 3387. Seeing the innate primordial water that had always been successful outside the void lose its effect again, Xiaohua completely lost his fighting spirit. Although Yu Leijing was extremely arrogant, there was no sound in the void after all. Moreover, Xiaohua had just advanced to the Yuanying stage and the spiritual power in his body was abnormally abundant. In order to escape from the mouth of the strange insect, Xiaohua completely abandoned the principle of keeping a low profile and fled in this void maze in panic. Xiaohua was also unlucky. This strange insect was really powerful. Xiaohua relied on his outstanding void perception and fainted several times in this void maze, but he still couldn't get rid of the strange insect. Even the small collapse of the void like the first time, Xiaohua encountered several times. But every time Xiaohua went directly from one passage to another, before he could calm down, the strange insect quietly appeared near him again. It was as if this strange insect could directly pass through the void. Moreover, this strange insect's perception also passed through the passage and its magical power was far beyond Xiaohua's. Of course, when Xiaohua shook the strange insect was also not to be trifled with. Several times it actually saw through Xiao Hua's tricks and rushed in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua used the innate primordial water to maintain himself and also used the blood drop paradise, Samadhi true fire and other magical powers. Not to mention that the Samadhi true fire was eaten by the strange insect in one gulp, just the blood drop paradise alone. Before Xiao Hua could form the blood helmet, the strange insect's wings spread open and trembled rapidly. Xiao Hua originally thought that the strange insect was afraid, but who knew that the strange insect was even faster than before and almost rushed into Xiao Hua's mouth. It turned out that the strange insect was excited. Xiao Hua had no choice but to escape again. During the time he was escaping, Xiao Hua also understood that there was something on his body that attracted the strange insect. As for what it was, Xiao Hua was not sure, but Xiao Hua already had some understanding. If there was no accident, it should be the phenomenon of his yuanying stage that attracted the strange insect. Thinking about the strange insect swallowing the Dharma and swallowing the fluctuations, maybe it was the yuanying in his body that attracted it. Since he couldn't give up on the yuanying, he could only escape. The way he escaped was really dark. Xiao Hua's lofty aspirations of just advancing to the yuanying stage had already been trampled under the feet of the strange insect. Looking at the pitch-black and endless void in front of him and then looking at the black inhumane strange insect behind him, Xiao Hua wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm just advancing to the nascent soul stage. Why is the heavens playing such a joke on me? It was no wonder that Xiao Hua was sorrowful. When others advanced to the nascent soul realm, which one of them didn't enter seclusion for dozens of years? After carefully comprehending the heavenly Tao, one's Tao heart would be calm and one's Tao foundation would be stable. Once one's heart and mind merged with the heavens, one would be able to conceive a baby in one's golden core. When pregnant, who didn't hide far away and stay away from people? Some of them even went to the blessed enclave to look for their seniors to protect them. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, not only did he get a Jindan comparable to a nebula, he even got a hidden Jindan by accident. His divine sense couldn't even detect it. This was simply unprecedented. Even he himself didn't know how to conceive a baby. Now that they were in the void, the strange fluctuations actually carried traces of the heavenly Tao. What was special was that Xiao Hua's hidden pill could actually be seen in the void. This was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Xiao Hua. Finally, after using more than 1,000 nascent gestation pills, he was able to conceive a baby. If he could conceive a baby smoothly, that would also be good. Xiao Hua once again encountered a strong void storm. It was unknown whether it was the void storm that made Xiao Hua successful, or Xiao Hua's nascent gestation that pushed the void storm forward. In short, 100 years ago, Xiao Hua's nascent gestation pill brought disaster to the sword mound. The sword mound that took an unknown number of years to form was destroyed in an instant. Now, Xiao Hua's nascent gestation pill brought disaster to the spatial vein. An unknown number of spatial passages were also destroyed in an instant. Thinking about a cultivator like Xiao Hua, who brought disaster step by step, how could the heavenly Tao not favor him? The pitiful Xiao Hua was already powerless under the ravaging of the heavenly Tao. Without any scruples, he urged his imperial thunder to fly into any spatial passage he saw. When he saw any void collapse, he rushed in. That strange insect was even more arrogant. When it saw Xiao Hua's flickering lightning, it didn't have any pupils, only a pair of hard-shell eyes flashed with black light. It either spread its wings and chased after Xiao Hua like a pair of lovebirds under the heavenly Tao. Or it kicked its legs and emerged from under Xiao Hua's feet. Every time it got close to Xiao Hua's side, it would stick out its fangs without any pity for the fairer sex. It couldn't wait to bite off a piece of Xiao Hua's flesh. Xiao Hua couldn't bear this kind of intimacy. He tried to think of ways to avoid it. Either he hit it on the head with the wishful staff or poured cold water on it. But these methods couldn't extinguish the fire in the strange insect's heart. It even made the strange insect fly into a rage. After chasing for more than an hour, Xiaohua didn't know where he had escaped to. He only knew that the Taoist robe he had just put on was already tattered like cotton. Seeing the strange insect shamelessly opening its sawtooth on his back, and those whip-like tentacles wanting to pull him into its arms, Xiaohua suddenly lowered his body and dodged the strange insect's intimacy. Then, he desperately flew down. There was no direction in the void. At first, Xiaohua was still flying down rapidly. After a while, he adjusted his body slightly and flew horizontally. At this time, the void was a bit strange. There was an inexplicable light in the darkness. These light rays could be seen with the naked eye. And where these light rays penetrated, there were some faint ripples like water ripples. Xiaohua didn't know what these ripples were, but when he saw the abnormality in the void, he was secretly happy. This was because he knew that only the abnormality could give him a chance to escape. Xiaohua's joy had just been born when the strange insect immediately exposed its head a few feet in front of his head. This ugly head instantly extinguished Xiaohua's joy. At this point, Xiaohua couldn't help but admire this strange insect. Its tracking ability was truly top-notch. This void was simply like its home. No matter where he fled to, it would always appear within a distance of less than 3 meters from him. Just as Xiaohua was about to use the wishful staff, a few feet behind Xiaohua, the place where the light rays had just appeared suddenly rippled with a layer of black ash. Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw this. He knew that another channel had collapsed. Almost without thinking, he came to a sudden stop and then flew backward, rushing into the grayish-black dot. When Xiaohua flew into the black dot, which was just the size of a fist, had expanded to the size of a person. It was just enough for Xiaohua to fly through. During this period of escape, Xiaohua already knew that although this strange insect could use a magical ability that was close to teleportation, this method could not be used continuously. Generally speaking, the strange insect had to fly steadily for a while before it could continue to use its hind legs to teleport. This time, the strange insect had just teleported, so he was afraid that it could not immediately catch up. He had to use this opportunity to escape. In front of Xiaohua's eyes was a mixture of gray and black. He knew that he was about to enter another channel. With the little light in this void channel, Xiaohua proudly looked at the strange insect that was somewhat furious as it chased after him. Now, the collapse that Xiaohua stretched out was temporary. The time it took to form was very short. Xiaohua had calculated before that it could only allow him to pass through. Although the strange insect flew very fast, by the time it caught up, the collapse had already disappeared. Of course, if Xiaohua was lucky and came to a more complicated void channel, he might be able to escape the strange insect's tracking. Xiaohua's eyes darkened, and then it lit up again. It was just like when he used the transmission array on the Xiaoyu continent. Xiaohua slightly frowned as he looked at the void channel that he had just entered. He could not help but feel a little strange. This channel was completely different from the previous one. It was like a place under the sky. Xiaohua's surroundings were full of light, but where did this light come from? Xiaohua could not find the reason for a while. Looking at the collapse that Xiaohua had just passed through, as he had expected, it had already turned into a clear cloud that was gradually closing up. Damn it, who cares where this is? Escaping with my life is more important. Xiaohua was stunned, but he came to a realization. He cursed inwardly, and lightning flashed around his body as he prepared to fly in a certain direction. As soon as he activated the lightning escape technique, the familiar sound of lightning came from his body with a rumbling sound. "Io, here!" Xiaohua cried out in surprise, and hurriedly released his divine sense. Sure enough, there was actually not dense heaven-earth origin chi in this channel. Gurgle gurgle. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, and the sound of boiling water came from above his head again. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and his expression changed greatly. Who else could it be? Naturally, it was the enemy that came out from the two tentacles. Go, Xiaohua did not have time to look anymore. His whole body turned into a bolt of lightning, and he flew into the distance several times faster than the previous void. Who would have thought that just as Xiaohua flew out for more than 1,000 feet, just 100 feet in front of his head, another silver brilliance flashed, and immediately the void began to rotate rapidly. In just a moment, a channel of several feet in size appeared out of thin air, and in this channel, another monster appeared. Ah! Xiaohua was really surprised. His heart was shocked, but he calmed down again. He stretched out his hand, and the wishful staff was already in his hand. Now that he was in a desperate situation with a wolf in front and a tiger behind, he could only choose to fight. The monster quickly flew out of the channel and arrived in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly, and with the help of the light in the space, he saw that the monster was several feet in size. Its whole body was gray, and the surface of its body was as smooth as oil. The light in the space shone on it and produced a reflection of light. There were no wings on the monster's back, only a dozen spike-like protrusions that stood straight on its spine. The monster's body was upright and slightly tilted, with two thick hind legs standing in mid-air, and two thin and short forelegs slightly hugging the front of its chest. Whether it was the forelegs or the hind legs, in front of its four claws, the sharp points were emitting a green brilliance. Behind the monster, a thick tail like a lion's tail was fluffy, and where it swayed slightly, the gray mane was shining. Chapter 3388. The monster's head was not big, it was triangular, and its two eyes were also very small, as if it could not open them. In particular, the two eyes were far away from the top of its head, which seemed very uncoordinated. Although the monster's eyes were not big, what made Xiaohua puzzled was that when he was on guard, he could see the same surprise and shock in the monster's small eyes. The monster flew out of the passage and saw Xiaohua standing in front of it with the staff. Ayo! It let out a long roar and its figure actually retreated, as if it was also avoiding Xiaohua. However, the monster had only retreated half a meter. Just as it was about to exit the tunnel, it seemed to have been stung by a scorpion. A layer of gray light flowed around its body, and its several-meter-long body suddenly turned into a sharp spike, charging towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered and swept behind him with his divine sense. The strange insect had already stretched half of its body out of the void, so he raised the staff in his hand and shouted, "Evil creature, eat this Zhao's staff." Wu, the staff waved, stirring up the wind and clouds, and flew towards the monster with Xiaohua. But strangely, before he could make the wishful scepter bigger, the monster actually turned around and rushed towards the top of Xiaohua's head. This was really beyond Xiaohua's expectations. Huh! Although Xiaohua was puzzled, he was happy in his heart. The direction the monster was going was where the strange insect's head was, and in front of him was the passage left by the monster when it came in. If he flew into the passage and the strange insect was blocked by the monster, wouldn't he have a chance to live? After thinking about it, Xiaohua swung the wishful steel staff. Just like the monster, he urged the lightning escape to rush towards the passage. Evil creature! Where are you going? Xiaohua had just flown half a foot when a loud voice came from the passage. Under the flash of golden light, another figure of several feet rushed out of the passage. Confucian Cultivator. The figure of several feet in size had not yet appeared, but the voice of the inscription with the ancient charm fell into Xiaohua's ears. Xiaohua was overjoyed. It was really a feeling of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Immediately, a strong man wearing a golden armor and standing on a cloud rushed out of the passage with a three-pointed double-edged sword in his hand. The strong man was 4 feet tall, with a purple gold crown on his head, and a fist-sized pearl inlaid on the golden crown. Under the golden crown was a big bronze face, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a lion's nose and tiger's mouth. It was very mighty. On the 40 feet tall body, a glittering golden chain mail was very eye-catching. In front of the chainmail's head was a heart-protecting mirror that was a few feet in size. It glowed with a faint golden light, which was the convergence of thousands of inscriptions on the armor. In the middle of the chainmail was a chain belt that was coiled around the waist. The entire chain belt was in the shape of a dragon. The dragon's body protected the burly man's waist, and the ferocious dragon's head floated above the waist. Where the light flowed, the dragon's head faintly opened its mouth and roared. The lower half of the chainmail was thousands of floating clouds, which were also formed by the inscriptions on the armor. When the burly man flew, these floating clouds also moved, and layers of golden light protected the lower half of the burly man's body. Looking at the man's hand, there was a three-pointed, double-edged blade that was also emitting a bronze luster. There was a trace of gray blood on the tip of the blade. If he was not mistaken, it was left behind by the monster that had just escaped. The strong man flew into the space and opened his huge eyes to look around. He immediately found something strange. A gaze swept over Xiaofan, and he called out strangely, "Thou art Buddhist sect fellow immortal? Why are you in this space node?" The strong man's tone was very contemptuous, and even had a trace of hostility. His huge eyes faintly carried vigilance. Xiaofan naturally knew that the strong man's target was the monster. It had nothing to do with him, so he did not say much. He casually waved his hand and flew toward the passage. "You." The strong man slightly frowned, but his figure did not stop, as if he did not care about Xiaofan. He moved his gaze away from Xiaofan and looked at the distant monster and the strange insect that had just appeared. "Ao." At this time, the monster had already rushed between the strange insect and the strong man. It was roaring at the strange insect. The strange insect did not pay attention to it at first and flew toward Xiaofan. Moreover, it waved its hind legs and wanted to teleport. But the monster continued to roar, and the 4 zhang tall strong man chased after it. Even the cold light on the three-pointed double-edged sword attracted the strange insect's attention. Roar. Although the strange insect was small, its roar was very loud, not inferior to the monster's. After a few roars, the strange insect gave up on Xiaofan. With a stomp of its legs, its entire body disappeared. The monster suddenly turned around. Its body, which was several zhang long, seemed to have no bones. It was even more ferocious than the dark clouds covering the sky as it pounced toward the burly man. The strong man looked at the disappearance of the strange insect with a strange expression. Then, he used his huge eyes to sweep over Xiaofan, who was rushing toward the passage that was about to be sealed. He naturally understood the cause and effect of this. Seeing that the monster had unexpectedly counterattacked, the three-pointed double-edged sword in his hand danced, and he also paid attention to the traces of the strange insect. At this moment, there was no one who understood the strange insect's trick more than Xiaofan. He had been paying attention to the strange insect all along. Now, seeing that the strange insect had actually abandoned him and surrounded the strong man with the monster, Xiaohua's heart trembled. Xiaofan was not clear about the strength of the strong man. However, the strength of the huge eyes technique was not inferior to his own divine sense. This meant that the strong man was at least a 5th-level essence energy martial grandmaster. Of course, Xiaofan also hoped that the strong man had the power to subdue dragons and tigers, and kill the strange insect and the monster one by one, so that he could escape. However, since the strange insect could abandon him to help the monster attack the human race, why would he abandon his own clansmen and only care about escaping? Thinking about what old monster Zhifeng and Ao Shui said, the spirit of all living things was the demon race, Xiaohua's heart felt very uncomfortable. If he took advantage of the chaos to escape and built his life on the sacrifice of others, even if the strong man was a Confucian cultivator, Xiaohua would definitely not agree. Would that kind of Xiaohua still be Xiaohua? Without hesitation, Xiaohua immediately stopped flying and used the wind escape technique to fly towards the strong man. As he flew, he hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Fellow immortal, be careful about 4 feet below you." The strong man stared blankly, clearly not expecting Xiaohua to turn around. He actually glanced at Xiaohua with some surprise. Seeing the strong man look at him, Xiaohua's heart thumped, knowing that the situation was bad. Clearly, although the strong man was vigilant, in his heart, he did not take the strange insect seriously. Xiaohua made a prompt decision and formed a hand seal with both hands. Rumble. The lightning attraction technique was displayed. Although the dark clouds didn't appear in the space, layers of lightning still appeared above the burly man's head and poured down like a waterfall towards the burly man's feet. The strong man was naturally shocked and raised his head in disbelief. At the same time, he raised the 3-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand, as if guarding against Xiaohua's sneak attack. At the same time the strong man raised his head, 2 tentacles stretched out from the place where the lightning fell. As soon as the tentacles touched the lightning, they immediately trembled, then hastily retracted and disappeared. Hiss! The strong man sucked in a breath of cold air. He really did not expect that in just the blink of an eye, the strange insect would actually catch up to him. If it were not for Xiaohua's warning and Xiaohua's lightning manipulation technique, he feared that he would have suffered a big loss. Moreover, the strong man also clearly saw that although Xiaohua's lightning manipulation technique was powerful, when it hit the strange insect's tentacles, the tentacles only trembled for a moment and immediately retracted. In other words, the strange insect was not afraid of the lightning strike that even he was afraid of. If the tentacles really succeeded in sneak attacking him, what would his end be? The strong man shuddered. Looking at the strange insect that attacked the strong man from the other side, when the lightning was produced, it also stopped abruptly. Its upright body also flickered with a gray brilliance, as if it was covered in a layer of oily light. Dozens of lightning bolts fell, but they did not stop on the strange insect's skin and directly slid down, not harming a single hair on the strange insect. Roar! The first wave of lightning poured down, but before Xiaohua could activate the lightning manipulation technique a second time, a deafening sound resounded in the entire space. Xiaohua frowned and felt a wave of dizziness in his mind. He immediately activated God's traction and blocked this unexpected sound attack. The strong man was also caught unprepared. His 40 feet long bronze-colored body slightly swayed, and then, without waiting for Xiaohua's warning, the 3-pointed, double-edged sword drew a cold light in the air and suddenly stabbed into the air. Kang! With a muffled sound, a ripple appeared in the air, and the strange insect's figure was revealed. The 3-pointed, double-edged sword pierced the back of the strange insect. The strange insect tried its best to twist, but for a while, it could not break free. Hiss! Seeing this, Xiaohua could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes were drooling as he looked at the majestic weapon. Fellow immortal, be careful of the weapon. Suddenly, Xiaohua thought of something and hurriedly reminded. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua's words were shouted, the strange insect's hind legs suddenly crossed in midair and cut on the back of the 3-pointed, double-edged sword. Zalala! After a disgusting sound that made people's skin crawl, the strange insect took advantage of the momentum to escape from the tip of the sword and left a shallow mark on the sword. Damn it! The strong man roared. Apparently, he was also extremely distressed. He urged the clouds to dance and stabbed the strange insect again. Seeing that the strong man was concentrating on dealing with the strange insect and ignoring the restless monster, Xiaohua did not know what the strong man was thinking. He opened his hand and took the wishful staff in his hand and shouted, "Grow, grow, 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 grow." As the wishful staff grew longer, Xiaohua's heavenly law embodiment technique and Vajra Dharma body were also displayed. A Buddhist Vajra with a height of 5 feet and a diameter of a bowl appeared in the air. Wu, the tip of the wishful staff made a whimpering sound, and the area where the monster was located was shrouded by the wind of the staff. When the monster saw this, instead of retreating, it moved forward. With a kick of its hind legs, its whole body turned into a gray color and rushed toward the wishful staff. Chapter 3389. Granny, how did these monsters become spirits? They are even more cunning than the human race. Xiaofan secretly cursed in his heart. The monster was so direct that his wishful steel rod did not completely fall down. The weight of the wishful steel rod was much lighter than when it fell down. The monster's action was to seize a slight opportunity. With a muffled sound, the wishful steel staff hit the back of the monster, which was also sent by the monster. Xiaohua's arms trembled, and then he saw the monster's oily body flash. His wishful steel staff once again slipped from the monster's skin. Moreover, Xiaohua could clearly see that when the wishful steel staff slipped, the muscles under the monster's oily skin were trembling rapidly. It was not so much fear, but more like it was unloading the force. Immortal friend. The strong man's very majestic voice came. This beast is called Penetrating Void. Not only can it walk freely in the void, but the surface of its body is also covered with a strange oil. This oil is slippery and is what this beast relies on to walk in the void. If it were not for the weapon that can tear the void, I am afraid it would not be easy to deal with. Granny, I'll let you hide, I'll let you hide. Xiaohua listened to the strong man's reminder and then looked at the strong man who was fighting with the strange insect. He was far less embarrassed than himself. The Vajra Dharmakaya of the size of 5 feet madly swung the wishful steel staff in the air, displaying the Tong Tian staff technique. The staff was faster than the previous one, and the staff chased after the monster to hit it. At first, the monster was still able to resist. Like a lump of oily dough, it allowed Xiaohua to beat it. But after a long time, Xiaohua's strength did not seem to be exhausted. At first, the monster was obviously unable to endure. Seeing Xiaohua's staff strike again, the monster dodged and disappeared. Pooh! The sound was much louder than before. Immediately after, the monster let out a miserable cry and looked towards the direction of the strange insect. Roar! At the same time, the strange insect was afraid of the strong man's weapon. It hid in the void several times to sneak attack the strong man, but it was hit by the strong man's 3-pointed double-edged sword. It was a little anxious. Now that it heard the monster's screams, it became even more furious. With a loud roar, its 2 hind legs crossed in the air at the same time, like 2 long swords slashing at the strong man's body. Ha! A mere bug dares to be arrogant in front of this true lord. The burly man laughed and waved the 3-pointed, double-edged sword in the air. Then, he stretched out his left hand. Buzz! The entire space vibrated and countless clouds appeared out of thin air. Then, the burly man clenched his left hand into a fist and punched at the 2 hind legs of the strange insect. Following the burly man's fist, the countless clouds that had just appeared turned into thousands of noble chi, sweeping up hurricanes, forming a vast chi pillar that attacked the strange insect from all directions. Shit! Xiaohua was shocked again. He couldn't be bothered to kill the monster and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Fellow immortal, be careful. This bug can devour the essence energy of heaven and earth. The brawny man was shocked and hurriedly tried to withdraw his fist, but how could he stop now? Rumble. Hundreds of chi pillars comparable to Xiaohua's thunder-attracting technique descended from the sky and blasted towards the strange insect. The body of the strange insect rolled continuously under this intense bombardment. Humph! Seeing the strange insect like this, the brawny man coldly snorted, looking rather obstinate and self-opinionated. However, after a moment, although the strange insect was still rolling within the chi pillars and looked extremely distressed, its originally 2 feet long shell actually slowly expanded until it was 4 or 5 feet long. Xiaohua's mouth was somewhat bitter. This strange insect was really cunning. When it was fighting with the brawny man, it didn't reveal the slightest ability to devour the essence energy of heaven and earth. It had been hiding until now. The brawny man's move was indeed powerful, but it had also fed the strange insect until it was full. Humans are still inferior to insects. When did the world become so strange? Xiaohua sighed and thought with emotion. If this Xiao didn't have some misgivings about this Confucian cultivator, I'm afraid I would have already told him about the abilities of this strange insect. Why would I have let this Confucian cultivator enter the trap? And if this Confucian cultivator had told this Xiao everything about this strange insect, I'm afraid this Xiao wouldn't have to waste so much effort, right? Fellow immortal, thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly sent a sound transmission. Don't worry, first stall this insect. Wait until I kill this beast, then we'll work together to kill this insect. The brawny man looked up and down at Xiaohua's Dharma body, which was even larger than his own, and a trace of a sneer appeared on his face. Why don't you deal with this insect and let me kill this monster? It seems like this strange insect was originally chasing you to kill you, right? Fellow immortal. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and hurriedly explained, my methods mostly use the essence energy of heaven and earth. The weapon in my hand can't cause the strange insect to have any misgivings, so I can't stall this strange insect as easily as fellow immortal. This monster should be fellow immortal's target, right? Fellow immortal can rest assured, even if I kill this beast, it will belong to fellow immortal. I don't want a single strand of hair. Xiaohua said very sincerely, but the brawny man was still somewhat hesitant. When did your Buddhist sect use the essence energy of heaven and earth? Xiaohua suddenly understood. He touched his bald head and said with a smile, I am Tao sect's Xiaohua, not a Buddhist sect's disciple. It's just that I encountered danger in the void passage, so the hair on my head no longer exists. Tao sect? The brawny man was slightly stunned. Soon after, a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. He nodded and said, so what you used just now was Tao sect's lightning attracting technique? Be careful. At this moment, the strange insect had already stopped rolling in the righteous qi. Its body, which was close to 10 feet long, streaked across the sky like a gray shadow and once again flew towards the brawny man. I am Confucian cultivator Sun Jian. That brawny man already knew how powerful the strange insect was. How could he still dare to be negligent? His 2 hands brandished the 3-pointed, double-edged blade, blocking the strange insect. He also hurriedly said, not only does the penetrating void beast's skin and flesh have a rare toughness that is hard to break, its eyes even have the penetrating void eye, which can break open the void. If the penetrating void beast attacks with this, it will be even more powerful. If not for the penetrating void divine weapon, any defense would be unable to withstand a single blow. Fortunately, this beast has already used the penetrating void eye just now. It will need some time before it can use it again. You can try your best to find a way to kill this beast during this time. Although the brawny man spoke somewhat vaguely, Xiaohua had already understood that this Confucian cultivator Sun Jian had indeed utterly defeated the penetrating void beast by relying on the 3-pointed, double-edged blade in his hand. He didn't have such a divine weapon, so he probably had to think of another way. If it was a method to kill this beast, the first thing Xiaohua thought of was the soul execution origin light. That strange insect was very peculiar. It seemed to have no soul and was unable to have its mind pinned down by the soul execution origin light. This penetrating void beast might not be the same. As long as it was pinned down by the soul execution origin light, even if the penetrating void beast's skin and flesh were strange, it would probably still be killed by the soul execution origin light. But the problem was that the soul execution origin light was Xiaohua's killer. Xiaohua didn't want to reveal it to outsiders. Moreover, the The soul execution origin light's sharpness seemed to be insufficient to break open the void. Xiaohua also didn't have the confidence to truly kill the penetrating void beast. Thinking of sharpness, Xiaohua naturally thought of the sword light in his middle dantian. The 9 flying swords transformed from sword qi should be the sharpest weapon in Xiaohua's hands right now. But obviously, these 9 swords weren't divine weapons. Even if they were used, they wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Moreover, his Confucian cultivator's cultivation was really too shallow. There was no need to make a fool of himself in front of this 5th-level essence energy great grandmaster. Forget it. Xiaohua's mind spun a few thoughts. The wishful staff in his hand once again made that beast stagger a few times. Xiaohua made a decision. Or should I use the sword gourd? Let's kill this beast first. Thinking of this, Xiaohua flung his hand and used the Yuanying's hand. He prepared to seal the penetrating void beast's surroundings in preparation for the sword gourd. Who would have thought that just as the Yuanying's hand was used, the penetrating void beast's body immediately flashed with a faint gray brilliance. A kind of slippery feeling transmitted from the Yuanying's hand. The space around the penetrating void beast seemed to have been sealed. But in this space, the penetrating void beast was still twisting like a loach. So much so that the top of the penetrating void beast's head flashed with a black and white light. An inch-long sharp spike suddenly emerged. An ice-cold feeling that was even more painful than the sharp spike transmitted from Xiaohua's Naiwen palace. Powerful, Xiaohua sensed that the innate divine restriction outside his Naiwen palace was suffused with a golden light. He knew that this penetrating void beast actually had an attack similar to a soul spike. He couldn't help but look at this penetrating void beast in a new light. Previously, when he saw this monster being chased into a sorry state by Sun Jian, and when he didn't see how powerful it was after fighting with it for so long, he had already felt contempt for it. Now, it seemed that a monster that could break through the void was definitely not as simple as he thought. Although this spike only hit the Yuanying's hand, it could still pierce into the Naiwen palace through the Yuanying's divine sense. It was not inferior to his own soul spike. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have been injured. It would be normal even if they died. It is impolite to come and go. Xiaohua sneered and immediately used the soul spike technique. This soul spike technique was originally very powerful with the help of the sun shrouding art. Now that Xiaohua had just advanced to the Yuanying realm, although his realm was not stable, the pressure and divine sense of the Yuanying realm had risen. When he used it, even gods and ghosts would be unable to escape. The spike that had just grown out of the penetrating void beast flashed with a strong black and white light and rapidly shrank. Its small head shook like a rattle drum. The unstable space within a few dozen feet of the penetrating void beast also shook violently. Layers of ripples gradually formed in the void. Buzz buzz. Just when Xiaohua was confident in his victory and pondered about what method he should use to kill this void-penetrating beast, there was a sound that sounded like a group of mountains flapping their wings. Not only did the spatial fluctuation caused by the void-penetrating beast stop spreading in all directions, it instead suddenly contracted. In a few breaths, it seeped into the void-penetrating beast's body like flowing water. At the same time, the sharp spike that had just retracted suddenly extended out from the top of the void-penetrating beast's head, and an extremely brilliant black and white brilliance shot towards Xiaohua's heart. Be careful, fellow immortal, this is the penetrating void eye. Sun Jian actually still had energy left and hurriedly warned. Chapter 3390. The black and white brilliance known as the penetrating void eye was really fast. By the time Xiaohua noticed it, it had already hit Xiaohua's heart. Seeing that it was about to touch the clothes that Xiaohua had taken out in a hurry, Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly used the ethereal steps and the wind escape technique. An afterimage appeared in place, and Xiaohua's figure barely dodged to the side. The black and white brilliance passed through Xiaohua's afterimage and went straight into the void. Ah! Cold sweat broke out on Xiaohua's head. He was secretly lucky to escape the attack. But immediately after, a sharp pain unexpectedly came from Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and involuntarily cried out, How is this possible? I have clearly dodged it. Fly 10 feet higher. Sun Jian's stern reminder sounded in Xiaohua's ears like a gong. Xiaohua did not hesitate and flew into the sky. He flew not only 10 feet, but more than 50 feet. Just as he steadied himself in the air, a black and white beam of light as thick as a bowl shot out from the void behind his back. Xiaohua hurriedly accelerated the operation of the blood drop paradise in his body to eliminate the danger of the penetrating void beast's attack. On the one hand, he was ready to take out the sword gourd. The defense of this void-penetrating beast was impeccable. His wishful steel staff could only injure it, but it was difficult to kill it in one blow. The attack of the void-penetrating beast was so strange. Not only could it attack the entity through the virtual shadow, but it could also turn back through the void. If he fought for a long time, although he might not die, he would definitely suffer. He had just formed his nascent soul and his realm was not stable. If he was injured, it would definitely have a great impact on his Tao foundation. Thinking about it, Xiaohua waved his hand and the sword gourd was about to attack. However, at this moment, something that shocked Xiaohua happened once again. The void-penetrating beast was even more nimble than a swimming fish as it soared into the sky. The black and white brilliance that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl accurately struck between its eyes. Pop! There was the sound of a bubble bursting. Although this sound was very soft, it caused the entire space to tremble slightly. After that, an eye the size of a bowl suddenly opened between the void-penetrating beast's eyes as the black and white light hit it. His eyes were a mixture of grayish-white colors. Pieces of white were like white clouds floating in the grayish-white sky. Every piece of white cloud seemed to be the most precious thing in the world. Xiaohua's gaze was instantly attracted. Xiaohua's eyes were completely grayish-white. Hey, be careful, fellow Taoist. This is the second attack of the void-piercing eye. Just as Xiaohua's gaze fell on the third eye of the void-penetrating beast, the soul cultivator Xiaohua's sigh was like a sudden clap of thunder that woke Xiaohua up. Void-penetrating eye? Void-penetrating beast. Xiaohua came back to his senses at once as he suddenly realized something. The moment Xiaohua turned his eyes, a silver-white brilliance shot out even more rapidly than the black-white brilliance. Even the space between Xiaohua and the void-penetrating beast started to tremble intensely because of this silver-white brilliance. Dharma Eye? Xiaohua wasn't familiar with the black-white brilliance, but Xiaohua was extremely familiar with this silver-white brilliance. Wasn't it just an ordinary delusion breaker Dharma Eye and Goldie's third eye's silver light? Of course, the void-penetrating beast's silver light was clearly much more powerful than Xiaohua's delusion breaker Dharma Eye's silver light. Even if Xiaohua had the time to open his Dharma Eye, he might not necessarily be able to compete with the void-penetrating beast in terms of the power of the silver-white brilliance. Moreover, at this moment, that silver-white brilliance had already enveloped Xiaohua. Even if Xiaohua used the wind escape technique to dodge, it was unlikely that he would be able to escape unscathed. However, at such a critical moment, Xiaohua was so calm that it was frightening. That deathly white face of his actually revealed a trace of a smile. He was simply more confident than someone who had a card up his sleeve. Xiaohua didn't use any divine ability. He merely stretched out his left hand and held it flat in front of his chest. That silver-white brilliance that shook the space within a range of several zhang obediently fell into Xiaohua's left palm like a chick returning to its nest. Seeing that the brilliance that filled the sky was annihilated by Xiaohua's palm, Sun Jian's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. What's more, when that silver-white brilliance fell into Xiaohua's palm, that void-penetrating beast seemed to have lost its essence. It softly collapsed in midair, unexpectedly without any power to resist. Immortal. Fellow immortal. Sun Jian was flabbergasted. He didn't have time to think about what kind of divine ability Xiaohua had used. He suddenly came to a realization. A kind of ecstasy rushed into his heart and he shouted, "Quick! You quickly come and replace me." Xiaohua understood that Sun Jian wanted him to deal with the strange insect while he came to kill the void-penetrating beast. Okay. Xiaohua agreed almost without hesitation. He waved the wishful staff in his hand and was about to fly over. However, before Sun Jian and Xiaohua could exchange places, that strange insect let out a strange "AO." And its entire body swelled up again. With a kick of its hind legs, it actually wanted to rush to the void-penetrating beast in front of Sun Jian to save it. It's too late. Sun Jian instantly weighed the pros and cons and said anxiously, "Fellow immortal, take this beast first." Okay. Xiaohua frowned. Seeing that the strange insect was about to teleport away, he hurriedly swept the void-penetrating beast with his mind. The behemoth of several zhang in size instantly fell into his space. Seeing that Xiaohua was so decisive and took the void-penetrating beast so nimbly, Sun Jian couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in his heart. After all, this void-penetrating beast was his main purpose in entering the space node this time, and he had spent a lot of energy to enter this time. Now that the strange beast was defeated by him, but it was taken by a cultivator he didn't know. Moreover, it was a Taoist cultivator. Whether he could get it back and what price he had to pay to get it back had become a big problem. However, just as he had doubts, the strange insect finally showed its power. The strange insect's body suddenly spewed out a gray mist. This gray mist was extremely viscous. As soon as it fell into the void, part of it evaporated and disappeared, while the other part covered the strange insect's body. Fellow immortal, this strange insect. Sun Jian had a bad feeling in his heart. He hurriedly looked at Xiaohua, expecting Xiaohua to give a definite answer. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had never seen the strange insect act like this. He was also shocked. He waved the wishful staff in his hand and shouted, "Fellow immortal son, this is the first time I have encountered this strange insect. I don't know its origin. Now you and I have to work together without any gaps. This void-penetrating beast is useless to this little one. As long as this strange insect. No, as long as you and I can escape with our lives, this little one can immediately give the void-penetrating beast to you." Escape? When Sun Jian heard this, his face unconsciously showed arrogance. He waved the three-pointed double-edged sword in his hand and said coldly, "How can I escape when dealing with an insect? Although we are inside the space node, if others know about it, where will my face go? You don't have to say more, we will work together to kill this strange insect." Space node? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, and then he understood that this spatial node was probably another name for spatial veins. However, he still felt disdain towards Sun Jian's pride and face. You're about to lose your life, so what face is there to talk about? Unfortunately, Xiaohua looked around and saw that the previous passage had been closed. Although the space was large, with his understanding of the strange insect, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape the pursuit of the strange insect. He could only fight the enemy together with Sun Jian. Xiaohua had just flown to the other side of the strange insect and a sharp sound of wind filled the entire space. Behind the gray fog, the strange insect's body had doubled in size. It was already close to 3 zhang tall. Moreover, there were crescent-shaped grooves all over the strange insect's body. The sharp and ear-piercing sound of wind came from those grooves. Along with the sound of the wind, waves of heaven and earth yuan qi fell into the grooves. The strange insect's body gradually expanded again. As time passed, the suction force in the groove became stronger and stronger. Not only did the entire space shake, even Xiaofan and Sun Wu's Dharmakayas, which were dozens of feet in size, could not stand still. Furthermore, an extremely unfamiliar aura, which was similar to pressure or primordial thought, was being emitted from the strange insect. Xiaohua could feel his own divine thought, and even the Buddha Saraira could not help but jump out of his Naiwan palace and pounce towards that aura. Oh no, Xiaohua had never encountered such a strange attack. The innate divine restriction in his Naiwan palace flashed with golden light and protected the Buddha Saraira with his divine sense. Looking at Sun Jian, there was also shock on his face. Golden light flashed around his body. Obviously, he was also resisting. Moo. The strange insect spread its wings and let out a moo like a cow. It was unknown whether the sound came from the mouth of the strange insect or from its wings. Similarly, two faintly discernible phantoms flew out from the strange insect's wings and pounced towards Xiaohua and Sun Jian at the same time. Not waiting for the illusory figure to get close, a burst of indescribable coldness appeared around Xiaohua. Wisps of ice were actually formed in the air, and layers of white frost instantly appeared on Xiaohua's bald head. That coldness seemed to be able to freeze his bones. Xiaohua, who had not known the cold for a long time, could not help but shiver. Looking at the strange insect's malevolent shadow pouncing towards him, Xiaohua suddenly smiled coldly. That smile was even colder than the strange insect's shadow. This was because between Xiaohua's eyebrows, a dark green light flashed. The two small characters, thunder and lightning, appeared out of thin air. Then, a wave of lightning enveloped the space between Xiaohua and the strange insect. With a kacha sound, it landed on the strange insect's shadow. Moo. The strange insect's shadow was obviously caught unprepared. Even Xiaohua's attack was beyond its expectations. With just a layer of lightning, more than half of the strange insect's shadow was eliminated. The strange insect's shadow no longer dared to move forward. For the first time, it panicked and fled in front of Xiaohua. However, just as the strange insect retreated, Xiaohua's second wave of lightning ruthlessly poured down. The originally incomplete shadow was instantly destroyed by Xiaohua. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, Xiaohua was immediately filled with courage. Previously, this strange insect was like a thorny hedgehog. Xiaohua wanted to eat it, but he did not dare to open his mouth. Now that he finally had a breakthrough, it seemed that the soul cultivation technique was also effective against this strange insect. His lightning and thunder technique was enough to kill this strange insect. Chapter 3391. Looking at Sun Jian in the distance, he was somewhat different from Xiaohua. Seeing the shadow of the strange insect pouncing over, he suddenly slashed with the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand, directly chopping at the shadow. What was really surprising was that the shadow actually split into two pieces at the tip of the three-pointed, double-edged sword. However, at the corner of Sun Jian's mouth, before that sneer could appear, the two pieces of the shadow turned into two different shadows and continued to pounce on Sun Jian's body without slowing down. Humph. Sun Jian sneered again, not dodging at all. Golden light flowed around his body like a golden mountain. When the shadow pounced on the golden light, it let out a sizzling sound, and in a moment, more than half of it melted away. Aoo. The strange insect finally let out a roar, and the shadow turned into a wind. Without waiting for Sun Jian to attack further, it rushed into the strange insect's body, and the suction force of the crescent moon-like groove increased again. Since you're so greedy, I'll let you eat to your heart's content. Sun Jian seemed to have thought of something, and with a raise of his hand, the noble qi turned into a pillar of qi and bombarded the strange insect. The huge roar even made Xiaohua look askance. He really didn't expect that the punches and kicks of Confucian cultivators could reach such a level. Sun Jian. Xiaohua suddenly woke up. The Confucian military school, seems to have been founded by Sun Wu, Old Master Sun, right? According to Fujiwen, the Confucian scholars can command the wind and clouds, and the martial artists of the military school can also throw the wind and clouds into chaos with their punches and kicks. This Sun Jian might be a descendant of the military school. Seeing the huge wave of air rushing into the strange insect's body, the strange insect swelled up like a balloon. Its body grew bigger and bigger, and its saw-like tentacles and bloody mouth exuded a strange bloodthirsty aura. In particular, as the strange insect's body grew bigger, its terrifying aura also rapidly increased. According to Xiaohua's estimation, in the time it took to eat a meal, this aura would definitely surpass his own pressure. Fellow immortal Xiao. Sun Jian urged the noble qi to pour into the strange insect's body, and said, "This insect is extremely powerful, and its defense is even stronger than the void-penetrating beast. Although my weapon can injure this insect, it can't completely kill it. Furthermore, I've already thought about it for a long time, and I don't think any of my abilities can completely restrain this insect. From what I can see, this insect is able to pass through the void like the void-penetrating beast, and it even has the ability to teleport. Even if we try to escape, I'm afraid we won't be able to. The only thing we can do now is to fight it to the death." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "However, it seems that fellow immortal Sun wants to use his noble qi to make the strange insect explode, right? This road doesn't seem to be accessible. It's impossible for the noble spirit to make the insect explode, but if the noble spirit were to explode inside the insect's body, would I be able to help it from the outside?" Sun Jian seemed to have a bamboo shoot in his chest. He said with a smile, but the smile on his bronze face looked a little strange. "I understand." Xiaohua nodded slightly. He didn't know what method Sun Jian had to make the massive amount of righteous qi explode in the strange insect's body, but Sun Jian's idea was indeed the only way. Xiaohua thought for a moment and reminded, "What if I also gather some heaven-earth yuan qi for it?" "Do as you wish." Sun Jian smiled faintly. "Perhaps it's better than nothing?" "All right," Xiaohua also smiled. He rubbed his hands together, and countless rays of light appeared in his palms. When Xiaohua waved his hands, bursts of heavenly thunder poured into the space like a torrential downpour. They were even denser than hail as they smashed into the strange insect. "Oh?" Sun Jian raised his eyebrows. He was clearly a little surprised. Although Xiaohua's lightning thunder technique was strange, its power and momentum were really small, so Sun Jian didn't pay attention to it at all. However, this lightning attraction technique actually shook the entire space. It was no wonder Sun Jian had a whole new level of respect for it. However, Sun Jian clearly had some foundation. He only raised his eyebrows, and the surprise only lasted for a moment before he focused on urging the noble spirit. In fact, it wasn't just Sun Jian who was surprised. Even Xiaohua himself was greatly surprised. Before he reached nascent soul, Xiaohua still had to form hand seals, and the male and female lightning beast cores in his body also had to respond. Now, he didn't need to form any seals at all. It was as if the lightning in the sky was his and he could take it down with a wave of his hand. Could it be that my nascent soul stage is different? The male and female lightning beast's cores have already fused with my nascent soul? My nascent soul is already able to completely sense lightning? Xiaohua secretly pondered. He knew that a cultivator's nascent soul could directly communicate with the world and use the origin energy of the world. However, there was a limit to this communication. It also had to rely on the cultivation of the nascent soul to gradually obtain it. How could it be like him, who had just reached the nascent soul stage and could freely control lightning? At this moment, he looked at his dantian and saw that the tiny nascent soul that was exactly the same as him was no longer fearful. It gritted its teeth and waved its tiny hands and feet like him, wishing it could pull down the thunderclouds from the 9 heavens and smash the strange insect that had scared him to death in an instant. Oh! Feeling the nascent soul's anger and hatred, Xiaohua suddenly understood. After a nascent soul cultivator reached the nascent soul stage, they would only have one nascent soul. After releasing the nascent soul would be placed in the nascent soul. Their own physical body would be in an awkward state where no one could control it. Of course, there were also some cultivators who had secret techniques that allowed them to control their physical body for a short period of time. It was just like when Daoist Jing Si was chasing him. Daoist Jing Si controlled her nascent soul to use a teleportation technique to attack him while also controlling her physical body to fly in the air. Other people didn't have a second nascent soul, but Xiaohua himself had one. Not to mention a second nascent soul, even a third nascent soul, a fourth nascent soul, even a 10th nascent soul had one. Thinking about how the green-robed Xiaohua was muttering that he didn't have a suitable body to leave the space, this nascent soul, wasn't it tailor-made for these nascent souls? If it was possible, wouldn't Xiaohua's several nascent souls be able to use this nascent soul as a body and come out every day to be free and unfettered for a while? Thinking of this, Xiaohua actually beamed with joy. Fellow Taoist Xiao, put in more effort. At this moment, although Sun Jian didn't know why Xiaohua suddenly laughed, his heart was as calm as Xiaohua's. He didn't forget to remind him as he looked at the strange insect that was expanding like a balloon. Hearing this, Xiaohua said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist son, rest assured. This Xiao doesn't have any other magical abilities, but this lightning-attracting technique can fill me up. Let's see how this Xiao will raise this strange insect." As he said this, another wave of lightning easily descended. Good. Sun Jian was overjoyed. He punched out, and the same dozens of qi pillars shot towards the strange insect. Countless waves of qi rolled around the strange insect's body, and countless lightning crackled. Bursts of gray light flickered, as if it was about to lose control of the light. Therefore, Sun Jian touched his chest and transmitted his voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, looking at the strange insect situation, I'm afraid it's about time. This one will trigger the righteous qi inside the strange insect's body. If your excellency has any method to detonate the lightning, that would be the best." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He understood in his heart that the current him might be able to detonate the lightning, but the lightning that was still absorbed by the strange insect's body was probably no longer lightning. How could he still control it? If there are still some fire talismans in the space, I can give it a try. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. He opened his mouth and spat out a wisp of spiritual fire. Along with Xiaohua's divine fire art, the spiritual fire rushed into the void like a lively little bird and followed the lightning towards the strange insect. Xiaohua was most likely the most familiar with this kind of sneaky person who hid the spiritual fire. However, just as Xiaohua released the spiritual fire, a misty green light flashed in front of his eyes. It was precisely from Sun Jian's hand, Kunlun. Kunlun mirror? Xiaohua looked at the familiar light, and shock appeared in his eyes. He almost blurted out. That's right, Sun Jian's hand was holding a treasured mirror. It was the Kunlun mirror that Xiaohua was familiar with. It was almost the same as the ice sea mirror in Xiaohua's space. How could there be another Kunlun mirror? Xiaohua's heart was somewhat crazy. His own ice sea mirror was still incomplete. He didn't expect that a complete Kunlun mirror had already appeared in this unfamiliar hidden immortal continent. He saw Sun Jian holding the Kunlun mirror in his hand, and his hand formed a seemingly right but actually wrong seal. Several streams of righteous qi rushed into the Kunlun mirror, and the Kunlun mirror was suffused with a faint clear light. Then, that clear light, under Sun Jian's control, turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the strange insect. The beam of light was very strange. After rushing out of the Kunlun mirror for more than half a foot, it immediately disappeared. Looking at Sun Jian again, he threw the Kunlun mirror in his hand into the air, and raised the three-pointed double-edged sword in his hand high into the sky. A burst of kakakabang sounds came from his body, and the size of his Dharma body increased by more than 10 feet. Moreover, the golden light around his body became even brighter. Kill! Sun Jian stepped on the auspicious cloud and rushed towards the strange insect with the three-pointed double-edged sword. Buzz! The strange insect flapped its wings, and countless light shadows rushed out of the strange insect's body, wanting to block Sun Jian. However, those light shadows turned into fireflies under the three-pointed double-edged sword. Ao! The strange insect roared and flew towards the three-pointed double-edged sword. One of its hind legs drew a line in the air, blocking the three-pointed double-edged sword. Unexpectedly, it made a golden sound. Sun Jian seemed to be defeated. His figure staggered, and the strange insect's sawtooth mouth took advantage of the situation to bite one of Sun Jian's arms. Not good. Xiaofan was shocked when he saw this. With a wave of his hands, he raised the wishful staff and smashed it towards the back of the strange insect. Kill! Sun Jian's voice was like spring thunder, and the golden light on his left arm flashed. The strange insect's sawtooth mouth couldn't bite him, and Sun Jian took advantage of the situation to swing his right hand, and the three-pointed double-edged sword was inserted into the back of the strange insect. Shua! The three-pointed double-edged sword flashed with golden light, and a deep crack immediately appeared on the back of the strange insect. At the same time, a ray of clear light burst out from the strange insect's body, and the strange insect's body expanded rapidly. Chapter 3392. Pang! With a loud bang, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff also arrived and smashed a large part of the strange insect's back. However, the grey mist that had previously covered the strange insect's body was now rising again. The strange insect's body fluctuated rapidly in the mist, sometimes big and sometimes small. As the strange insect's mist rapidly retreated into its body, the clear light was gradually obscured, and the scars of the three-pointed, double-edged sword slowly disappeared. When Sun Jian saw this, his eyes flashed with extreme panic. No one knew the power of the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand, and no one knew the power of the Kunlun mirror. These two treasures together could not kill the strange insect. How many methods in the world could threaten this strange insect? Just as Sun Jian was panicking, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly, and the wishful steel staff in his hand quietly retracted. This was because he had already seen that the spirit fire that had just been sent into the air was sucked into the crescent-shaped groove by the strange insect along with a few strands of lightning. Fellow immortal Xiao. Sun Jian's voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear, and his tone was very bitter. This son said too much. This strange insect is too powerful. I'm afraid it's an alien species. You and I should make other plans. While this strange insect has not yet completely refined the noble qi in its body. Right when Sun Wu hung his head dejectedly and was about to discuss how to escape with Xiaohua, a rumbling sound suddenly resounded from within the strange insect's body. The strange insect's body instantly expanded to a size of around 15 meters, and then the grey mist around it expanded even more before shrinking to a size of around 10 meters. But right after that, the strange insect's body expanded once more. Then there was no more. A spark was produced in the mouth of the strange insect, and the entire body of the strange insect was no longer under its control. It suddenly grew to the size of 100 feet. Pang! With a loud sound, the strange insect's body completely burst open, and countless flames rushed out of the strange insect's body. The power of the strange insect's explosion was not great, but the strange thing was that the entire space trembled at an extremely fast speed, and the four corners of the space flashed with a dark brilliance. The dark brilliance quickly dissipated, and the light of the entire space gradually dimmed. Go! Sun Jian roared first, this place is about to collapse. Fellow immortal Xiao, please follow this sun out. If you are not careful, you will be implicated by the collapse into the void. I'm afraid it will be difficult to return to the space node. Alright. Xiaohua scanned the area with his divine sense, but he didn't find any strange insect soul essence. Knowing that he had indeed killed this strange insect, he didn't hesitate to agree and flew up with Sun Jian. But just as Xiaohua was about to fly up, a strange feeling suddenly emerged from his heart. Xiaohua almost instantly shouted, "Fellow immortal son, be careful." Then, his entire body abruptly flew backward. Even as he was flying, his entire waist was also rapidly leaning backwards. When Sun Jian saw Xiaohua's sudden change, his complexion changed greatly. He thought that Xiaohua wanted to take his void-penetrating beast and flee. Unconsciously, he swung the three-pointed, double-edged blade in his hand. Just as he was about to give chase, before Sun Jian's figure could fly, a loud sound rang out. A huge force came from the three-pointed, double-edged blade. Sun Jian's right arm went numb, and he almost couldn't hold the weapon in his hand. When he took a closer look, he found that one of the legs of the insect that had just exploded was stuck in his three-pointed, double-edged sword. Hiss! Sun Jian sucked in a breath of cold air. A feeling of surviving a disaster arose spontaneously. The appearance of this hind leg was so strange that he couldn't detect it at all. If it weren't for Xiaohua's warning, he was afraid that he would have been stabbed by this hind leg. Even if he didn't die here, the injury he received would certainly be heavy. Thinking about his guess about Xiaohua just now, Sun Jian's face unconsciously became slightly hot. At this moment, Xiaohua also saw the result. The other hind leg of the strange insect also stretched out from the void and flew past Xiaohua's lying chest. Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and his hands were nimble. He raised his hand and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique to take this object into his space. Xiaohua's figure didn't change, and his divine sense swept out once more. Meanwhile, Sun Jian opened his eyes, and a faint golden brilliance flashed out from his eyes as he looked around. After looking around for an entire moment, Sun Jian called out, "I'm afraid it's fine. Fellow immortal Xiao, let's leave quickly." Sun Jian seemed to be very familiar with this place. He flew to a place in the space, looked around, and raised the Kunlun mirror in his hand. Another beam of light shot out from the mirror and shot into the space. Then, Sun Jian looked at the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand and put away the strange insect's hind leg. He looked at the broken weapon with some heartache. He raised his hand and drew in the air. A shallow crack appeared in front of him. Sun Jian stretched out his hand and grabbed one side of the crack. As if he was pulling, the crack actually opened up. Sun Jian lowered his head and drilled into the crack. Xiaohua, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Damn it, this Sun Jian can actually tear space apart with his hand? If Xiaohua didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe it. What kind of divine ability was this? Of course, Sun Jian's move couldn't be denied as a show of force. Xiaohua couldn't help but be vigilant. After passing through several similar spaces, Sun Jian and Xiaohua arrived at a small space filled with clouds. Sun Jian entered the space and found a cloud to stand on. His golden eyes swept across the entire space. Slowly, the golden light around him dissipated, and his avatar returned to its original state. Xiaohua also stood several meters away from Sun Jian. His body flickered with brilliance, and he also withdrew his heavenly laws embodiment technique. Fellow immortal Xiao. Sun Jian looked at Xiaohua and said, "Where did this strange insect come from? Why is it so strange? Even if it was killed, how could it still attack us?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly and cupped his hands. "Fellow immortal son, this Xiao thanks fellow immortal for your help. If I didn't meet fellow immortal Sun today, this Xiao wouldn't know whether this Xiao's luck would be good or bad. Sun Jian faintly glanced at Xiao Hua, and said with a double meaning, unpredictable luck? That's not necessarily true. If fellow immortal Sun didn't intervene in the end, that strange insect might not have been killed. He, Xiao Hua knew that Sun Jian saw something strange, but he didn't point it out. He continued, as for fellow immortal Sun's question about the origin of the strange insect, this Xiao isn't clear. It was just a chance encounter. And, it seems like it really is an alien creature. Sun Jian nodded. This insect doesn't seem to have any soul. It's already so powerful, but when it was attacked just now, I didn't see any soul essence appear. If it was something from the Thousand Demons sacred realm, I'm afraid it would have already used its soul essence to escape. That's right. This Xiao also examined it just now, and I didn't see any soul essence. Moreover, this Xiao has a magic treasure that's effective against souls, but it's ineffective against this insect. Xiao Hua also nodded. In addition, this insect is addicted to vital energy. It's not afraid of the Taoists' vital energy of heaven and earth or the Confucian cultivator's vital energy. If fellow immortal Sun didn't use the method of fighting poison with poison, we really wouldn't have been able to kill it. Fortunately, there's only one of this kind of alien creature. If there were another half of it, this Sun would also have to flee. Sun Jian smiled in a relaxed manner. Thinking about the matter of face that Sun Jian mentioned just now, Xiao Hua also smiled. He stretched out his hand and said, fellow immortal Sun, do you have a Qiankuan bag? I can return the void-penetrating beast to you. Sun Jian raised his eyebrows and was rather surprised. He was originally thinking about how to ask Xiao Hua and what price he should pay to get the void-penetrating beast back. He didn't expect that after a few words, Xiao Hua would directly ask to return it. Many thanks, fellow immortal. Sun Jian naturally wouldn't be negligent. He touched his chest and took out a Qiankuan bracelet and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua also took out a small Qiankuan bag and pretended to put the void-penetrating beast into the Qiankuan bracelet. He handed it to Sun Jian and said, all right, it's returned to its owner. After receiving the Qiankuan bracelet, Sun Jian scanned it with his vital sense. Sure enough, he saw that the void-penetrating beast was still inside without a single hair missing. Sun Jian almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. He hurriedly said, fellow immortal Xiao, please wait a moment. After I take out the void-penetrating eye, I'll return the other things to you. This is what I promised earlier. Do as you wish. Xiao Hua chuckled. Actually, he was already muttering in his heart. Even if you want to take the void-penetrating eye, why don't you first leave the spatial meridian and arrive at hidden immortal continent? But after only a short moment, Sun Jian spoke with a difficult expression. Fellow immortal Xiao, I have no choice but to go back on my word once more. Oh, why? Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously. Sun Jian raised the Qiankuan bracelet in his hand and explained. Even though the void-penetrating eye on the void-penetrating beast is undamaged, the void-penetrating beast's vital essence has been completely exhausted. It's not suitable to take out the void-penetrating eye now. Only after the void-penetrating beast recovers its vital essence can the void-penetrating eye be taken out in perfect condition. So, I can't return the things I promised fellow immortal now. Otherwise, all of my painstaking efforts would be for naught. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua thought in his heart and hurriedly waved his hand. I understand. I'll give it to fellow immortal. I don't have the qualifications to make a fuss about it with fellow immortal. That won't do. Unexpectedly, Sun Jian shook his head in all seriousness. How could I be someone that goes back on my word? After I take out the void-penetrating eye, I will give the other parts to fellow immortal. However, fellow immortal will have to wait for a few more years. It's fine, it's fine. Xiaohua had already obtained a lot from the Void Meridian, so he did not want to argue with Sun Jian anymore. He nodded and said, when you and I return to the hidden immortal continent, fellow immortal will give me the address. I will go and find fellow immortal when I have time in the future. Fellow immortal should tell me the location of the cave. Sun Jian laughed, I don't know when I can return this item to you. Fine. Xiaohua laughed, if nothing unexpected happens, I will be the imperial advisor of you province's Jiang country in the future. Fellow immortal will know if you ask around. Alright, I'll remember it. Sun Jian nodded, and then said embarrassedly, in addition, there is no way out from the spatial node here to the hidden immortal continent. Fellow immortal Xiao, you can either return to the hidden immortal continent through the passage you came from, or go out nearby. However, when I was chasing after the void-penetrating beast, a large-scale void storm appeared in this spatial node, causing the entire node to be extremely unstable. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before this place collapses, and this spatial node won't exist either. Therefore, if I were fellow immortal, I definitely wouldn't take the risk and would make plans after leaving. Chapter 3393. Xiaohua was stunned. He was the one who added fuel to the fire in the void storm, so it was normal for the space node to be unstable. However, he didn't agree that it would immediately collapse. However, he still asked curiously, fellow immortal son. Are you not going to return to the hidden immortal continent? Yes, I have other things to do, so I won't be returning for the time being. Sun Jian replied. Xiaohua was in a difficult position. He smiled bitterly and said, then where is the nearest space node? At this point, Xiaohua suddenly understood. If it's not the hidden immortal continent, then it must be the Pure Land and the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Since Sun Jian chased the void-penetrating beast to this place, if I'm not wrong, the nearest should be the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. The Pure Land world. Sun Jian's words killed Xiaohua's guess. If fellow immortal is willing, I can send fellow immortal to the Pure Land world. However, I'm not sure where in the Pure Land world this place is. Ha ha ha. When Xiaohua heard this, he almost laughed out loud. What was his biggest wish after arriving at the three continents? Wasn't it just going to the Pure Land world? Wasn't it just to wake Jiang Luer up? Now, he could actually arrive at the Pure Land world without using any heavenly steeds or crossing the ocean. What was there for Xiaohua to be unhappy about? Xiaohua suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and cupped his hands. If so, fellow immortal, please send me to the Pure Land world. Fellow immortal. You're a Taoist disciple. You have to be careful in the Buddhist sect's territory. Sun Jian didn't say much. He activated the Kunlun mirror and brought Xiaohua across several spaces. As they flew, he reminded, Buddhist sect's bald donkeys are people who don't mean what they say. Don't let them see through you. Hee, if I don't say it myself, how would they know that I'm a Taoist? Xiaohua smiled and touched his bald head. Sun Jian smiled and nodded. That's true. If fellow immortal wasn't wearing a Taoist robe, I would really think that fellow immortal is a Buddhist sect's disciple. As he spoke, Sun Jian took out the Kunlun mirror. He waved the three-pointed, double-edged blade again, and a small gap appeared in the void. As the gap appeared, a biting cold wind blew in, followed by fresh air. Fellow immortal Xiao, please. Sun Jian put away his weapon and flew a few hundred feet away. He made way for the gap and cupped his hands with a smile. The green hills never change and the green waters flow forever. Fellow immortal son, we'll meet again. Xiaohua knew Sun Jian's intentions. He cupped his hands in salute and stepped out of the gap. Then, lightning flashed around his body as he flew into the distance. The gap high up in the sky gradually closed up. Sun Jian's eyes looked through the gap at the spot where Xiaohua had disappeared. As he looked at the swirling snowflakes, a thoughtful expression flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "This Xiaohua is a kind and righteous person." Previously, he did not flee by himself. Later on, he even helped me kill the strange insect. In the end, he even completely handed over the void-penetrating beast to me. His cultivation may not be as good as mine, but if we really fight, he may not necessarily lose. He still has the void-penetrating beast in his hands. If he threatens this sun with it, it will really make things difficult for this sun. Void-penetrating eye, ah void-penetrating eye, this true monarch has finally obtained you. When I refine you, my divine power will definitely reach a higher level. At that time, even if I have to face Saint One, I won't be afraid. Sun Jian's figure disappeared, and the gap also gradually closed up. Finally, he disappeared among the palm-sized snowflakes. After 2 hours, Xiaohua's figure slowly appeared on the left side of the gap. He also had a thoughtful expression on his face. He also pinched his chin with his hand and looked at the gap. Who is this Sun Jian? He is almost a Taoist spirit severing stage cultivator. Especially that Kunlun mirror and the three-pointed, double-edged sword that can break the void. They are definitely not ordinary. Could it be that this Sun Jian is a member of a first-class family? While talking to himself, Xiaohua patted his forehead with his hand, and the Dharma eye slowly opened. However, Xiaohua didn't use the heavenly eye. Instead, the silver-white eye slowly turned into a pure silver-white. The silver-white eye slowly rotated, and then a silver brilliance fell on the space where the gap was. Open! Xiaohua shouted in a deep voice. The silver light beam roared, and with the rotation of the light beam, a small gap in the void also appeared in the air. Ha ha ha! I see! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He stretched out an eye and quietly looked inside. He smiled and said, "The delusion breaker Dharma eye has such an effect. If it wasn't for the void-penetrating eye of the void-penetrating beast, this Xiao wouldn't have thought of it. With the Dharma eye, this Xiao can remember the location of this snow mountain. After is settled, this Xiao can also return to the hidden immortal continent through the space meridian." Then, Xiaohua turned his hand again, and a fist-sized silver bead appeared in his left hand. It was condensed from the void-penetrating beast's light beam that rushed into the space transformed by the delusion-breaker Dharma eye in Xiaohua's left hand. This is the essence of the void-penetrating beast that Sun Jian was talking about. Xiaohua swept his gaze, and sent the silver bead into the Dharma eye imprint on his forehead. He said with a smile, "If this Xiao can refine the essence of this void-penetrating beast, I'm afraid that the delusion breaker Dharma eye and heavenly eye will rise to another level." Ha ha ha! Xiaohua was really happy. He raised his head and laughed loudly. That laughter shook the surrounding snowflakes into powder. Xiaohua thought for a moment, and looked at the snowflakes that covered the sky, which blocked his vision like this. It even covered the snow mountain that he was on. Then, he directly descended, and used his divine sense to mark the snow mountain with his divine sense. Only then did he release his Buddhist sense, and looked around. He casually found a piece of clothing that wasn't a Taoist robe from the space and put it on. Then, he didn't fly far, but landed on the snow mountain. He stepped on the snowy ground with large strides, and walked down the mountain. Because in his Buddhist sense, he already saw that there was a temple built on the mountainside of the snow mountain. The snow was very heavy, and the snowflakes were the size of a palm. They fell on Xiaohua's bare head, and also fell on Xiaohua's nondescript clothing. They even fell on the foot of the snow mountain. The snow on the foot of the mountain was at least a foot thick, and under the layer of snow, it was extremely smooth. It was obviously a thick layer of ice. In this kind of weather, ordinary cultivators would release their true qi to protect themselves. Cultivators who cultivated to the gold core realm would have a protective golden light. Even if they didn't do it deliberately, they would still be able to block all the dust, raindrops, and snowflakes outside their body. However, Xiaohua was an exception. Although he didn't like dust, sometimes he also liked raindrops and snowflakes very much. Just like now, he withdrew the protective golden light, and didn't even leak a trace of true qi. Previously, he slightly revealed his Confucian cultivation base, but now, he was completely concealed under the secret soul cultivation technique. He was like an ordinary young man, walking step by step on the snow mountain. His whole body was already snowy white. If Xiaohua wasn't walking, others would definitely not see such a white dot in this vast white world. The snow mountain was extremely high, and the small temple was built halfway up the snow mountain. Xiaohua walked down the faintly discernible mountain path step by step, and it took him no less than 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Xiaohua's heart was like the world in the snow. The dust in his heart was slowly washed away by his slow steps. Even the impetuousness in the void and the bloodthirst from using the demon world's blood-drop paradise gradually subsided. Once again, Xiaohua's state of mind was like an ancient well without ripples. Although Xiaohua couldn't see the nascent soul in his lower dantian, Xiaohua could clearly sense that the newborn nascent soul was also sitting cross-legged in the original location of the nebula in his lower dantian. Its hands were forming hand seals, and it was cultivating with its 5 hearts facing the sky. Seeing the corner of the small temple on the side of the pine tree not far away, the corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled up. He looked left and right, and the path under his feet had already appeared. The place covered in snow was obviously a bit shorter than the other places. Xiaohua stepped on the path, but in his heart, he secretly thought, this Xiao's nascent soul is a bit strange. Not to mention that all the meridians in my body are opened, even the image of my nascent soul is faintly discernible. Previously, when it climbed out of my body and arrogantly pointed at the world, I could still see its shadow, but when it entered my dantian, it disappeared. Also, although this nascent soul looks like me, but why does it look like a huge nebula most of the time? Even the color of its skin is very different. Not to mention when it's hidden, when it's revealed, it's not necessarily black and white or 7 colors. As the saying goes, the appearance is born from the heart. This Xiao's Dharma idol is naturally this Xiao's image, and that spiritual idol Dharma body is also the image of this Xiao's nascent soul. Naturally, this nascent soul should also be this Xiao's image. This is without a doubt, but why does it often give this Xiao the illusion that it's a nebula? Nebula? Thinking of the nebula, Xiaohua's body trembled, and he was stunned on the spot. The heavenly Tao starry sky? Isn't the heavenly Tao starry sky made up of all the nebulas? In other words, the nascent soul is not born from me, but from my Tao foundation. The nascent soul is the result of my cultivation. I have succeeded in comprehending the heavenly Tao. Although it's only in the so-called heaven glimpse realm, this heaven glimpse realm is also integrated into my Tao foundation, and now it's manifested in this nascent soul. Heavenly Tao, oh heavenly Tao, only the heavenly Tao is the pinnacle of my Tao cultivation. Even if I cultivate a nascent soul, I still have to rely on the nascent soul to strengthen my Tao foundation, and use the nascent soul to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Since the foundation of the Tao sect is the heavenly Tao, then what is the end of the Tao sect cultivator's cultivation? Also, the foundation of soul cultivation is the 9 heavens of spirit origin. What is the pinnacle of soul cultivation? Xiaohua, who had made great progress in his Tao sect cultivation, couldn't help but have a shocking thought. The foundation of Confucian cultivation is the 5 Qis unification. What is the pinnacle of Confucian cultivation? The foundation of Buddhism, what is it? It can't be Buddha's Sarira, right? The pinnacle of Buddhism is Buddha? Is it the fruit of Buddhism? Dang! Right at this moment, a muffled sound was like a blow to the head. Then, a burst of ice-cold energy fell from the sky, and some even fell on Xiaohua's neck. Xiaohua was startled, and he hastily raised his head, only to see that in front of him was a strange tree that was 9 zhang tall. When he lowered his head to think, he bumped into the tree trunk, and with this collision, the snow on the strange tree's branches and leaves fell down one after another, revealing a half-chi long leaf that looked like a heart and also like an eye. Chapter 3394. Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the leaf, somewhat astonished. Under the heavy snow, the leaf was still verdant, without the slightest trace of wilting or yellow. The contrast between the snow white and the green of the leaf made the vitality of the green leaf even more obvious. Looking at the tree trunk that he had crashed into, he realized that it was different from an ordinary tree trunk. This tree trunk was several feet in size, and it was not an independent tree trunk. Instead, it was formed by dozens of tree trunks clustered together. These dozens of tree trunks were rugged and coiled together into a cluster. Each of the individual tree trunks was strong and powerful, and the bottom of the tree trunks was deeply embedded in the snow-covered foothills. When he reached the middle of the tree trunk, these dozens of tree trunks coiled together into one. Branches, leaves, and leaves spread out from the top of this tree trunk, covering an area of several hundred feet to his left. What kind of strange tree is this? The pitiful Xiaohua came from the barren dawn rain continent of the Buddhist sect, so he naturally didn't know the origin of this tree. He inwardly wondered, this tree doesn't look like an ordinary spiritual tree, but if it isn't a spiritual tree, how can it still maintain its leaves and branches so green in this heavy snow? Thinking of this, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the small temple not far away. He smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be fine if I go over and ask?" The small temple wasn't big, it was comparable to the Jiangqiao mountain range's Jiangqiao temple. Moreover, the front of the small temple was covered in snow and there were no traces of anyone passing by. Xiaohua already knew that this must be another dilapidated temple. When Xiaohua arrived in front of the small temple, he turned his head and looked at the winding footprints he left behind along the way. A kind of understanding appeared in his heart. Wild geese leave their sound when they pass by, people leave their names when they pass by. This Xiao only occasionally passed by this mountain and left behind such a heavy snow. Although the sky is clear after the snow, and no one knows this Xiao's journey, but what about this Xiao's heart? What about this Xiao's memories? What about the great master of this temple? Forget it, forget it. A person's journey, the shadow of heaven and earth, the chaos of the world, who can understand? Xiaohua suddenly felt that he seemed to have aged a lot, everything would make him sad. He hurriedly shook his head and looked at the plaque above the small temple. Young Ling Wangxi. The signboard of the temple was clearly written in Sanskrit. Xiaohua could also be considered to be able to read it, but this signboard was truly very old. It looked almost as old as the spiritual herbs in Xiaohua's space. Therefore, the writing on the signboard had long been blurred. Xiaohua tried to decipher it a few times and simply gave up. He lifted his foot and was about to walk up the steps to knock on the similarly tattered temple door. Suddenly, Xiaohua stopped, because the steps in front of the temple gate were abnormally clean, with only a few snowflakes drifting down with the wind. It was clear that someone had just cleaned it. Xiaohua hastily retreated a few steps and shook his body. The snowflakes around him flew up, revealing Xiaohua's unusually dry clothes. But just as those snowflakes were about to fall, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. With a wave of his hand, all of the snowflakes once again landed on his body. Then, Xiaohua extended his hand and wiped his head. Then, he patted his body several dozen times, shaking off most of the accumulated snow. After leaving a portion of the accumulated snow, he respectfully stepped forward and knocked on the bronze ring on the temple's door. Dang dang dang. The sound of the door knocker wasn't loud, but it was very clear. Amidst the shuffling of the falling snow and the whooshing of the breeze, the sound of the door knocker spread far and wide. However, after a moment, he didn't hear any sound coming from inside the temple gate, nor did he hear any footsteps. I know. Xiaohua tentatively pushed the door. The temple gate was unlatched, so when he pushed it open, there wasn't any screen wall in front of him, but rather a small open space. The first thing that entered Xiaohua's eyes was an orange-red mass. When Xiaohua focused his eyes, he could already see clearly that it was a monk wearing strange orange-red clothing lying on top of a pile of snow. On the other side of the monk was a half-swept open space. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Just as he was about to fly over to rescue the monk, he saw the motionless monk's entire body twitch. Then, slowly and with great difficulty, he curled up from the ground and crawled up. At this moment, Xiaohua could see clearly that this was an old man who was over 60 years old. The skin on his face was very dark red, and his entire face was covered with wrinkles, just like a walnut. Under his snow-white eyebrows, there was only a kind of turbidity in his eyes. The old monk stood up. First, he looked around. Then, he slowly bent down and picked up a strange orange-red hat that looked like a coxcomb from the ground. He carefully knocked off the snow on the hat, then carefully put it on his bald head. Xiaohua could see clearly that although the old monk was careful, there seemed to be a problem with his eyes. Cleaning the hat was completely based on his intuition. At the end of the strange hat, there were a lot of snow that he didn't knock off. After putting on the hat, the old monk bent down again with great difficulty. He picked up a broom from the ground and slowly started sweeping. Although the old monk was sweeping, he was sweeping too slowly. The snowflakes in the sky were too big. Just as he swept, another snowflake fell. It was as if the old monk hadn't swept at all. Xiaohua quietly stood at the entrance of the temple. He didn't make a sound, nor did he approach. He only silently watched. This old monk was completely different from Seven Suns Temple's Dao Shan. One was in the hidden immortal continent, the other was in the Western Paradise. One was a disciple of the Dao sect, the other was a disciple of the Buddhist sect. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, the two of them didn't seem to be any different. The broom that the old monk waved was very similar to the spoon that Dao Shan used to give porridge. They were both so firm and so persistent. Seeing that the empty space wasn't that big, the old monk swept it for the time it took to eat a meal. When the old monk turned around, the entire empty space was covered in a layer of snow. This empty space was a small square in front of the temple's main hall. It wasn't like the steps in front of the temple that were blocked by eaves. Seeing that the old monk didn't say anything and didn't even raise his head and started sweeping again, Xiaohua could only cough. The snowflakes were so big and the old monk's movements were so slow. Xiaohua didn't doubt that unless the snow stopped, the old monk would never be able to finish sweeping. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's ordinary cough didn't attract the old monk's attention. The broom was still sweeping the empty space. Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the somewhat gloomy main hall. After hesitating for a moment, he still released his Buddhist sense. After taking a rough look, he knew that there was no one else in this temple other than the old monk. Xiaohua could only walk in front of the old monk. He clasped his hands together and called out, "Amitabha Buddha. Elder, how are you?" The old monk acted as if he didn't hear Xiaohua's words, or perhaps he was simply unfazed by the chaos. He snorted and ignored Xiaohua. After sweeping several feet in front of Xiaohua, he seemed to have suddenly understood. He slowly raised his head and looked at Xiaohua with his murky eyes. When his gaze landed on Xiaohua's bald head, he slowly hugged the broom in his arms and clasped his hands together. "Amitabha, you've finally come." I'm finally here?" "Elder, what do you mean?" Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. However, he wasn't surprised because in Xiaohua's eyes, the old monk didn't see his face at all. He only saw his bald head. Other than the old monk mistaking him for someone else, he didn't make any other guesses. "Elder, you mistook me for someone else," Xiaofan said with a smile. Everything about the old monk was slow, whether it was sweeping or speaking. However, since the old monk spoke, the old monk didn't pay attention to Xiaohua's words. He asked again, "What is your Buddhist name?" The old monk's words just happened to interrupt Xiaohua. Xiaohua faintly smiled. He knew that the old monk didn't listen to his words, so he replied, "I don't need to mention my Buddhist name." That's right, Xiaohua didn't shave his head. He wasn't an orthodox Buddhist disciple. Where did his Buddhist name come from? However, the old monk seemed to be able to understand at this time. He nodded slightly and said, "Oh, so you're called Bodhi." Bodhi? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This old monk was really good at interrupting. He actually found his Buddhist name in such a short time. The old monk was even more interesting. After saying this sentence, he picked up the broom again. He seemed to have forgotten Xiaohua and started sweeping the snow again. He swept for a moment before he stopped and said slowly, "Bodhi, Bodhi? My Buddhist sect doesn't seem to have this seniority." "Oh, right, little monk, you're a layman disciple of my Buddhist sect?" "Yes, I'm a layman disciple." Xiaohua thought for a moment and could only reply. He didn't enter the Buddhist sect and cultivated the Buddhist sect's cultivation method. It was appropriate to say that he was a layman disciple. However, Xiaohua was very doubtful whether the old monk heard him say this sentence. Because after saying this sentence, the old monk started sweeping the snow again. It seemed that if the snow didn't stop, he wouldn't stop sweeping. Besides sweeping the snow, he didn't do anything else. Xiaohua sighed. He knew that his purpose of inquiring about information wouldn't be realized. After thinking for a moment, he bowed and said, "I won't disturb the elder's cultivation. I'll take my leave." Just as he stood up, the old monk raised his head again. His turbid eyes didn't know whether he was looking at Xiaohua or at the temple door behind Xiaohua. He said, "This poor monk has been waiting in this Shaolin Long temple for 90 years. Now, this poor monk has reached the point where the oil lamp has dried up. Calculating, you should have come in 2 days. This poor monk has finally completed the mission of my Shaolin Long temple and led the future Buddha to the Pure Land world." Boom! In an instant, Xiaohua's bald head seemed to be bombarded by a pillar of awe-inspiring qi. When Xiaohua heard the words, Shaolin Long Temple, he immediately thought of his exquisite leaf scripture. When the old monk said the words, "future Buddha," although the old monk's words were very soft and even somewhat inaccurate, in Xiaohua's ears, it was almost like a bolt from the blue. Large beads of sweat seeped out from the top of his head. His whole body was slightly swaying. Looking at the monk sweeping the snow in front of him, an indescribable strangeness arose from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 3395. Elder. Elder. Xiaohua's voice is almost trembling. He stares at the old monk and says tentatively, I just came here to ask for directions. How did I become the future Buddha?" Unfortunately, the old monk lowered his head again, turning a deaf ear to Xiaohua's words as he continued sweeping the snow. How could Xiaohua, who had already planned to leave, move again? He stood there quietly, staring at the old monk without blinking. His Buddhist sense had been fully released, covering the entire Shaolin Long temple. His eyes were full of disbelief, and his heart was thumping wildly. He was thinking about the credibility of the old monk's words. Snowflakes were still falling, and there was no wind in the Shaolin Long temple. The old monk had just swept 30% of the courtyard when Xiaohua made up his mind. There were too many unimaginable things in this world. Jiu Xia's art of clairvoyance, the shaman king's art of divine connection, and his hand of karma. Wuxia could predict that he would appear in Huan Kingdom, the Shaman King could predict that he would appear in Meng Mountains, and this senior of the Buddhist sect could predict that he would appear in this Shaolin Long Temple 90 years ago. It was nothing, and Xiaohua chose to believe it. However, Xiaohua was still puzzled. How could this old monk recognize him at a glance? Could it be that he knew that he would come today? Or did the senior of the Buddhist sect leave behind an image? If he knew that he would come today 90 years ago and left behind an image, would that senior know about his lost treasure in the Western Ocean? Or perhaps, if he had changed his appearance when he was forming his nascent soul in the void, would this old monk still be able to recognize him? Looking at the old monk sweeping the snow, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the seal of ocean-turning seal flew out of the void and rushed into the sky. Its bronze brilliance covered the entire Shaolin Long Temple tightly, and no more snowflakes would fall. The old monk naturally would not look up. He swept the snow in the yard with a broom and suddenly raised his head again. He did not care whether Xiaohua was beside him or not. He opened his mouth and said, "Beauty, don't be surprised." When Master accepted this poor monk, he had already said that the mission of Xiaolinglong Temple is to wait for the arrival of the future Buddha Lord. If a disciple can't find another disciple in his life, then he will definitely be able to wait for the arrival of the future Buddha Lord in his life. After saying this, the old monk swept the snow again until all the snow was piled up in the corner of the courtyard. Then, he trembled to the door of the main hall, carefully placed the broom next to the thick pillar, bent down with difficulty, and randomly chose a row of large vats. He removed the wooden lid on the vats, took out a small wooden spoon, scooped up the water in the vats, and drank 2 mouthfuls. He wiped the water stains on the corner of his mouth with his strange monk robe, and said, "This poor monk has tried every means to accept a disciple in his life, but he has never accepted a disciple. Therefore, this poor monk knows that the glory of welcoming the future Buddha must fall on this poor monk." However, this poor monk still didn't expect that the Buddha would come so late. It's so late that this poor monk can't do anything for the Buddha. "Elder." Xiaohua walked in front of the old monk and asked with a smile, "Elder, what's your Dharma name?" "Elder, why do you suddenly think that I'm the future Buddha? Could it be that no one has ever come to the Shaolin Long Temple? This poor monk's Dharma name? Don't mention it. This poor monk doesn't even remember what it's called." This time, the old monk really heard Xiaohua's voice and replied, "It's not that no one has ever come to my Shaolin Long Temple. Usually, there are monks who stay, and there are also devout benefactors. However, if it's someone like the Buddha who doesn't speak the language of my pure land, then there's not a single one. To be a disciple of my Shaolin Long Temple, being able to communicate with the Buddha is the most important thing." This poor monk often talks to himself when he has nothing to do, so he won't forget these words. Moreover, as he spoke, the old monk opened his mouth again, and actually used the language of the Dawn Rain continent to say, "Could it be that the Buddha wants this poor monk to say these strange words?" These words, this poor monk can't say too much. Of course, the old monk's words were very jerky, and even some of his words were inaccurate, but Xiaohua heard it clearly. This was the language of the Dawn Rain continent that he hadn't heard for a long time. Hiss. This, how is this possible? Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. His previous doubts were all gone. He had forgotten that the writing and language of the Pure Land and the hidden immortal continent were different. Just as he entered the temple, he spoke the language of the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent to the old monk, and the old monk also responded accordingly. Now that he thought about it, just now, the old monk really seemed to be talking to himself. Now that the old monk actually spoke the language of the Dawn Rain continent, how could Xiaohua not be surprised? What happened next was even more out of Xiaohua's expectations. The old monk didn't bring him to the main hall of the temple, and didn't say much to him. Instead, he walked to a small house on the left side of the temple. Not long after, a burst of smoke floated out of the window of the small house, and then a kind of faint fragrance floated out from inside. Xiaohua didn't follow. Now that he was surprised, he walked to the door of the small house, and stuck his head out to take a look. This small house looked like a kitchen. There were some neatly arranged firewood inside, and there was also a small stove. On top of the stove, there was a small iron pot. At this moment, something was cooking inside. That thing looked very viscous, and along with the fire, it rolled around with a gurgling sound. When the fire under the stove was gradually extinguished, the old monk took out a pot and 2 crude big bowls from the wooden cabinet next to the stove. Using his withered hand, which only had bones left, he picked up the small iron pot and poured the viscous liquid into the pot. Then, he took out several bottles and jars from the wooden cabinet, and took out some ordinary-looking ingredients and put them into the pot. The old monk picked up the pot, and slightly shook it a few times. Unexpectedly, some yellowish liquid was poured out from the pot. When the 2 big bowls were filled, the old monk carefully picked up a bowl and handed it to Xiaohua, and said, "This is my Snowy Mountains special butter tea, try it." This thing was this poor monk's favorite 10 years ago. In recent years, in order to maintain this poor monk's body, I haven't used it for a long time. Since you've come today, this poor monk will also satisfy this craving. Xiaohua smelled the aroma of the butter tea, and there was a strong meaty smell inside. He was quite unhappy in his heart, but when he heard the old monk's words, his heart was slightly sour. Respectfully taking the big bowl, Xiaohua said, "This poor monk thanks Elder. Thank Elder for guarding this place for more than 90 years. Finished speaking, Xiaohua raised the big bowl and drank the butter tea into his stomach. A warm feeling came from his stomach, and even more so from the bottom of his heart. The old monk naturally didn't have Xiaohua's good appetite. He only drank half of it, but he couldn't drink any more. With a sigh, he put the big bowl on the stove, looked at it with some regret, and said with a bitter smile, "After not drinking for so many years, this poor monk is afraid that he can't drink any more." Xiaohua's eyebrows jumped, and he said with a smile, "If you didn't meet me, then it would have been fine. But since you let me come to Shaoling Long Temple." At this point, Xiaohua hurriedly shut his mouth. He didn't dare to say anything else. It seemed that before this, as long as he had the intention, there wouldn't be a good outcome for anyone who took the rejuvenation pill. And the old monk in front of him was already on the verge of death. Xiaohua couldn't guarantee that his rejuvenation pill would be effective on him. The old monk didn't listen to Xiaohua's words at all, nor did he look at Xiaohua. He immediately said, "Buddha wants to thank a lot of people, this poor monk is only one of them. Shaoling Long Temple has been built for 9,999 years. If we wait another 9 days, then it will be 10,000 years. This poor monk doesn't even know how many generations Shaoling Long Temple has passed down. Only the Bodhi tree outside Shaoling Long Temple was planted when Shaoling Long Temple was built. It has witnessed the wind and frost of Shaoling Long Temple for 10,000 years. Xiaohua was shocked again. He looked left and right at the dark room. He really didn't expect that this ordinary temple, without any Buddhist formations or Buddhist lights, would have such a long history. "Buddha Lord, please follow this poor monk." The old monk didn't even lift his eyelids. He slowly walked out of the small hut and walked to the left side of the main hall. He pushed the door and the door opened with a click. There were more than 10 cabinets inside which were densely packed with scriptures. Behind these cabinets, there was a tall Buddhist shrine with many Buddhist archives placed inside. The old monk pointed and said, "This is my Shaoling Long Temple scripture pavilion. Buddha Lord, in the future, you must read the scriptures here word by word. In my Buddhist sect, although divine abilities are important, the Dharma is the most important." This. Xiaohua wryly smiled and opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to answer. He really came to ask for directions and wanted to know where he wanted to go. He really didn't come to be the future Buddha Lord and didn't want to read any Buddhist scriptures in this Shaolin Long Temple. The old monk didn't wait for Xiaohua to say more. He reached out and closed the door of the main hall. Then, he brought Xiaohua to the right side of the main hall and pushed the door open. There was a thick pagoda in the main hall. This pagoda didn't have any Buddhist lights and even looked a bit rough and simple. Moreover, it looked very strange. Layers of railings and stairs were built outside of the pagoda. This is my Shaolin Long Temple's pagoda. Since the establishment of Shaolin Long Temple, all of the disciples' relics are here. After this poor monk passes away, a relic will be left behind. Buddha Lord can place this poor monk's relic on top of it and this pagoda will be complete. Every day, we will chant and pray for Buddha Lord's arrival. These relics are filled with our willpower. When Buddha Lord achieves enlightenment, they will be of great use. The old monk's tone was as calm as water. He pointed at the pagoda and spoke in a very natural manner. It was as if these relics were the butter tea that Xiaohua used earlier and not the true fruits that Buddhist disciples refined for dozens of years. I hope that everyone can read it for free. In addition, fellow Taoist Xian Qing has also written a book called Seeking Venerables in the Nine Heavens. Although it is just the beginning, I know that writing a book is not easy, so I hope everyone can support me. I thank everyone on behalf of fellow Taoist Xian Qing. Chapter 3396. Xiaohua smiled wryly. Back on the Dawn Rain continent, he had seen the visions of the Tusita heaven and the Kiliacosm of worlds, and knew that the exquisite Leaf Sutra was a technique cultivated by the future Buddhist Lord. But he had never considered becoming the future Buddhist Lord, nor could he ever have guessed that in the great snowy mountain, in the exquisite Leaf Temple, there would be so many monks waiting for him to come. Not only would they pray to him every day, but they would also hand over their sariras after they died. Xiaohua was even more aware that although these relics all carried their own karma, they all had a common obsession. Therefore, if he wanted to achieve the Buddha fruit of the future Buddha Lord, swallowing these relics would definitely be beneficial to him and not harmful to him. However, could Xiaohua swallow these sariras? The old monk seemed to have seen through Xiaohua's thoughts. Of course, it was more likely that he had already prepared the wording, helping the Buddha Lord to achieve enlightenment is our obsession. Moreover, if the Buddha Lord achieves enlightenment, the sariras will merge with the Buddha Lord. It will also be of great benefit to us. Buddha Lord doesn't need to think too much. Okay, Xiaohua nodded, but he didn't make a decision in his heart. Seeing Xiaohua nod, the old monk closed the door again. He walked to the front of the main hall and looked at the closed door. The future Buddha Lord hasn't come yet. The main hall of my exquisite temple doesn't worship incense. It only opens the door at the end of the year. Now that the Buddha Lord has finally come to the exquisite temple, it's the day when the main hall of my exquisite temple opens. From now on, all the tantric temples in the Pure Land can worship incense. Tantric? Xiaohua was stunned. He thought of his Buddha seal catalogue. Wasn't that thing from Tantric? I'm afraid the Buddha Lord hasn't shaved his head, and he doesn't have a certificate or a Dharma name, right? The old monk looked at the closed door with some excitement and whispered something. Indeed. Xiaohua didn't deny and replied. The Buddha Lord's Dharma name doesn't need to be based on seniority. The seniors of my exquisite temple said that the future Buddha Lord's Dharma name is what it is. The Buddha Lord's name is Bodhi, so his Dharma name is Bodhi. The old monk continued, however, this Dharma name is used before the Buddha Lord attains karma. After attaining karma, he can only be called Namo Dang Lai Xia Maithreya. At this point, the old monk seemed to have thought of something. His walnut-like wrinkles rippled with joy. It's the fortune of my 9 lifetimes to be able to shave the future Buddha Lord's head and introduce him to Buddhism. I will definitely attain karma in my next life and become Namo Maithreya. Seeing the happiness on this old monk's face, Xiaohua's heart gives birth to a kind of reverence. This was a joy that came from the bottom of his heart, a sublimation of his faith. Just like the Seven Sons Monastery's Dao Shan, when he saw the leftover porridge in his mouth fall into the mouths of the beggars, he would feel blessed. Every day, when he lit the incense on the wooden tablets in the main hall of the Seven Sons Monastery, he would feel that this was a sign of the Taoist sect. Shanzai, Amitba. Xiaohua felt the same in his heart and bowed. When the old monk heard Xiaohua recite the name of Buddha, he felt comfortable no matter how he heard it. He stretched out his hand and was about to push open the door of the hall. However, just as his finger touched the door, he retracted it and very naturally patted his extremely wrinkled forehead. He seemed to be muttering to himself again, you see, this poor monk is really old. The Buddha Lord is going to shave his head today, so naturally he has to make some preparations. First of all, the worries of the mortal fetus on his head must be removed. Next, the Buddha Lord needs to bathe and change clothes. Elder. Xiaohua smiled and said, this one, Buddha Lord. Unexpectedly, the old monk's ears were very sharp. Xiaohua just opened his mouth and waved his hand, saying, the word this one is used by laymen to express humility. The Buddha Lord has not yet shaved his head, so he can call himself that. However, after shaving his head, he can no longer call himself that. This elder, this poor monk is also unworthy of this title. If you call me old monk, this poor monk is already very satisfied. However, all monks call themselves monks, poor monks, and so on. The Buddha Lord will definitely attain Buddha fruit in the future, so you can't be so humble. Calling yourself this one or just me is also good. Me? Xiaohua was somewhat confused, isn't this a common way of calling yourself? The old monk smiled and said, the Buddha Lord really hasn't shaved his head, so you don't know much about Buddhism. The Buddhist scriptures that my exquisite temple has collected over the generations, the Buddha Lord must consider every word carefully. Yes, this one knows. Xiaohua readily accepted, unwilling to make this old monk unhappy. Hearing this, the old monk slightly nodded and pointed outside the temple, saying, let's go, Buddha Lord. This poor monk will take you to the warm water by the mountain stream to wash up. We'll talk while walking. Elder, don't leave the temple. Right now, the sky is filled with wind and snow, it's very inconvenient. Xiaohua hurriedly said, Elder, you only need to tell me the location. Alas, fine. The old monk lowered his head and looked at his hands and feet, saying with a bitter smile, this poor monk's eyes are blurred, my hands and feet don't listen to my orders. To be able to see the Buddha Lord on the last day is already a blessing. To speak of serving the Buddha Lord, this poor monk's strength is truly beyond my reach. The more the old monk spoke, the more fluent the Tibetan immortal continent's language became. Many words popped out. It was clear that in these 90 years, he had put in a lot of effort in this aspect. Although the old monk didn't need to send Xiaohua down, the old monk still insisted on sending him to the temple's entrance. He even said while walking, the Buddha said that the Immeasurable Life Sutra said, thus, the small king scattered. Heard that the great king's wife had a wife. Came to congratulate her. Brought gold, silver, precious treasures, clothes, and the fragrance of flowers. Respectfully offered tribute and praised. Immeasurable wife. Raised hands to welcome. Didn't want to trouble. Since the wife. Heaven offers the taste of the masses. Nourishes the essence. Naturally full. Didn't serve the imperial chef. October was over. The crown prince was born. On the 7th of April. The wife went out. Past the refugee tree. Flowers bloomed. When the star came out. The wife climbed the branch. Fell to the ground from the right side. Walked 7 steps. Raised hands. Heaven and earth. Only I am honored. The three realms are suffering. I should be at ease. At the same time, heaven and earth moved. 3,000 great thousand karmic earth. All were enlightened. The four kings of Xiaofan, along with the officials of the dragon ghosts and deities, Asuran. All came with guards. There were the Dragon King brothers. 1 Garuda. 2 Garudas. The left rain warm water. The right rain cold spring. Xiaofan Mo wrapped the heavenly clothes. Heavenly rain and the fragrance of flowers. Playing the zither and drum music. Burning incense. Pounding the fragrance of flowers. Void side fortress. The first Buddha of the Buddhist sect was born with the words only I am honored in heaven and earth. Although the Buddhist sect hasn't achieved fruition yet, and hasn't even shaved, the word I is worthy of it. The old monk recited the Buddhist sutra as if he was familiar with it. He even slowly explained it to Xiaohua. Naturally, there was a lot of Sanskrit mixed in. Xiaohua listened as if he didn't understand, but this only I am honored in heaven and earth was clearly heard. Good. Xiaohua said with a smile. This seat understands. Many thanks for elders' teachings. Namu Maitreya Buddha. At this point, the two also arrived outside the temple. Although the outside of the temple was completely different from the inside of the temple, the old monk didn't see it at all. He very naturally pointed to a place and said, 999 feet under the Bodhi tree, there is a pool bestowed by Buddha. My Shaolin Long Temple's disciples all bathe and shave there. Yes, elder, please return. After this seat has bathed, I will return to the temple. Xiaohua followed the old monk's finger. His Buddhist awareness swept over and immediately saw the location of the pool. He hurriedly said to the old monk. The old monk's eyes were still turbid. He looked left and right, not knowing whether he saw Xiaohua or not, but he said, yes, this poor monk will go prepare a monk robe for Buddha Lord. This item is also something my Shaolin Long Temple has prepared. After Buddha Lord bathes, change clothes and shave. Then, when Xiaohua heard about shave, his heart jumped. He hurriedly asked, Elder, the Buddhist precepts, Buddha Lord, rest assured. The old monk had already prepared the words. His dry mouth cracked open and he said with a smile, Buddha Lord came from afar. Naturally, you don't know the precepts of my tantric sect. My tantric sect is different from other sections. We don't prohibit meat and fish, marriage. Buddha Lord, rest assured. Tantric sect doesn't prohibit anything. Besides, you are the future Buddha Lord. Don't you have the final say in all the rules and prohibitions? That's good, that's good. Xiaohua was slightly relieved. He immediately thought of the butter tea the old monk just drank. There was a meat and fish taste in it. After speaking, Xiaohua's feet produced auspicious clouds and he landed toward the pool. The old monk unexpectedly didn't know. He still said with a smile, my tantric sect is a small branch of Buddhism. We only worship the future Buddha Lord. These precepts were set by Buddha Lord Tathagata. How can we follow them? I won't hide it from Buddha Lord. In the past, this poor monk also had a relationship with the secular world. It's just that it's been too long and there's no news about it. The old monk said a few more words. Seeing that no one answered, he knew that Xiaohua had already left. He slowly turned around and walked toward the main hall of the temple. Just as the old monk was about to push open the door, his body suddenly leaned against the door. As the door opened, the old monk's body fell to the ground again. After half a meal's time, the old monk's body shook a few times. He then slowly climbed up from the ground. He turned his head left and right and sensed that he was in the main hall. A trace of tears slowly flowed down from his turbid eyes. He then walked to the only shabby praying mat in the main hall. He knelt down and kowtowed to the incense table. He whispered, "Namo Maitreya Buddha, this disciple's life is coming to an end. Only a few people will know about this disciple's life. This disciple disdains others to know about this disciple. It's fine as long as Buddha Lord can see it clearly. This disciple shaved his head when he was young and has accompanied Buddha Lord for more than 90 years. Since Master returned to the West, this exquisite temple has been guarded by this disciple alone. After more than 60 years, this disciple has finally seen Buddha Lord's body in this life. This disciple's lifelong wish has been achieved. My exquisite temple's mission can be considered completed. This disciple knows that this disciple should be assisting Buddha Lord's body in reading Buddhist scriptures. In the end, this disciple will accompany Buddha Lord on his journey. But this disciple is unworthy. This disciple can no longer endure the laziness of this body. I don't want to stay in this world anymore. Namo Maitreya Buddha, this disciple sincerely asks for Buddha Lord's forgiveness. This disciple sincerely asks Buddha Lord to take this disciple back to the Western paradise. Chapter 3397. The old monk's words were close to Sanskrit. Not to mention Xiaohua was not here. Even if Xiaohua was here, he would not be able to hear it clearly. After the old monk kowtowed, he shakily walked out of the main hall and came to a small hut. The hut was very simple. There were only a few old wooden cabinets. The old monk fumbled around in the cabinets and took out a black wooden box. After opening it, there were more than 10 boxes inside. Most of these boxes were empty. Only the bottommost boxes had a few thumb-sized black beads. The old monk stretched out his shriveled finger and took out a black bead. He slowly put it in his mouth, but after hesitating for a moment, he put it back into the box. His turbid eyes seemed to be staring at a certain place in the air. After a moment of pause, he picked up the bead again. After a few times, the old monk finally put the bead back into the box. His mouth trembled as he whispered, "Namo Maitreya Buddha, disciple asks Buddha for forgiveness." After saying that, he closed the wooden box and put it back into the wooden cabinet. Then he slowly walked out of the hut. Xiaohua naturally did not know that Tantric Buddhism had always thrived in the snowy mountains. Their living environment was the most bitter and cold. In order to reproduce, in order to cultivate Buddhism, it was impossible for them to forbid meat and marriage. Xiaohua wanted to refine Buddhism's cultivation method and become the future Buddha Lord. It seemed that only by shaving his head and becoming a monk could he truly learn the true essence of Buddhism. In this way, this Tantric Buddhism branch was suitable. Moreover, the exquisite leaf scripture was originally the cultivation method of the future Buddha Lord. This exquisite leaf temple had been waiting for Xiaohua on this snowy mountain for tens of thousands of years. Everything seemed to be a matter of course. However, Xiaohua, who was flying in the air, was actually moving very slowly. He could not help but think in his heart, this Xiao just came to ask for directions. Really, just to ask for directions. I don't have any other thoughts. How could I encounter such a strange thing? Although Xiaohua had already used divination to convince himself in his heart, when he thought about how he was about to become a monk and become the future Buddha Lord, which was more powerful than Guanyin Bodhisattva, he could not help but mutter in his heart. This exquisite leaf temple, it was actually built 10,000 years ago just to wait for this Xiao. 10,000 years ago, even I don't know where I was. Since this Buddhist sect senior from 10,000 years ago already knows of this Xiao, then, does the current Buddhist Lord also know of this Xiao? Besides, although I've been expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect, I'm still a genuine disciple of the Tao sect. What's the point of shaving my head? Even Frost Bamboo didn't really shave his head to become a monk, right? Xiaohua had already thought of this before, but now, he couldn't help but think about it carefully. This was because the thought of running away in Xiaohua's heart was growing stronger and stronger. If he wasn't soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see the old monk's sincerity, he would have already run away in a sorry state. The key point was that Xiaohua didn't want to hurt the old monk's heart, and even more, he didn't want to fail to live up to the painstaking efforts and expectations of who knows how many generations of Shaolin Long Temple's abbots over the past 10,000 years. Xiaohua really wants to run away. The temptation of Exquisite Leaf Temple is too great. Not only are there Buddhist scriptures and secret techniques of the Buddhist sect, there are also so many relics. If Xiaohua has these things, the cultivation of the Buddhist sect will definitely skyrocket. However, although Xiaohua is greedy, he still can't bear to blacken his heart to such an extent when it comes to the painstaking efforts of others over the past 10,000 years. He uses his own false thoughts to swindle others and swindle them to pretend to be some future Buddhist lord. Go? Or not go? Xiaohua's heart was still wavering even when he flew above the hot spring. To go or not to go is really a difficult problem, making it hard for him to make a decision. The hot spring in front of him is several zhang in size. It is on the side of the cliff between Exquisite Leaf Temple and the foot of the mountain. The hot spring is filled with steam, melting all the snowflakes that originally fell into the hot spring into threads of water. The threads of water slowly fall down and merge into the unceasingly rolling water surface, disappearing in a moment. The water of the hot spring is azure. Between the rolling water, it is like a boiling crystal. Near the hot spring, there are many spiritual herbs, swaying under the steam of the hot spring. Further away from the hot spring, and several zhang above the hot spring, there are piles of several feet of snow. The white of the snow and the blue of the hot spring complemented each other. It looks very pleasing to the eye, like a brilliant green bead inlaid in a white jade. Wonderful! Xiaohua is vexed. Seeing such a refreshing scenery, he unconsciously claps his hands and praises. Then, looking at the clear hot spring, he really has the impulse to take a bath. Let's go and wash, perhaps my mind can calm down a bit. Xiaohua's figure descended. Standing at the edge of the hot spring, he shook his head, as if he wants to shake off the depression in his heart. Roar! At this moment, a tiger's roar suddenly came from the distant mountain path. Then, a gust of wind blew, causing Xiaohua to wrinkle his brows. When he raised his eyes to look, at the foothills of the mountain about several zhang away, a white tiger of several feet in size stepped on the snow and rushed over. Wherever its four hooves passed, huge plum blossoms fell on the snow one after another. Humph! Seeing that it is just an ordinary white tiger and has not become a spirit, why would Xiaohua be afraid? He also didn't release any pressure or Buddhist sense. He only stood there and coldly watched. Who would have thought that the white tiger would fiercely rush over? Its fierce and dignified tiger eyes swept over Xiaohua. It only stared at him for a moment, then unexpectedly shook its head and wagged its tail as it walked to the other side of the hot spring. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed several stalks of spirit grass growing on the side of the hot spring. Then, it used its claws to wipe its big mouth. Like a cat, it rolled a few times on the other side of the hot spring. Then, it stuck out its tongue and licked a dozen or so drops of congealed hot spring water on the spirit grass on the left side. Then, it actually roared a few times at Xiaohua. It cheerfully explored some kind of rhythmic pace and quickly walked away. Xiaohua, who was standing at the edge of the hot spring, was somewhat stupefied. In his eyes, these ferocious beasts, which one of them wasn't vicious? Which one of them didn't pounce on a person when they saw him? Which one of them didn't want to feast on a cultivator's blood essence? This white tiger in front of him, could it be that its nature has changed? It doesn't eat meat anymore. It doesn't want to drink blood anymore. Paradise! Paradise! Suddenly, Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened. A person's paradise naturally has no sorrows, no worries, and no worries about life and death. Although there might not be such an extreme paradise under the Buddhist sect, beasts don't eat humans, and humans don't eat meat. I'm afraid it's possible to achieve one or two. If the Buddhist sect really has such a great ability, then what can I do even if I shave? Xiaohua had heard a lot of Taoist slander about the Buddhist sect on the Xiaoyu continent and the hidden immortal continent. He also saw the Confucian cultivator's disdain for the Buddhist sect, and even more so, he saw Frost Bamboo's cunning and Xing Chen's hypocrisy. He already had a prejudice against the Buddhist sect in his heart. Now that he suddenly saw the old monk's piety and the white tiger's obedience, he couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. He even had the thought of using other people's stones to polish jade. But when it came to the crucial moment, shave, there was still a knot in his heart. What he wanted was the Buddhist sect's cultivation method, not the Arhat's cultivation method. But if he didn't shave, he wouldn't be able to obtain the Buddhist scriptures and secret techniques of the exquisite temple. Of course, Xiaohua could also obtain the Buddhist scriptures and secret techniques from other places, but hadn't the exquisite temple's Buddhist scriptures and secret techniques been waiting for him for 10,000 years? How could Xiaohua not feel conflicted? Xiaohua, who was struggling in his heart, took off his clothes and fell into the pool with a plop. The temperature of the pool was just right, and the depth of the pool was just right. Xiaohua, who poked his head out of the pool, let out a long sigh. A kind of comfort that came from the surface of his body slowly seeped into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Along with this kind of comfort, Xiaohua's soul felt like it was about to fly out. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the mist lingering in the air. Xiaohua's mind was completely blank. This blankness only lasted for a moment. Suddenly, Xiaohua's body shook. His slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and a light green brilliance appeared between his eyebrows. It instantly covered his entire body, and then rushed into the pool and into the stone wall of the snowy mountain. Xiaohua's opened eyes gave birth to a kind of clarity. That clarity was like a clear mirror pouring water over Xiaohua's heart. Not only did Xiaohua's eyes seem to have torn away a thin layer of gauze, even his heart seemed to have torn away all the filth, and his heart became much brighter. What's going on? Xiaohua was greatly shocked. This Zhao's Dao foundation hasn't stabilized yet. Could it be that it's the effect of forming a nascent soul? Xiaohua, Xiaohua. While he was puzzled, a faint voice sounded in his mind. This voice was filled with joy, and even carried a trace of trembling. Hearing it, Xiaohua felt his heart tremble. Who is it? Xiaohua was stunned. If it was Little Yellow or Little Black, they wouldn't call him. Moreover, they would only talk to him in his mind after entering the space. Little White? Xiaohua even took a moment to wake up. After all, Little White almost never took the initiative to communicate with him. Today was the first time. Almost without thinking, Xiaohua hurriedly rushed his mind to the mysterious dark clouds. At this time, the mysterious dark clouds were different from before. Now, not only were the heavenly marks and earth deeds deeply engraved on the surface of the mysterious dark clouds, the green aura entwining the heavenly might had become much denser. Above this green aura, there were many golden threads. These golden threads would overflow from time to time within the green aura, flickering with the intensity of the green aura as if they were breathing. In addition, the lightning between the heavenly marks and earth deeds had also become much thicker. Those broken threads were even more connected, strand after strand. Some were dense, some were thin, but each strand seemed to have endless power. Last time, Xiaohua had already tested the powerful aura of the Great Desolate Era within these broken threads. Now that the broken threads were so complete, how could Xiaohua dare to try again? Quickly come in. Little White urged again from within the mysterious dark clouds. Xiaohua, who was standing outside of the mysterious dark clouds, could sense Little White's urgent breathing and dragon roar. Chapter 3398. Jade Archive. Xiaohua was even more surprised. If Xiao Bai's soul cultivation had improved, Xiao Bai would definitely not be so excited. There must be some kind of mutation in the ninth heaven of Lingyuan. When Jade Archive Xiao Hua flew into the mysterious dark clouds, the lightning on the surface of the dark clouds flashed, and the broken threads also swayed. The difference was that Xiao Hua deliberately avoided the aura of desolation, but it still uncontrollably attacked Jade Archive Xiao Hua. Of course, Jade Archive Xiao Hua did not care about these attacks at this time. His figure disappeared into the mysterious dark clouds. When he flew into the Yingshi sky, he saw that the whole Yingshi sky was brilliant. Thousands of green seal characters sometimes gathered and sometimes dissipated. When they dissipated, each green seal character was like a speck of particles. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning swayed between these particles. When they gathered, they emitted a power that shook the earth and mountains. The huge mountains and rivers were faintly discernible, just like a boundless world. Good, Jade Archive Xiao Hua could not help but praise, looking up at the sky above the Yingshi sky. Previously, Xiao Bai had said that there was a seal on the upper level of the Yingshi sky, which made Xiao Hua depressed for a long time. Later, Xiao Bai said that he was wrong. Now, it seemed that Xiao Bai must have made a new discovery. When the Jade Archive Xiao Hua flew past the countless soul threads that resembled a jade-green ocean, an incomparably huge dragon body was coiled in the sky above the jade-green ocean. Above the jade-green ocean, there was an enormous grayish-black dark cloud that was as heavy as a mountain. This dark cloud seemed to be connected to the surface of the mysterious dark cloud. There was lightning and broken threads. The only thing missing was the heavenly runes and earth deed of the heavenly might. These dark clouds were also like solidified waves. A terrifying aura was emitted from the inside. Even Jade Archive Xiao Hua could not help but feel a chill. This. Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at the dark clouds with some surprise. This should be the fifth layer of the ninth heaven of Lingyuan, the channel formation sky. But why was this layer so different from the other four layers? Fellow Taoist, please follow me. The Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua appeared next to the Jade Archive Xiao Hua. After raising his hand in salute, he flew towards the dark clouds. Puzzled, Jade Archive Xiao Hua followed Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua into the sky. Before long, they had reached the edge of the dark cloud, where there was an enormous space. This space was gray and misty, and strands of dark green light wandered beneath Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's feet. Large green seal characters were constantly bursting out from within the light. Oh! This is the same as the previous fourth heaven. Jade Archive Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something. He nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist, what you mean is that outside these dark clouds is the condensed meridian sky? Then what are these dark clouds?" Even as he spoke, Whitey's enormous draconic body flew over. Green light flashed around its body, and a Xiao Hua that looked exactly like the Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua appeared in front of him. "You?" Jade Archive Xiao Hua was stunned. It seemed that Whitey had never transformed into his original appearance. How could it do so today? Jade Archive Xiao Hua couldn't help but cry out, "How can you transform into I's appearance? You're a soul. Not an ordinary body." Heh. Xiao Hua's smile was far more brilliant than the Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's. Proud and excited, he shouted, "Xiao Hua. Of course this poor Taoist knows that. Not only are people's souls different, but it's also impossible for two identical souls to exist in this world. Furthermore, this poor Taoist isn't a human, and his soul is even more different from a human's. There's no way this poor Taoist can take on a human form that looks exactly like you. But I can transform into you now. Also, look at him, doesn't he look a little different from before?" With that, Whitey pointed at Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua. When Jade Archive Xiao Hua's gaze fell on Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's face, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's rigid face suddenly blinked at Whitey, and then the corner of his mouth slightly rose, unexpectedly smiling. Ah! Jade Archive Xiaohua was stunned. Smiling bitterly, he cupped his hands toward Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and said, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Now you're even more like I, fellow Taoist. What kind of medicine are you selling in your gourd? Why are you still hiding it from I?" Heh heh. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua laughed and said to Whitey, "This is all thanks to fellow Taoist. You should ask him. Hurry up and transform back." Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at Whitey, who was winking at him, and helplessly scolded, "You are you, I am me. Is it fun for you to transform into my appearance?" "Ha ha ha, yes, it's fun." Little White Xiaohua laughed heartily. He pulled Jade Archive Xiaohua's hand and said, "Come with me, I'll show you something interesting." After transforming into Xiaohua, Whitey's personality seemed to have changed. He was much more quick-witted than before, which made Jade Archive Xiaohua quite happy. The three identical Xiaohus flew over the mountain like dark clouds and arrived at a very ordinary place. Whitey smiled and said, "Xiaohua, take a look. What's different about this place?" Jade Archive Xiaohua looked left and right, but couldn't see anything different. Shaking his head, he said, "I can't see anything different." "Huh, I knew it. He definitely can't see it." Whitey laughed and clapped his hands, looking at Soul Cultivator Xiaohua. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua said unhappily, "If I can't see it, he can't see it either." Soul Cultivator Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a strand of soul flew out of his mouth. Whoosh! A dark green light flashed, and a dozen or so strands of soul came out of the dark cloud. "Xiaohua, come with this poor Taoist and take a look." Whitey rushed over and landed right in the middle of the soul strands. Its entire body once again transformed into its dragon form. As soon as the soul strands were retracted, Whitey immediately disappeared into the dark clouds. The lightning and the broken strands did not stop it. "Oh." Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and asked, "Can it be that we can only enter through these soul threads? Are the other places the same?" Soul Cultivator Xiaohua nodded. "That's right. Whitey has been hovering under the dark clouds for many days, and only then did he discover the secret inside. You'll know everything once you enter." "Okay." Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't ask any more questions. His body floated up and landed in the middle of the soul threads. The soul threads were like antennae, and Jade Archive Xiaohua immediately entered the dark clouds. The surface of the dark clouds was the same as the layers of the 9 heavens of spirit origin. They were all made of soul threads, but the soul threads here were somewhat black and mixed with lightning. When Jade Archive Xiaohua passed through the surface of the dark clouds, his vision turned dark. This place was different from the 9 heavens of spirit origin. However, when Jade Archive Xiaohua looked up again, there was a faint light of the moon and stars in the darkness. Borrowing this light, Jade Archive Xiaohua saw that this was a curved space. "Xiaohua, come up." Whitey's voice came from the top of the space. Jade Archive Xiaohua obeyed and flew up. It was very strange. This space was different from the 9 heavens of spirit origin. One didn't need to rely on the depth of a soul cultivator to fly high. Moreover, as Xiaohua flew higher, the space around him became bigger and bigger. After flying for a while, Jade Archive Xiaohua still couldn't see Whitey's figure. However, waves of coldness inexplicably emerged from the surroundings. This coldness was like a cold wind blowing on Jade Archive Xiaohua's body, making his muscles and bones weak. Moreover, after flying for a while, Jade Archive Xiaohua felt even more limp and numb, making Jade Archive Xiaohua feel very uneasy. "How is it?" Whitey's dragon body appeared about 10 zhang above Xiaohua's head. "Do you feel like you're going to be blown away?" "Indeed." Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't hide it. "If I fly any higher, I won't be able to bear it. Look at that place again. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua also flew up and pointed his finger at a distant place. In the night sky, which looked like the mouth of a well, there were two faint green lights. One was like a half moon, the other half was blocked by the edge of the night sky, and the other half was a complete star shape. Spirit, looking at the moon shape in the distance, Jade Archive Xiaohua felt something and nodded. This is the green seal character, Spirit. That's also the green seal character, Spirit. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua didn't find it strange. He pointed at the green seal character that looked like a star and said, "This should also be one of the 9 heavens of spirit origin, but I don't know why it's so strange." "It's more than strange." Whitey hurriedly said, "It's simply strange." "Oh right, Xiaohua, do you remember when I told you that your meridian condensing heaven might be sealed?" I naturally remember." Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. "At that time, I had a feeling of oppression, an intuition that I couldn't break through the barrier between the 2 heavens. But I could. I tested it a little with him and found that although there was an extremely oppressive feeling, the barrier between the 2 heavens could still be broken through. That's why I told you that I was wrong." "Indeed." Jade Archive Xiaohua seemed to have understood what Whitey wanted to say and nodded with a smile. "But when I followed him to the meridian condensing heaven, there was this dark cloud above our heads. All the oppressive, dense, and sealed feeling from before came from this dark cloud." Whitey explained again, "I stayed here with him for a long time, but I couldn't find the secret inside. Therefore, he went to cultivate and comprehend the bone joints, and I searched here. I don't believe that there's something in this world that I don't know." Whitey's eye was extremely similar to Xiaohua's. Jade Archive Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. "But, I searched for a long time, but I couldn't find it. But just a few days ago, the entire dark cloud suddenly boiled and swelled, and an extremely bright light of the stars and the moon came from the place where we came in." Little White said proudly, "As such, I hurriedly flew over and found that there was a crack there. Just as I arrived, the crack started to shrink, and by the time he arrived, the crack had already disappeared, and not a single hole could be seen. Fortunately, he could use the soul strands to guide the soul strands out, and when I touched those soul strands, my whole body immediately shrank and was pulled in. After I came in and was illuminated by the light of the stars and the moon, I could transform into your appearance." Chapter 3399. I can also smile now. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua also said with a smile. Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned as he listened, then looked up at the 2 spirit characters in the sky. He seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice, "Previously, I remembered that there was a saying of 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls in this world, but when it comes to soul cultivators, there are only 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls left. The 9 heavens of spirit origin has 9 layers, and this layer is probably the hidden layer, right? There are 2 spirit characters in this layer of heaven, which should be the 2 characters of yin and yang. It should be called the yin-yang spirit sky. This layer of heaven has stars all over the sky, so it's also very good to call it Star Splendor Heaven." Soul Cultivator Xiaohua suggested again. Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't care about the name of this layer of heaven, but he asked curiously, "However, within the 6 heavens of spirit soul, there are 50 green seal characters in each layer. Why is there only one in this layer of heaven? Could it be that this is one of the 12 missing green seal characters?" Soul Cultivator Xiaohua also frowned. "I'm afraid so." Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. "This spirit character is not simple. When Little White arrived here, he could use his spirit to transform into a spirit soul, and fellow Taoist also has a spirit. As for just now, I also felt as if I was enlightened. The reason why my human race is the spirit of all living things is probably because of this double spirit sky, right? Extremely so. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua said with a smile, others who cultivate the 9 heavens of spirit origin can't see the situation of each layer of heaven, so they naturally can't sense this star splendor heaven. As for our opportunity, Little White really found this place based on his feelings. That's right, it's an opportunity. Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed. The vibration just now was probably because I advanced to the nascent soul stage and caused a phenomenon in the sky. This double spirit sky had its own changes, so Little White discovered something strange, right? This is Xiaohua's opportunity, and also the opportunity of all fellow Taoists. At the same time, it's also I's opportunity. Little White said with a smile, when I flew in, there was a lot of heaven and earth spirit energy, abnormally abundant. Moreover, the starlight in this heaven and earth spirit energy was very bright, flashing like fluctuations. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and said, I formed the nascent soul in my lower dantian and attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The double spirit sky should be able to sense it. However, the soul cultivator Xiaohua said, that day in the void, there were only fluctuations. It was more like the fluctuations attracted the star power, which was why the heaven and earth spirit energy was produced in star splendor heaven, right? Left and right are the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. One of you is called the first stage of the spirit heaven, and the other is called the star splendor heaven. Don't you think it's boring? However, I feel that this place is different from the other heavens. Little White was disdainful of the disagreement between the two and grinned. The bottom of this place is extremely narrow, almost inaudible, and the top is extremely wide, like a tree root deeply rooted in the ground. How can you still call it heaven? Hearing this, Jade Archive Xiaohua thought about the Bodhi tree next to the exquisite temple. Wasn't it made up of many branches twisted together? And how many roots had penetrated into the foothills? Thinking of this, Jade Archive Xiaohua suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said with a smile, if that's the case, why don't we call it spiritual root? No, it's too vulgar. It doesn't sound as good as star splendor heaven. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua immediately objected, besides, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is much more than spiritual light. If you want to call it spiritual root, you have to call it spiritual root. Hearing Soul Cultivator Xiaohua mention the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Jade Archive Xiaohua suddenly became happy again. He clapped his hands and said, what fellow Taoist said is right. Just as I advanced to the nascent soul stage, there was spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. In other words, I can rely on whether or not this place can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then judge whether or not others can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then judge whether or not they can cultivate my Tao sex cultivation method. Fellow Taoist, if this place isn't called spiritual root, then what is it called? Forget it, do as you wish. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua couldn't stand Jade Archive Xiaohua said, you have the final say. If you call it spiritual root, then it is spiritual root. If you call it spiritual aura heaven, then it is spiritual aura heaven. If you say you can judge whether or not a cultivator can cultivate, then you can judge whether or not others can cultivate. It has nothing to do with I. Don't. Jade Archive Xiaohua pulled Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and said, how does it have nothing to do with you? I am Xiaohua, and you are also Xiaohua. With me, Xiaohua, in this world, who dares to bully and humiliate the Tao sect? You also have a part of the responsibility here. How about this, you carefully think about whether or not you can find a cultivation method to judge whether or not a mortal spiritual root can sense the spiritual aura of heaven and earth. How about it? Here. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua was about to refuse, but looking at Jade Archive Xiaohua's smile that wasn't a smile, he said very dejectedly, all right, since I's soul bridge and that green seal text called Cleansing Heaven and Washing Earth have already been practiced, I will help you take a look. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua bowed and said, when I's nascent soul is formed, I will ask fellow Taoist to go out for a walk. This is what fellow Taoist said. I want to be the first to go out and take a look. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua unexpectedly laughed like a little fox. Jade Archive Xiaohua suddenly had a feeling that he had fallen into a trap. Humph. Jade Archive Xiaohua pretended to snort coldly. How effective is that green seal text of cleansing heaven and washing earth? I will let fellow Taoist know. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua said with a smile, this green seal text is like lightning, thunder, clouds, and rain. It is precisely used to break all the talismans of soul cultivators in the world. If you practice it to a profound level, any kind of imprisonment, any kind of seal can be broken. Good. Jade Archive Xiaohua's face had a slight smile, and he said again, actually, the discovery of spiritual roots doesn't mean anything to you and me, but it has a great impact on the development of the world's Tao. Now that the spiritual aura of heaven and earth has changed greatly in the Dawn Rain continent, all the Tao of disciple selection is ineffective. If we can rely on this spiritual root to select a disciple, you and I will have done a great deed. Yes, I understand. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua seemed to have sensed Jade Archive Xiaohua's displeasure, and he hurriedly said with a smile. Right now, we are only at the spiritual root, so what do the tree trunks, branches, and leaves look like? While Jade Archive Xiaohua and Soul Cultivator Xiaohua were talking, Little White was not interested. It just raised its head to look at the starry sky, looking at the two spirit characters, and muttered to itself, I really want to fly up and take a look. Little White, Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile, since the spirit character is an incomplete green seal text, it must be hidden in a dangerous place. Right now, our cultivation is limited, and it is not enough to get close to the green seal text. In the future, when our cultivation deepens, we will definitely be able to go and take a look one day. Alas! Unexpectedly, Jade Archive Xiaohua's comforting words did not make Little White smile, but instead made it sigh, I actually envy you humans. Just the soul alone contains such a great mystery. I really don't know how you humans obtained the favor of heaven and earth. And my soul doesn't seem to have such a mystery. Little White sigh naturally made Jade Archive Xiaohua think of the debate he had with Ao Shuai and old monster Ji Feng about who was the wisest of all living things. Whether it is a human, a demon, or even a spiritual flower or spiritual grass, they are all the heavenly bell. They all have their own value of existence, and each has its own strengths and weaknesses. Everyone is a spiritual object of heaven and earth, so why should we care about who is the wisest of all living things? Jade Archive Xiaohua could only put it this way. Little White was not like old monster Ji Feng, so Xiaohua could only compromise. Unexpectedly, Little White shook its head slightly and whispered, Xiaohua, you are still wrong. I am wrong? Jade Archive Xiaohua stared blankly, somewhat unable to understand Little White's words. Where did I go wrong? Little White shook its head again and said, I only envy the souls of the human race, envy that the human race has the heavenly bell. But this kind of envy is only envy, and it is limited to the soul. Compared to my demon race, the difference between the human race and my demon race is not just a little bit. To be honest, in my eyes, the human race can only rely on their spirituality to compete with my demon race. Everything else is useless. Sweat, Jade Archive Xiaohua did not expect Little White to be as arrogant as old monster Ji Feng and Ao Shuai. Its tone just now was just jealousy, not envy. He could not help but smile bitterly, my human race, are you still a human? Little White did not wait for Jade Archive Xiaohua to finish speaking, and asked with a smile. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled even more bitterly. Last time when they surrounded the fire dragon's soul essence, Little White already knew too many of his secrets. If he really forced himself to say it, he really could not be considered a complete human. Actually, the most terrifying thing about the human race is their ability to reproduce. Little White looked at Jade Archive Xiaohua, knowing that he had nothing to say, and continued, in my memory, when I first arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge, there were not many people nearby, but what happened later? Although the population of Yellow Flower Ridge had withered, how many people from the secular world would appear within a 1,000-li radius? In my demon race. Ouch, I seem to remember something. At this point, Little White's face changed slightly, and suddenly turned into a huge dragon rolling in the spiritual route, no longer paying attention to Jade Archive Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist, there seems to be an old monk peeping at your bath outside. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua reminded with a smile, you'd better go out quickly, don't let your spring scenery be exposed. Alas, Jade Archive Xiaohua ignored Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's laughter and sighed, you should know the cause of this matter. This old monk wants I to shave my head and become a monk. Although his tantra does not prohibit meat and fish and marriage, I am still a Taoist disciple. How can I become a monk at will? Future Buddha. Just listen to it, it's very arrogant. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua instigated, why don't we play with future Buddha's orthodoxy? Fellow Taoist, you now have so many fellow Taoists. Ouch, that's right. The Jade Archive Xiaohua understood that Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's thoughts were exactly what he was thinking. However, because he was thinking too much, he didn't think of these details. This poor Taoist doesn't need to shave his head, but the Buddha Sarira can shave it. That guy originally practiced Buddhism, he should be willing to shave his head, right? Farewell, fellow Taoist. Jade Archive Xiaohua cupped his hands and retreated from the mysterious dark clouds. In front of him was the steaming hot spring in the snow. Xiaohua was hesitating whether to escape or not, but he found the mystery of the spiritual route in the mysterious dark clouds, which delayed him. Now that the old monk of Exquisite Temple chased after him, how could he still have the face to escape? However, with the Buddha Sarira as a scapegoat, Xiaohua did not mind becoming a monk once. Chapter 3400. Looking at the old monk who was holding a strange yellow monk robe, Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. Just now, he had been talking nonsense with Little White about the spirits of all living things. In fact, as a human, the most difficult thing for a demon to reach was the human heart. Only with a heart could one be benevolent, righteous, and virtuous. Only then could one have no regrets for one's faith. This kind of human nature was something that demons would never understand. From the Exquisite Temple to this pool, Xiaohua only needed to fly. However, Xiaohua also knew that along the way, not to mention the slippery snow and rugged mountain roads, even with the old monk's turbid eyes, it was already extremely difficult for him to reach this pool from the Exquisite Temple. Not to mention, the old monk's clothes were already covered in snow. Xiaohua didn't know how long he had been standing here. However, the old monk's arms were very calm as he held the robe. The yellow hat was placed on top of the robe, and a string of prayer beads was placed beside the hat. His eyes were calmly looking forward. They had already passed through the water vapor and landed outside the cliff. From those turbid eyes, Xiaohua could see the old monk's conviction and persistence. Although Xiaohua didn't say anything, he believed that Xiaohua was bathing in the pool. Facing such a heavy trust, Xiaohua felt a rare kind of nervousness. It was as if this was a kind of responsibility. This responsibility made Xiaohua feel even more restrained and uneasy than when he faced the strange insect in the void. "Elder, please wait a moment. I will come up right away." Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment. He used his hand to lift up the hot water in the pool and symbolically washed his body a few times. "Buddhist Lord, don't be anxious," a smile flashed across the old monk's extremely old face. He said, "Carefully bathing and washing away the dust in the body is also cleansing the mind. Using a pure mind is the foundation of Buddhism. Buddhist lord spent so much effort and didn't slack off in the slightest. This is truly worthy of this poor monk's admiration. Sweat. A trace of shame appeared in Xiaohua's heart. He originally wanted to get up, but now he could only be patient and properly wash his body. Although he didn't wash away any dirt, Xiaohua felt that it was a blasphemy to the old monk's lofty faith. Looking at the monk robe in the old monk's hand, Xiaohua waved his hand and the yellow monk robe flew into the air. After casually putting it on, it landed beside the old monk. This poor monk will help Buddha Lord change his clothes. The old monk felt the clothes in his hands fly away. After a while, he finally opened his mouth. Xiaohua wanted to put on his own clothes, but this monk robe was different from a Taoist robe. It was even different from the monk robes Xiaohua had seen before. It was very strange, so he didn't put on any pretense. He smiled and said, "Thank you, elder." When the old monk heard this, he beamed with joy. He looked at Xiaohua with his eyes closed, and his hands trembled as he helped Xiaohua put on his clothes. After half a meal's worth of time, Xiaohua finally put on the monk's robe. When one of his arms came out of the monk's robe, Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at the old monk who had also changed into a new monk's robe and asked, "Elder, you don't have to wear this monk's robe every day, right?" "Buddha Lord, don't worry. This is the Buddha Lord's formal robe. It can only be worn during my tantric sect's major celebrations. There's no need to wear it on ordinary days." The old monk smiled and said, "Moreover, my Shaolin Long Temple's lineage has always been small. When this poor monk passes away, there will only be one Buddha Lord. The Buddha Lord status is honorable. Other than the current Buddha Lord, who else can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Buddha Lord in the past? If the Buddha Lord wants to wear it, he can wear it. No one can stop him. Hee, that's really free and unfettered." Xiaohua smiled. The old monk proudly said, "Of course, my tantric sect has always been an anomaly in the Buddhist sect. In the eyes of others, it is full of mystery." "I understand." Xiaohua smiled. It was funny but also a bit bitter. Just now, when the old monk was changing his clothes, he used his spiritual sense and true qi to check the old monk's meridians and body. He even used the Devil Realms technique to check his blood vessels. Just as the old monk said, the old monk was really at the end of his life. His meridians had long withered, the essence of his body was also dried up. His heart and blood vessels were abnormally old. Everything he did now was based on a kind of belief. The scene of the old monk lying on the ground was definitely not a coincidence. Facing such a body, even Xiaohua's rejuvenation pill was powerless to bring him back to life. Alas, there is a limit to one's strength. It is indeed so. Perhaps only an immortal or a true Buddha Lord can let this old man live until tomorrow. Xiaohua sighed. "Buddha Lord, please. This poor monk can finally shave the Buddha Lord's head." The old monk put his palms together and bowed in a very gratified manner. This is the most glorious moment of this poor monk's life. It is also the moment this poor monk has looked forward to for a lifetime. "Thank you for your trouble, elder." Xiaohua used his monk robe to wrap the old monk. The two of them slowly flew up and flew towards Shaolin Long Temple. Although Xiaohua was afraid that the old monk would not be able to take it and flew extremely slowly, he still landed in front of Shaolin Long Temple's main hall in a moment. Although the old monk could not see clearly, when his feet touched the ground, he felt the familiarity of the surroundings. He was not surprised and said with a smile, "Although Buddha Lord has not shaved his head, he actually has such divine ability. It is truly the fortune of my Tantric Buddhism sect. I do not dare. They are all insignificant das. Compared to elders' cultivation, they are far inferior." Xiaohua did not dare to be too arrogant in front of an old man like Dao Shan. He replied humbly, "This poor monk's cultivation has just begun. It cannot be compared to Buddha Lord who has already cultivated for several lifetimes. Even if Buddha Lord is a senior cultivator in this life and does not understand Buddhism, as long as he enters my Buddhism sect, he will be able to find the good karma and good karma of that day. All Buddhism sects' cultivation can be traced. The old monk's seemingly careless words immediately made Xiaohua feel greatly alarmed in his heart. That's right. Buddhism sect emphasizes reincarnation and cultivation. This hidden immortal continent, this Xiao feels so familiar. Although I have not found Luzhen yet, I have not found Piamiao sect, but perhaps, it is this Xiao's experience from my previous life. Xiaohua's thoughts turned rapidly. Could it be that this Xiao is really, alas, there is always only one truth in this world. Although Xiaohua is already a nascent soul master, he is still so insignificant under the heavenly Tao. He wants to find his own origin from the confusing world of the human world. All kinds of traces, 1,000 layers of fog, always make him unable to find the way back on the wrong path. I know. The old monk raised his hand and pushed open the door of the main hall. He did not ask about Xiaohua's cultivation. He did not even care if Xiaohua was a Confucian cultivator or a Taoist cultivator. Perhaps he already regarded Xiaohua as a lay disciple of Buddhism sect. Buddha Lord, please, the old monk pushed open the door. He did not dare to take half a step forward and said very respectfully. Xiaohua was also not polite and stepped into the main hall. However, he was also somewhat nervous in his heart. He did not know what was inside this main hall. Xiaohua naturally did not enter the main hall of Buddhism sect. However, he saw many Buddhist shrines and Buddha statues in the ruins of Buddhism sect. Even in his memory, there was once a golden statue of Buddha. However, this Shaolin Long Temple was a branch of Tantric Buddhism. Moreover, it was built 10,000 years ago to wait for him, the so-called future Buddha Lord. How could Xiaohua not be curious? The whole main hall was empty, but it was also abnormally clean. Xiaohua raised his eyes and saw a 10-feet golden body. This golden body was abnormally fat, with a bare chest and a very warm smile on its face. What was special was that on both sides of its belly, which was bigger than 10 months of pregnancy. In its left hand was a small bag, and in its right hand was a thick prayer bead. Moreover, this golden body was casually lying there. It was not standing like an ordinary golden body of Buddha Lord. It was also not like when Xiaohua first formed Buddha Sarira with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the earth. This is the future Buddha Lord. Xiaohua saw that the golden body of Buddha inside was not too different from what he had imagined. It was the same as what he had seen in the ruins of Buddhism sect. Unconsciously, his heart was slightly calmed, a kind of inexplicable calmness. In front of the golden body of Buddha, there was only an ordinary incense table. On it, 2 thick red candles were lit. In the middle of the red candles, there was a small fist-sized incense burner. On the incense burner, there were 9 red incense sticks, each as thick as a thumb. The incense burner was not big, so the 9 incense sticks had already completely filled the incense burner. At this time, it should be because the old monk had waited for Xiaohua for too long, the incense sticks had almost burned to the end. In front of the incense table, there were 2 ordinary praying mats. Although they were somewhat old, one of them was particularly worn out. Before the praying mat, there was no Buddhist weapon such as a wooden fish. There was only a small box, half of which was covered by a bright yellow silk. When Xiaohua stopped to look, the old monk had already shakily walked to the praying mat. He knelt on the praying mat, kowtowed, and recited, Namo Maitreya Buddha, disciple kowtows to Buddha. Disciple has waited under the green lamp for nearly 100 years. Now, I finally welcome Buddha Lord's flesh in this life. Disciple is fortunate to be able to shave Buddha Lord's flesh today. May Buddha Lord send down the auspiciousness of 100,000 worlds to bless Buddha Lord's flesh. Disciple is willing to use my broken body to help Buddha Lord cross the tribulation in this life. Immediately, the old monk respectfully kowtowed 9 times with his head on the ground. His mouth was also chanting, and at this time, Xiaofan was once again bewildered. After a full half cup of tea's time, the 9 incense sticks finally burned to the end. The old monk raised his head, put his palms together and said, Namo Maitreya Buddha. Then, he lifted his hand and lifted the silk covering the small box. When he opened the box, there was a bronze mirror and a simple razor inside. The old monk invited the razor out with both hands. He turned around and coughed, Bodhi, I am holding the blade for Buddha Lord today. Are you willing to abandon everything in the secular world and enter my Buddhist sect? Elder. Xiaofan walked to the front. He didn't want to hide anything and said, although I cultivate Buddhist sect's exquisite leaf sutra, I was already a Tao sect disciple before practicing Buddhist sect's cultivation method. Moreover, my cultivation method is very complicated. If I say it, Elder may not believe me. Today, I came from hidden immortal continent, but I want to find a senior monk who knows the method of nirvana. I really came to Shaolin Long Temple to ask for directions. I didn't expect there to be so many surprises waiting for me here. Elder, let me shave my head and respect me as the future Buddha Lord, I can accept it. But this shave matter, just now when I was bathing, I already thought it through. I have already cultivated Buddha's Sarira. Elder, can you let this Buddha's Sarira replace me to shave my head and become a monk? Chapter 3401. Exquisite Leaf Scripture. When the old monk heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. The razor in his hand trembled even more. A series of words came out of his mouth that Xiaofan didn't understand, the same tone as when he was praying. Xiaofan smiled bitterly, Elder, I came from the hidden immortal continent, so I don't understand the language of the Pure Land world. Elder, if you have anything to say, please speak slowly. Namo Maitreya Buddha. The old monk let out a long breath and respectfully asked, this poor monk is really overjoyed. I lost my calm for a moment and let Buddha Lord laugh at me. Although my exquisite leaf temple is waiting for the arrival of the Buddha Lord, and at the same time, we also prepared all the Buddhist scriptures and Buddhist secret techniques for the Buddha Lord, and even offered sariras as offerings, but the exquisite leaf scripture that the Buddha Lord cultivates is not included. The name of this Buddhist scripture is not even recorded in the Buddhist scriptures of the Pure Land world. It is only passed down by word of mouth in my exquisite leaf temple. The Buddha Lord has 9 lifetimes of fate to be able to practice this Buddhist scripture, so naturally, he is indeed the Buddha Lord that my exquisite leaf temple is waiting for. The old monk paused for a moment and took a deep breath as if he was calming himself down. Then, he said, Buddha Lord, you have such an opportunity to cultivate Buddha's Sarira before shaving your head. But how can a Sarira shave your head? What? Buddha. Buddha. Buddha Sariras? Until now, the old monk was shocked as if he had just woken up from a dream. His shriveled lips trembled violently, and he could no longer hold the razor in his hand. He loosened his grip, and the razor fell to the ground. Xiaofan raised his hand, and the razor floated up, flying back to the old monk's hand. Then, a string of words that Xiaofan couldn't understand came out of the old monk's mouth. While speaking, the old monk knelt on the praying mat and kowtowed several times. Looking at the old monk's ecstatic appearance, Xiaohua's heart was both proud and happy. He was willing to bring hope to the old man, no matter how big or small. Seeing that the incense on the incense table was about to go out, Xiaohua hurriedly reminded, Elder, the 9 incense sticks in front of the Buddha are about to go out, it's fine. The old monk said in a relaxed manner, I was worried before the hot spring. I was even prepared to shave Lord Buddha's head before the candles went out. But now I have to shave Buddha's Sarira. Such earthly incense is no longer worthy. Let it burn out slowly. This is all Buddha's arrangement. As if he was afraid that Xiaohua didn't understand, the old monk explained, the razors of the secular world, the incense sticks of the secular world, they are all used to shave the body of a mortal. To shave the body of a true Buddha's sarira, that is something that only the eminent monks who have saved the Buddha's fruit, and even our Buddha has the qualifications to do. The incense sticks are definitely the colored glaze fragrant oil of our Buddha's thunderclap temple, and the razors are also the severing mundane silk of our Buddha's thunderclap temple. Alas, this is all recorded in the Buddhist sect's ancient books. How many people are able to cultivate Buddha's sarira? Since he had cultivated the Buddha's sarira, how could he not have shaved his head? Compared to shaving one's body, shaving one's head for a Buddha's sarira surpasses how much? Lord Buddha has already abandoned his body before entering our Buddhist sect. This is truly worthy of celebration. Hearing this, Xiaohua really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was just being lazy and avoiding it, but it actually coincided with some of the Buddhist sect secrets. He rubbed his nose. He really wanted to tell the old monk that whether it was shaving one's head with a Buddha's sarira or shaving one's body, they were both just shaving. Buddhism equalized all living things, so Buddha's sarira and the body should also be equal. Unfortunately, Xiaohua couldn't say this to the old monk, who was a bit flustered. He could only wait until the old monk calmed down a bit. Or perhaps he wouldn't have the chance to say this to the old monk in this lifetime. This time it took longer than last time. Only then did the old monk's words become orderly. Lord Buddha, if that's the case, Lord Buddha's shave should actually be done in the Thunderclap Temple and personally presided over by the current Lord Buddha. Disciples' cultivation is shallow. If I were to shave Lord Buddha's head, I'm afraid I would provoke Lord Buddha's displeasure and affect Lord Buddha's cultivation. No matter, Xiaohua said with a smile, I know the Thunderclap Temple, but the Thunderclap Temple doesn't know me. I want to go find Lord Buddha, but Lord Buddha doesn't want to find me. If I can't shave my head because of this and affect my cultivation, elder, wouldn't Lord Buddha punish you even more? Lord Buddha's words are reasonable. The old monk faintly smiled. My tantric sect, and the future Lord Buddha and the Thunderclap Temple are all Buddhist sect branches, but after all, forget it, disciple won't say any more. Disciple is now bold enough to shave Lord Buddha's head. Disciple naturally received good karma because of this. It's extremely beneficial to disciples' cultivation in the next life. Disciple thanks Lord Buddha for the gift. After saying that, the old monk respectfully bowed to Xiaohua again. Xiaohua smiled and raised his hand to help the old monk up, saying, Elder has been cultivating bitterly here for 100 years. Now is the time for this seat to repay you. This is what Elder should have received. If possible, this seat is willing to bring this honor to all the branches of Xiaolinglong Temple. Disciple represents my Xiaolinglong Temple to thank Lord Buddha for the gift. The old monk was overjoyed, trembling with joy. Originally, disciple wanted to tell Lord Buddha clearly after Lord Buddha's head shave. Now that Lord Buddha has already refined Buddha's sarira, Lord Buddha only needs to use the sarira in the Buddha's head hall of my Xiaolinglong Temple. That will be the glory of my Xiaolinglong Temple. What? Xiaohua was shocked, almost inconceivably saying, refining your sarira is a gift to you? Is this the glory you've been waiting for? That's right. It's exactly so. Lord Buddha only needs to integrate these sarira into Lord Buddha's sarira. That will be the greatest gift to us. The old monk was very sure, after disciple shave Lord Buddha's head, disciple will go to the west. Lord Buddha, please cremate disciple's remains and use the sarira inside. Disciple can wait for Lord Buddha in this life, help Lord Buddha shave Lord Buddha's head, and then integrate the sarira with Lord Buddha's sarira. Lord Buddha's light will be able to refine disciple's karma. Disciple will definitely be able to achieve Buddha's fruit with a karmic and unobstructed heart after reincarnation. So that's how it is. Xiaohua somewhat understood, but he still hesitated. This seat has never read Buddhist scriptures. Previously, I have also seen the cultivation method of the great strength Vajradharma body. It is a selfish act of swallowing other people's sarira to strengthen oneself. Could it be that this seat's Buddha's sarira is different from this cruel cultivation method? Naturally, there is an essential difference. The old monk smiled and explained, Lord Buddha only needs to look at the Buddhist scriptures at the side of the main hall to know the specifics. The great strength Vajradharma body is to cultivate the position of our Buddhist protector. It only borrows the power of the sarira and does not eliminate the karma of the sarira. Disciple doesn't know how much Lord Buddha knows about our Buddhist sect's Buddha fruits. Jelan, Venerable, Heavenly King, Vajra, Arhat, Bodhisattva, and Buddha, these 7 kinds of Buddha fruits, except for Bodhisattva and Buddha, which can eliminate the sarira karma and use the supreme power of Buddha's light to help people cultivate in the next life. The other 5 kinds of Buddha fruits can only borrow power like the great strength Vajradharma fruit. Not necessarily. Xiaohua's suspicion immediately arose again. He couldn't help but secretly criticize, sarira can help the cultivation of the golden body, this is known by all Buddhist experts. How many senior monks can cultivate Bodhisattva and Buddha? How many people can know the effect of this sarira? Eliminating the sarira karma and helping people cultivate in the next life. It may not be their words to scare people. However, seeing that this old monk was so pious, Xiaohua didn't dare to say these words, especially to provoke him. Of course, Xiaohua was only suspicious. He didn't study Buddhism and didn't have the secret technique to eliminate the sarira karma. The Buddhist sect is a cultivation path that is on par with the Taoist sect. Who can say that they don't have this kind of magical power to help people cultivate in the next life? While speaking, the old monk's figure swayed twice, as if he couldn't stand steadily. Elder. Xiaohua hurriedly supported the old monk and called out. Disciple doesn't have much time left in the mortal world. Lord Buddha, please take pity on disciple and let disciple have the honor of shaving Lord Buddha's sarira into my tantra. The old monk hurriedly waved his hand, somewhat out of breath. Good. Seeing this, Xiaohua knew that this was already the old monk's last wish. He also didn't dare to be negligent. He patted his forehead, and the sarira came out of his Niwen palace. When the 4-chi-long golden body held the clear water bottle and dressed in the 10,000 Buddha painting stepped into the air, Amitabha Buddha, good, he chanted the name of Buddha, his face solemn and benevolent. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook, and the wind and clouds changed color. Where the wind and clouds swayed, a fierce wind rose. Wherever the fierce wind passed, the snow that filled the sky was blown into the sky, and the layers of dark clouds in the sky were cut down layer by layer in this fierce wind. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and it was as if there were small holes in the air for thousands of miles around. The seemingly endless power of faith poured out from these small holes, like a waterfall falling from the sky. Tens of thousands of streams surged, and fell toward the inconspicuous little Linglong temple of the great snow mountain. This is... The old monk was shocked again, because as the power of faith fell from the sky, heavenly flowers covered the entire snowy mountain. Fairies wearing flawless heavenly clothes sat cross-legged on the exquisite temple, either playing the pipa or softly singing. The sound of nature filled the entire main hall. One after another, powerful sky dragons roared and swam around the mini-exquisite temple. The effect of Nanwu Guanxian Bodhisattva in the longevity town was too shocking. Under the influence of the Buddhist sect's disciples, the worship of Guanxian spread uncontrollably throughout the entire hidden immortal continent. This pure power of faith should have slowly poured into Xiaohua's Buddha relic, but because of the innate divine restriction, this power of faith was not collected by Xiaohua in time, and had already condensed to a very terrifying degree. Now that the Buddha relic suddenly appeared in the Pure Land world, the power of faith naturally gathered together, and its momentum was naturally extraordinary, causing even more strange phenomena. Previously, when Xiaohua took out the Buddha relic in the Black Cloud Ridge, the situation appeared like this. But fortunately, this was the Pure Land world, the Buddhist sect's mainland. Wherever the Buddha's light shone, there were many people who achieved the Buddha fruit, and this power of faith was indeed very eye-catching. The monks either knelt down to express their thanks, or rang the bell to celebrate, and no one came to disturb them. Chapter 3402. Wu. Similar to the spirit tide, the power of faith gathered to a certain extent and immediately turned into threads of crystal-like objects. These threads of crystal-like light flashed and fell into Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira. Every time a thread of crystal-like light flashed, the Buddha Sarira would slightly tremble. Moreover, as the crystal-like threads fell, the Buddha Sarira's body flickered with golden light and actually broke through the 4 feet restriction. It gradually increased in height until it reached 5 feet before stopping. The strange thing was that as the Buddha Sarira increased in height, the figures of the dancing fairies and roaring dragons from before actually gradually became blurry. When the Buddha's golden body reached 5 feet, it actually disappeared. Only the heavenly flowers were still fluttering around the snowy mountain. At this time, the strange phenomenon within the 10 million li radius had already converged to 100 li radius. The dark clouds and snowflakes in the sky had all disappeared, revealing a bright sun. Perhaps because the snowy mountain was high enough, or perhaps because the sky here was pure enough, the sun was very dazzling. Under the sun, the pure crystal-like threads of crystal-like silver light swayed and fell like swimming fish. Wherever the crystal-like threads passed, gusts of wind were also produced. The sound of the wind never stopped, as if the world was singing. This disciple is very lucky. The old monk's eyes seemed to also brighten. He trembled as he walked in front of the Buddha Sarira and bowed to the sky. This disciple really didn't expect Buddha Lord's Buddha Sarira to already have a 5 feet golden body. Buddha Lord's enlightenment in this life will definitely come true. To be able to shave Buddha Lord's head and lead Buddha Lord into our Buddhist sect, this disciple is truly fortunate. Amitba. The Buddha Sarira chanted. Although its appearance was exactly the same as Xiaohua's, the benevolence and compassion on its face was not something Xiaohua could have. The golden body of the Buddha Sarira descended and stood right in front of the old monk. The old monk extended his trembling right hand and landed on the top of the Buddha Sarira's head. He chanted, "People say that there are 3,000 worries, all of them are born from the heart and from the head. Cut off worries and let go of worries. Entering our Buddhist sect is joy. The body is an external object, only the body can enter the mortal world. The mortal world is like the sea, the body is the boat, the Buddha's heart is the helm, kindness is the shore. Cut off your worries and enter the sea of bitterness." Amitba. As the old monk chanted, his hand landed on the top of the Buddha Sarira's head. Boom! With a loud sound, the Buddha Sarira's golden light brightened the old monk's turbid eyes. He seemed to see the golden body of the Buddha Sarira. At the moment when the old monk's hand was about to leave the Sarira's head, his middle finger slightly trembled as if it twitched, wanting to touch the top of the golden body again. Amitba, Amitba. Suddenly, the sound of Buddha chants resounded throughout the entire main hall of the little exquisite temple. The old monk's hand gently moved away from the top of the Buddha Sarira's head. He turned his head with difficulty and saw that behind the incense table, the golden body of the Maitreya Buddha was also shining brightly. The sound of chanting was coming from within the golden body. This golden light was like a sword and the chanting was like a bell. When it landed on the main hall, waves of blood-curdling screams rose one after another. At the same time, strands of black shadows also emerged from the left side. Within the shadows, the intertwining of the fairies and rakshasas were all destroyed by the golden light and the chanting. Ah! The old monk covered his chest with one hand. A black shadow also flew out from his body, turning into a black fog and disappearing in midair. The old monk's body fell to the ground of the main hall again, motionless. Amitabha. Xiaohua was shocked at first, but then he had some understanding. He had experienced Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva's enlightenment in the Longevity Town. He knew that the old monk was naturally still the old monk, but when he revealed the golden body of the Buddha Sarira, he had already attracted the heavenly demon. The old monk originally did not have any cultivation, so he was afraid that the heavenly demon had taken advantage of him in an instant. Just now, the heavenly demon probably wanted to have evil thoughts about him, but just happened to encounter the golden body of the Maitreya Buddha that was enshrined in the little exquisite temple, so it was defeated. Xiaohua had some understanding, but Xiaohua did not know. The Buddhism sect was not like the Taoist sect, and the old monk was not like Dao Shan. The Buddhism sect did not need to refine any Buddhism sect's cultivation method. As long as one chanted the Buddhist scriptures every day, even if one did not have the strength to truss a chicken, in front of the heavenly demon, they would be comparable to a warrior wearing full armor. It was impossible for them to be used by ordinary heavenly demons. Although the old monk had one foot in the grave, his life of faith was steadfast, waiting for the Buddha Lord to come. To the heavenly demon, he was simply invulnerable. However, why was the heavenly demon able to take advantage of the old monk's weakness at the last moment of his life? This was not something that Xiaohua could understand at this time. And what made Xiaohua even more surprised was that when the old monk fell to the ground, a black shadow with a wisp of arrogant laughter flew out from the old monk's body. Finally, a voice with a hint of unwillingness and anger flew out from the old monk's body. Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body. There is actually the cause of Namo Maitreya Buddha? This is really beyond my expectations. Damn it, this is all the old bald donkey's scheme. Today, I fell into your trap, so consider yourself Buddha is 1 foot higher. Maitreya Buddha, I will return. At that time, I will let you know what it means to be 10 feet higher than the devil. Hiss. Xiaohua's corporeal body naturally didn't see this scene. His golden body, which was already 5 feet tall but was almost completely empty inside, had long seen this scene clearly. The primordial spirit inside the Buddha's relic instantly understood and almost sucked in a breath of cold air. Buddha and devil are indeed everywhere. If there's good, there's evil. If there's light, there's darkness. This heavenly devil is so formless that it actually sneaked into my corporeal body before I achieved enlightenment. It even subtly eroded my physical body under its influence. I understand now. That day in front of Zhai Xing Lu, if the original body's temperament was like before, it may not have had a further conflict with Duanmu Qiu. In Seven Yang Temple, it may not have been so ruthless to the mortal world's constables. Even in Black Wind Ridge, it may not have killed the Bat King and the Bronze Pillar country's pursuers. All these subtle changes are all because of this heavenly demon. While the Buddha relic primordial spirit was pondering, the golden body of the Buddha above the exquisite temple shone even brighter, and the chanting became even louder. It was as if a golden sun was reflecting the white sun above their heads. The golden light rushed into the sun, and the remaining crystal threads and thousands of wild gales were attracted by the golden light. They rapidly descended, and together with the golden light, they all fell into the Buddha relic. Jia. The Buddha's Sarira shouted a mantra. A golden Jia word flew out from the Buddha's mouth and rushed into the air. It turned into a tiny golden thread and disappeared. Xiaohua's Buddha's Sarira slightly opened its eyes. It could already see clearly that the golden thread went to the place where the power of faith came from. This Jia word was just like what the old monk said before. It was the Buddha's Sarira borrowing its own power of Buddhism, using the future Buddha Lord's merit to repay the faith of the masses and redeem the Buddha in the sea of suffering. Good, Xiaohua sighed with emotion. The mysteries of Buddhism are indeed extraordinary. I was a bit stingy before. Just as the golden body of the Buddha's light dissipated, an item that looked like a fallen leaf flew out from the Buddha's sarira and floated in front of Xiao Hua's Buddha's sarira. Good, the Buddha's sarira raised its hand and that item landed in its hand. It was a golden leaf. Needless to say, it should be one of the last 3 leaves of the exquisite Palette Sutra. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was really overjoyed. Ever since he obtained the exquisite Palette Sutra, in the Imperial Thunder sect, he had always wanted to make up for the leaves on the exquisite pagoda. Unfortunately, even in the ruins of Buddhism, the Buddha's light of the Maitreya Buddha's golden body could not make up for all the leaves. Since then, Xiao Hua had a premonition in his heart that in the Xiaoyu continent where Buddhism was destroyed, he was afraid that it would be impossible for him to make up for the exquisite Palette Sutra. Later on, Xiao Hua accidentally arrived at the hidden immortal continent. Xiao Hua's long-cherished wish once again had a chance to be realized. Of course, the hidden immortal continent was still extremely far away from the Western Paradise. Xiao Hua also did not have extravagant hopes that he would be able to obtain these last 3 leaves in a short period of time. Moreover, Xiao Hua's cultivation in Buddhism had been steadily increasing. Even in the Buddha's sarira, there were still mysteries that he himself did not know and could not comprehend. Therefore, he was not particularly anxious. He just wanted to go to the Western Paradise when the miscellaneous matters in the hidden immortal continent were settled. First, he would deal with the matter of Jiang Luer's death, and then slowly look for clues about the leaves. Now, through the vein of space, Xiao Hua not only came to the Western Paradise, but also encountered the exquisite temple. This exquisite temple was waiting for his arrival. The leaves hidden in the golden body of the future Buddha of the exquisite temple were prepared for him. Wasn't this the legendary, wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort? At this time, Xiao Hua no longer doubted his identity as the future Buddha. The Buddha's sarira took the golden leaves and looked up at the clear sky outside the main hall. The sky was exceptionally blue. Looking from the main hall of the exquisite temple, it was particularly close. The Buddha's sarira unconsciously sighed. Amitabha, every drink and every peck is predestined in the previous life. One cause and one effect, waiting for 10,000 years. With the help of the Buddhas, I will bear this kind of karma. I will use my karmic fire to refine the karma of the Buddhas and help the Buddhas achieve fruition. Before he could finish speaking, a myriad of Sanskrit chants resounded once again. The sound of copper bells also resounded, and they were struck a total of 81 times before they stopped. Come out, the Buddha sarira waved its hand and the Linglong pagoda flew out from Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace. The golden light flashed and landed on the main hall. That piece of leaf turned into a golden lotus and fell into the pagoda. Kacha. There was a light and crisp sound. It was the Linglong pagoda fusing into one. Come in, the Buddha's sarira pointed his finger again, and the exquisite pagoda's Buddha's light shone on one side of the main hall. The thick wall immediately turned into nothingness, and all the Buddhist scriptures and golden leaves fell into the exquisite pagoda along with the Buddha's light. After collecting everything in the exquisite temple's sutra pavilion, the Buddha's sarira looked to the other side, and that was the pagoda where the sarira was placed. Now, the Buddha's sarira had already built a 5-foot golden body, but the golden body was not full, and the lotus platform under his feet was still the 4th rank. The sarira in the pagoda was indeed useful. However, after looking at the Buddha's sarira for a moment, and then lowering his head to look at the old monk who was already completely lifeless, he was rather hesitant. To be honest, Xiao Hua did not have any special burden on the sarira that did not have an owner. If he refined it, then he refined it. But these sariras were the sarira of the Buddhas who had been bitterly cultivating in the exquisite temple for 10,000 years, waiting for him. If he refined it, he could erase the karma of these Buddhas and help them achieve fruition. Naturally, Xiao Hua could refine it without any misgivings. But in the end, Xiao Hua did not receive the guidance of the Buddhist sect's senior monks. Now that the Buddha's Sarira had just shaved its head and became a monk, he really was not sure. Chapter 3403. Forget it, this Xiao will take it first. Looking at the old monk lying on the ground with a serene face, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel heartache. This kind of thing had happened several times already, making him feel very uncomfortable. He always felt that in this world, good people rarely have good karma, and evil people live a long life. Army. In a trance, the Buddha's relic chanted the incantation, and the bowl-sized golden character fell on the old monk's body. Huh? The golden light dispersed, but the old monk's soul didn't come out. The Buddhist 9 syllables incantation didn't have any effect on the old monk, which made Xiaohua quite surprised. Lin. Immediately after, the Buddha's relic chanted the incantation again, and as Xiaohua expected, the old monk's soul still didn't come out. Alas, the old monk bitterly cultivated for a lifetime, but in the end, he was still delayed by this king. Xiaohua sighed, feeling that because he became a devil, he was implicated, causing the old monk's soul to be unable to escape from the hands of the heavenly devil. It seems that if this old monk wants to reincarnate, this king will really have to use the secret technique of the tantric sect to refine the old monk's relic. But, how can I take out the old monk's relic? Moreover, if I want to walk in the Pure Land, it will be troublesome if I don't understand the language here. Let's see what is recorded in the exquisite temple's Buddhist scriptures first. The Buddha's relic waved its hand, and a Buddhist light shot out, and the pagoda in the main hall was also absorbed into the exquisite pagoda. After the exquisite pagoda and the Buddha's relic were absorbed into the exquisite pagoda, Xiaohua looked at the old monk lying on the ground and was very puzzled. The old monk might not be able to live until tomorrow, but after all, there was a big difference between him and his death today. The old monk should have a lot of instructions for Xiaohua. These instructions could only be taught after Xiaohua shaved his head. Now that the old monk was gone, Xiaohua was once again in the dark. However, Xiaohua was already used to this kind of exploration. He very familiarly had the Buddha's relic take out the Buddhist scriptures that had just been absorbed into the exquisite pagoda, and he himself put the old monk's corpse into the small universe bag, and slowly walked out of the main hall. The seal of overturning the sea above the Shaolin Long Temple had already been withdrawn when Xiaohua entered the main hall. Now, the bright and dazzling sunlight shone directly into the small courtyard. The sunlight was extremely bright. Although Xiaohua was not afraid, he still naturally stretched out his hand and cupped it against his eyes. Just now, he had come in a hurry, and left in a hurry as well. He hadn't looked carefully. Now that Xiaohua's gaze swept over the entire courtyard, he sighed even more. This Shaolin Long Temple was even more austere than the 7 Yang Monastery or even the Jiang Chao Monastery. It seemed that other than the remnants of a fire in the small hut, there were no other traces of people living here. Xiaohua really didn't know how the old monk managed to survive here. After all, Xiaohua didn't see any traces of Buddhist cultivation techniques on him. The sun was very bright. Standing under the sun, Xiaohua didn't feel particularly hot. However, a very strange feeling came from Xiaohua's skin. It was as if he was being roasted, and also as if the wind was blowing. However, there wasn't any wind at this time. The wind and snow from before had disappeared in an instant. 10,000 years ago, there was a senior from the Buddhist sect who set up this place, and even set up the Shaolin Long Temple here. Could it be that they were waiting for me? Xiaohua naturally wouldn't be as pious as the old monk. His thoughts were very simple. Looking at this simple and crude temple, he frowned and pondered. If that's the case, then this Zhao's life experience is naturally within this senior's calculations? This Xiao has been too busy these past 10 days. I actually forgot. While thinking, Xiaohua's mind immediately entered the space. He took out the map of the hidden immortal continent that he had obtained from the star-seizing tower. Without saying anything, he threw it to the green-robed Xiaohua. The green-robed Xiaohua continued to nag, but after being smashed by Xiaohua, he immediately shut his mouth. He obediently took out the jade eyes and hastily checked it. Hey, it seems that the temptation is still very useful. Xiaohua's mind withdrew from the space. He looked at the nascent soul sitting cross-legged in his lower dantian. He was very proud. This nascent soul was very popular at this time. Any primordial spirit that wanted to come out and take a look would use this nascent soul. Unfortunately, the nascent soul realm had not yet stabilized and the nascent soul's body had not yet completely solidified. Otherwise, several primordial spirits would have already started fighting. Of course, if the entire nascent soul was completely solidified, it would only become a late nascent soul realm cultivator. However, for Xiaohua's nascent soul with the Tao of the heavens as its foundation and the green-robed Xiaohua's secret technique, several primordial spirits taking turns to control the early nascent soul to come out for a stroll, could not be considered a difficult matter, right? Xiaohua's mind withdrew. Immediately, news came from the Buddha's Saraira. Xiaohua slightly closed his eyes. Subsequently, he nodded and released his Buddhist sense. He found what he was looking for about 999 zhang to the west of the Shaolin Long Temple. Xiaohua was about to use the cloud riding technique. However, just as he was about to move, he stopped. He turned his head and looked at the small house where the old monk was eating butter tea. He quickly walked over and took out a large wooden board. He placed it in front of the main hall. Then, he took out the old monk's corpse from his small Qiankuan bag and solemnly placed it on top of the wooden board. Along with Xiaohua's recitation of the rebirth mantra, a strand of Buddhist light once again emerged from the golden Buddha statue and landed on the oil lamp. The worn-out oil lamp flashed with a trace of light, and a bean-sized flame appeared out of thin air from the oil lamp. Amitabha Buddha. Excellent, excellent. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense was constantly released. However, he still couldn't find out how this flame was born. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. The Buddhist sect's methods were indeed subtle. Xiaohua held the oil lamp in one hand. The flame of the oil lamp didn't seem inferior in the daytime. Xiaohua's other hand was holding the wooden board. The old monk's corpse was peacefully lying on top of it. When the sun shone on his body, it was somewhat holy. Even his bitter chrysanthemum face reflected an indescribable smile. Xiaohua left the Shaolin Long Temple and walked towards the west side of the temple. The Shaolin Long Temple was located on a huge mountain range. The Shaolin Long Temple was located on the highest peak of the mountain range. Xiaohua descended from the highest point of the Shaolin Long Temple. At this moment, he was walking along the mountain range of the Shaolin Long Temple. The path under Xiaohua's feet couldn't be considered a mountain path. It was just some slightly chiseled stones. Moreover, these stones couldn't be seen clearly under the thick snow. However, the pious Xiaohua stepped on the snow step by step. His feet emitted a zhi sound. This sound seemed to be the only sound between heaven and earth, causing Xiaohua's heart to become increasingly calm. The further he walked, the stronger the wind above the mountain range. However, the flame of the oil lamp didn't seem to be affected at all. It didn't even sway. 999 zhang seemed to be very far, but after walking step by step, there would eventually be an end. At the end of the road was a small groove. Although there was some snow, under the mountain wind, the snow had already been blown thin, revealing the dark mountain rocks. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the dark mountain rocks were different from the color of the mountain rocks outside the groove. This darkness was in patches, clusters, and threads. It should have been caused by the fire. Xiaohua's gaze fell on this place. His eyes revealed compassion. He already knew from the Shaolin Long Temple's Buddhist scriptures that this groove was the place where the monks of the Shaolin Long Temple were cremated. In the past 10,000 years, more than 1,000 Buddhist children had returned to the West. The Buddhist fire that burned their remains had burned the mountain rocks at the foot of the mountain into a black color. Xiaohua respectfully walked in front of the groove. He carefully bent down and prepared to place the old monk's remains on top of the groove. At this moment, a rather indifferent Buddhist sense swept over from the distance. It was like a clear wave overflowing from the top of the Shaolin Long Mountain. Oh! This Buddhist sense came abruptly. Xiaohua didn't have time to change his clothes. However, he frowned. As his thoughts flashed, he immediately used the appearance-changing technique. A face with a small nose and small eyes appeared. It was precisely Zhang Xiaohua's appearance. However, in just a moment, Xiaohua's idea changed again. The small nose became tall and straight, and the small eyes became big and spirited. He changed into another appearance. After changing his appearance, Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. He simply placed the old monk's remains in the groove, put his palms together, and looked into the distance. However, although Xiaohua was standing still, the Buddha's relic in his Naiwan palace was busy. Just now, the Buddha's relic had roughly read through the Buddhist scriptures. Originally, it didn't intend to look at the records of the Pure Land's language. Now that it saw that someone was coming, Xiaohua could only let the Buddha's relic quickly flip through the records. Who would have thought that after the Ling Qi sky was broken through, Xiaohua's intelligence had undergone an earth-shattering change. Previously, he had spent a lot of effort to master the language, but in the time it took to eat a meal, he had already made progress. Xiaohua's heart was wild with joy, and at the same time, he became more and more stable. Just when Xiaohua was reciting and familiarizing himself with the language of the Pure Land's world, he heard a very unfamiliar roar of a beast. In the distance, a cyan cloud floated over like a cyan lotus. Above the cloud was a cyan lion several zhang in size. This cyan lion looked a bit strange. From head to tail, it had a pure cyan mane without any impurities. Even under its feet, there were 4 rather large cyan lotuses. That cyan lion looked very fierce. Its eyes, which were bigger than a fist, were flashing with cyan brilliance. Looking at the cyan lion again, a boy wearing a monk's robe was sitting cross-legged. The boy's lips were red and his teeth were white. His face had a kind of otherworldly appearance. The top of his head wasn't bald, but was instead clustered into 5 buns. On each of the buns, there seemed to be a golden token engraved with the golden body of Buddha. The boy wasn't empty-handed. In his left hand, there was a cyan lotus. On the long stem, there was a bowl-sized lotus that was blooming vigorously. The boy's right hand was holding a cyan sword. The sword was plain, and there was nothing special about it. Chapter 3404. The boy didn't come alone. About 10 zhang behind him, there was a strange bird flying. This bird was 3 zhang in size, and its 2 zhang long feathers were black and white. Even the waist and the roots of the wings were black, while the tips of the wings were pure white. What was special was that the bird's neck was very long, at least 5 qi long. This 5 qi long neck didn't have a single feather, and if one looked carefully, a faint bronze color could be seen from the depths of the neck. On the back of the bird stood a woman dressed in palace attire. This woman was in her 20s, and her appearance didn't seem to be particularly outstanding. She had large eyes, slightly coarse eyebrows, and seemed to have gone through a lot of hardships. Although her skin was extremely white, the hand holding the soft sword was very large. Even if there was a golden hairpin inserted into her cloud-like hair, it still wouldn't make people drool. Amitabha Buddha. The boy flew closer, and saw Xiaohua waiting there with his palms together. He also chanted the name of Buddha. This poor monk is Ci Hui, how should I address you? This poor monk. Ti Pu greets great master Ci Hui. When Xiaohua heard that it was a monk of the Ci generation, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He hurriedly bowed and replied. Monk Ci Hui was surprised, and asked curiously, why are you called Ti-Pu? Although you are of the Tantric lineage, shouldn't you also choose a Dharma name within my Buddhist lineage? Great Master. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This poor monk was previously a Buddhist layman disciple, and didn't shave his head and become a monk, so I don't have a real Dharma name. Today was supposed to be a good day for this poor monk to shave his head, but this elder suddenly died, and he didn't have time to give this poor monk a Dharma name. How is that possible? At this time, Ci Hui's azure lion had already set foot on the mountain range of the Great Snow Mountain. Ci Hui simply jumped down from the azure lion, and walked to the front of the old monk's corpse to take a look. He turned his head and asked Xiaohua, since you are going to shave your head, naturally you should prepare a Dharma name before today, and fill it in the certificate, so that it can be sent to Laiyin Temple to report. How come you don't have a Dharma name when it's time to shave your head? This poor monk doesn't know either. Xiaohua was still smiling. This poor monk did not come from the Great Snow Mountain. Today, I was just passing by the Great Snow Mountain and saw a small temple on the mountain. I wanted to come in and ask for directions, but who would have thought that this elder was already at the end of his life? In order to pass down the mantle of Tantra, this poor monk reluctantly shaved his head. In the end, before the shaving was complete, this elder had already passed away. Therefore, this poor monk still does not have a Dharma name. Immortal friend Ci Hui. At this moment, the woman riding the strange bird walked down from the sky and said with a smile, whether it is the courtesy name of my Confucian cultivator or your Buddhist sect's Dharma name, they are just symbols. Could it be that immortal friend wants to find a suitable Dharma name for immortal friend Ti-Pu? Amitba, this poor monk is too obsessed. Hearing this, Ci Hui child immediately said with a smile, Ci Hui is Ti-Hui, Ti-Pu is also Ti-Hui. Many thanks for new Tanyue's reminder. There are very few Tantra disciples in the first place. This small temple on the Great Snow Mountain is even more difficult to find disciples, that woman said with a smile. I'm afraid that this master was fancied by this old monk as soon as he came to the Great Snow Mountain and hurriedly tricked him into the temple. Amitba, new Tanyue is too serious. Ci Hui did not get angry and said with a smile, to enter my Buddhist sect, one must have good roots. Without several lifetimes of cultivation, it is simply impossible to enter my Buddhist sect. This monk must also have Buddhist fate. Today, he was able to shave his head and enter Tantra. Naturally, that woman was already used to Ci Hui's explanation. She said with a smile, you are the Buddhist sect's #1 strategist. Furthermore, you have the wisdom of 9 lifetimes. How can this little girl be your opponent? You can say whatever you want to say. Amitba, new Tanyue is too serious again. Ci Hui wanted to say something again, but thinking about the woman's judgment just now, she smiled slightly, shook her head and looked at the old monk's corpse. That woman looked at Xiaohua with a smile and asked, little monk, let me ask you. Just now, when the Great Snow Mountain golden body appeared, did it have anything to do with you? This. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment. He originally wanted to deny it, but after thinking about it again, this snowy mountain was extremely cold and there were no temples nearby. Moreover, these two people must have sensed the strange phenomenon just now and rushed over. How could he easily deny it? Besides, now he had a completely different face. Even if he revealed his Taoist cultivation, so what? Yes, it was the strange phenomenon when this poor monk was shaved. Xiaohua simply admitted, who is new Tanyue? Why don't you introduce yourself? Unfortunately, that woman looked at Ci Hui with interest and did not answer Xiaohua's question. Oh. When you shave your head, you have hundreds of miles of psychokinesis on your body? Hearing this, Ci Hui faintly raised her eyebrows. Although it was a question, she was not particularly surprised. Hearing this, Xiaohua was happy, but his face quickly changed into panic. He said in a low voice, "This poor monk does not know. This poor monk only knows that when I was shaved, there was a very strong wind. Even the hair this poor monk shaved was blown away." At that time, the old monk returned to the west. This poor monk was in a hurry and did not pay attention to the range of the psychokinesis. Amitabha, this monk really has a foundation. I don't know which senior brother's reincarnation you are. Cai Hui congratulated, but her eyes looked up and down at Xiaohua and asked again, "This poor monk only knows that Tantric Buddhism disciples all wear saffron monk robes. This poor monk does not know why this monk is wearing saffron Taoist robes. How would I know?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, "This is all this old monk's arrangement. If Grandmaster feels there is a problem, you can ask this old monk." Ask? Cai Hui was very curious about Xiaohua's rolling eyes and this question. It seemed to be different from the monks she usually saw. The woman at the side said in a timely manner, "Fellow Taoist Cai Hui, if fellow Taoist Tipu said so, I'm afraid you have already lost, right? Fellow Taoist not only wants to go to that place with this little woman, but also wants to invite fellow Taoist Tipu to go with you, right?" Hearing this, a trace of a bitter smile appeared on Cai Hui's face. She shook her head slightly and said, "Amitabha, this is all because this poor monk's cultivation is not enough. The little bit of desire to win in my heart cannot be erased. Now, I have fallen into New Tanyu's trap." "Fellow Taoist, you can't say that," the woman said with a smile, meeting his fate. "If you should not go to that place, I'm afraid you would not have met this little woman today, right? Moreover, if you should not go to that place, why would you make this bet with this little woman in order to leave? I'm afraid this is the only way to put it." Cai Hui smiled bitterly again, "This poor monk lost my mind. I actually only remembered that condensing the golden body requires psychokinesis, but forgot that the reincarnated senior also has psychokinesis when shave." The woman said with a smile, "The conditions this little woman provided are also not bad. Could it be that you did not come for these conditions? Perhaps?" Cai Hui declined to comment. She turned to Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Monk, this poor monk has a good thing here." When Xiaohua heard the two of them talking about that place, he immediately lost interest. He had just formed his nascent soul and his Tao realm was not stable. He did not want to go to any dangerous place. What he wanted to do was to find a place to meditate. Moreover, the space meridian above the snowy mountain was unstable. If it was as Sun Jian said, he did not want to pass through the East Sea and South Sea, then he must hurry back to the Xiaoyu continent before the space meridian collapsed. Not going. Xiaohua shook his head like a rattledrum. Without waiting for Cai Hui to finish speaking, he immediately shouted, "This poor monk still has other things to do. After the old monk's skin is melted and his sarira is taken out, this poor monk will quickly leave this place." "Leave this place?" The woman's smiling face showed astonishment. "Little master is already a monk in this temple. If he does not cultivate here, where else can he go?" Xiaohua was speechless. He could not arrogantly say that this temple was built just to wait for him, right? He could not say that this temple had no meaning to exist when he came, right? Lazy little monk. Cai Hui smiled, "Your tantric sect is not prosperous. Now that you have just entered the tantric sect, your master has already returned to the west. Now you also want to abandon the temple and flee. This really makes this poor monk lament. Can't the cultivation of your previous lives make you wake up? Amitabha Buddha." Xiaohua also smiled, "With Buddha in my eyes, which part of the Pure Land is not Buddha? With Buddha in your body, which part of your every action is not cultivation? With Buddha in your heart, which part of the mountain and stone is not a temple?" Why did Great Master not painstakingly guard the lamp in the temple and come to the snowy mountain to be carefree? When Cai Hui heard this, her expression slightly changed. She hurriedly raised her hand and said, Amitabha Buddha, this poor monk was wrong. Although little monk has just shaved his head in this life, the root of wisdom of several lives is still there. This poor monk previously wanted to recommend little monk to other temples to cultivate. Now it seems that this was a big mistake. If Great Master is not wrong, then this poor monk is also not right. If there is right and wrong in your heart, how can it still be free of filth? Xiaofan still answered with a smile, not bowing to salute. Cai Hui's expression changed even more. He almost did not dare to believe his own ears. He lowered his head to look at the old monk on the wooden board, then raised his head to look at the calm and collected Xiaofan. He took a few steps back, put his palms together and said in a low voice, Amitabha Buddha, this poor monk has really learned something. Seeing this young monk's astonished appearance, Xiaofan was quite proud. He did not feel that he could reach the realm of a senior monk like Cai Hui thought, but many times he could see through things with the eyes of a bystander and speak out like this. And it seemed that every time Xiaofan spoke out, he had the posture of shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. This also showed that no matter if it was Buddhism or Taoism, when one cultivated to a high realm, they would achieve the same result through different means. Cai Hui lowered her head. Xiaofan was proud. The woman in the palace dress next to him pursed her lips and smiled. She could not help but say, fellow Taoist Cai Hui, saying is one thing, doing is another. This snowy mountain is covered with snow all year round. If the sky could be as clear as today, the herdsmen of the snowy mountain would not have to live such bitter and cold lives. These words, you can say it, I can say it, anyone can say it, but who can do it? Chapter 3405. Amitabha, fellow immortal, has misunderstood this poor monk. Cai Hui raised her head and looked at the woman. This poor monk is not stumped by this little monk's question. This poor monk is only thinking, this intelligent little monk, this Buddhist disciple of Tantric Buddhism with roots of wisdom, what should this poor monk do to guide him into the right path of Buddhist cultivation? Should this poor monk find an accomplished monk to teach him, or should this poor monk do it personally? Xiaofan was shocked. His gaze swept over the young monk, and he asked indifferently, could it be that this poor monk is so mischievous in front of Master? Then this poor monk would like to ask Master, what is the right path and what is the wrong path? You have yet to attain fruition, so how do you know which path is the right path? Even if Master has attained fruition, is your path definitely the right path? Is your right path definitely this poor monk's right path? Is I sure to attain fruition just because I follow your path? Hearing this, Cai Hui's face became even more bitter, as if she had a gold thread in her mouth. She lowered her head and chanted again, Amitabha, seeing this little monk today, this poor monk thinks of this poor monk's past. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, you don't know the vastness of the sea and sky, you don't know that there are many mysteries in this world that cannot be known by others. Humans are nothing more than dust in this world. What can cause clouds and rain with a flip of the hand, what can cause a dragon to fly in the sky with a flip of the hand, they are all absurd. Apart from arrogance, and contempt, what else can a human be? Only when one truly recognizes one's insignificance can one truly cultivate. The so-called cultivation is not how many Buddhist cultivation techniques one cultivates, or how many Buddhist secret techniques one cultivates, but how many Buddhist scriptures one reads, and how many good karma one bears. This poor monk even wants to say that the words in Buddhist scriptures can also kill, and only the spirit in Buddhist scriptures can let people live. In Cai Hui's words, the first half made Xiaofan sigh with emotion. It was exactly as he had thought, but the second half made Xiaofan puzzled again. However, Xiaofan could also see that Cai Hui's words came from the bottom of her heart, and she did not hide anything. The first Buddhist expert that Xiaohua met was Han Zhu. Han Zhu was a complete liar who tricked Xiaohua miserably. Later on, Xiaohua met a few more Buddhist disciples and none of them left a good impression on him. Therefore, even the old monk who had just passed away was unable to completely change Xiaohua's bad impression of the Buddhist sect. And at this time, Cai Hui had just met him, and she was actually thinking so much for him, and was even distressed for him. This made Xiaohua's heart vigilant. He didn't know what kind of medicine Cai Hui was selling in her gourd. If I can understand the spirit in the Buddhist scriptures, even if I throw the Buddhist scriptures to the back of my head, I can still attain the fruit. Cai Hui obviously didn't know what Xiaohua was thinking. She still said, if you can't understand this spirit, then you should properly study the Buddhist scriptures and truly understand Buddha's great wish. Purely showing off and arguing, purely speaking words, you can only walk into a dead end. It can't even be considered a wrong path. Grandmaster, you're overstating things, right? Xiaohua's heart gave birth to a sense of victory as he said indifferently. Cai Hui's face was still distressed. It seemed that every word Xiaohua said made her heart ache. It was like a knife stabbing into her heart. Little monk, you don't need to say any more. This poor monk will ask you 3 questions, you see if they are correct or not. Cai Hui asked very regretfully. Grandmaster, please speak. Xiaohua nodded. He wanted to see what this young monk wanted to say. Your Buddhist cultivation technique has made quite a bit of progress. If this poor monk is not wrong, I'm afraid that you have already reached the Rugi realm. Correct, what Grandmaster said is correct. Xiaohua slightly frowned. He didn't want to answer, but after thinking for a moment, he still answered honestly. You have studied very few Buddhist scriptures, so much so that this poor monk feels that you may not have even read a single one. Xiaohua's eyebrows twitched. Before today, he indeed hadn't read a single Buddhist scripture, but in this short moment, he had already read half of the Buddhist scriptures in his Naiwan palace. Xiaohua looked at the woman who pursed her lips and smiled. He sighed and nodded, what Grandmaster said is correct. This is the 3rd question. Cai Hui turned to look at the woman and said with a wry smile, this poor monk suspects that, this little monk is not a Buddhist disciple of the Pure Land world. What? Xiaohua was surprised and even more shocked. At the beginning, he spoke a bit slowly because he had adapted to the Pure Land world's language that was somewhat similar to the Sanskrit language. Now, he was already extremely proficient. He believed that it was impossible for others to see through his origin, but he didn't expect that Cai Hui would still see through him. Therefore, Xiaohua couldn't help but touch his nose and said with a wry smile, Grandmaster, what do you mean? Little monk. The woman smiled, as if she was playing a double act with Cai Hui. Fellow Taoist Cai Hui means, you are just a monk who has just shaved his head. Even if you haven't heard of fellow Taoist Cai Hui's Buddhist name before, after all, he is a senior of the Ci generation. Look at your appearance, what Grandmaster? Do Buddhist disciples call their seniors like that? Also, where did you get your Tipfa name? As far as I know, there is no such generation in the Pure Land world. When Xiaohua heard this, he already had an idea in his heart. He said with a smile, didn't Grandmaster Cai Hui say it just now? This poor monk has never read any Buddhist scriptures, and also doesn't know any Buddhist seniority. I had just shaved my head before the 2 of you came to the Great Snow Mountain. Grandmaster Cai Hui looks so young, even younger than this poor monk. If it weren't for the 2 of you having great magical powers, this poor monk wouldn't have called him Grandmaster. Saying this, Xiaohua glanced at the azure lion and the strange bird that stopped not far away. You don't need to say it. The bitterness on Cai Hui's face didn't decrease. He looked at the old monk on the groove and asked, what is this elder's Buddhist name? This poor monk doesn't know. Xiaohua shook his head. When this poor monk came, he had already asked, but the elder didn't answer. At the same time, he also didn't give this poor monk any Buddhist name. Tantric Buddhism, oh Tantric Buddhism. Cai Hui sighed, this poor monk doesn't know what to say. Tantric Buddhism has been around for so long, it's unlikely that they would pass on the traitorous sutra to a little monk who has just entered the sect, right? If Grand Master doesn't want to say it, then don't say it. Xiaohua replied, wait until this poor monk incinerates the elder's body and takes out the elder's Sarira merit. You can start now. Cai Hui nodded. He took 2 steps forward and arrived in front of the wooden plank. He clasped his hands together and started to chant. His voice was very rhythmic. Although it wasn't loud, it clearly floated within 3 zhang, 33 m. Strands of Buddhist light were emitted from Cai Hui's body and slowly covered the old monk's body. Amitba. Xiaohua also chanted the rebirth mantra. He walked forward and lit the wooden plank with the oil lamp in his hand. The bright yellow flame on the wooden plank gradually rose and slowly wrapped around the old monk's corpse. Xiaohua's heart was somewhat desolate. This old monk had bitterly guarded this place for nearly 100 years. In the end, only this ball of flame accompanied him. Everything else had turned into smoke and dust floating in the air. You can start now, little monk. Seeing that the flame was gradually growing bigger and Xiaohua was still chanting with his head lowered, Cai Hui couldn't help but remind him. Start? Start what? Xiaohua was greatly surprised. He stopped chanting and raised his head to look at Cai Hui. Cai Hui was stunned and blurted out, You. Aren't you going to burn this elder's Sarira? Xiaohua's heart jumped. He knew that things weren't good. He hurriedly let the Buddha Sarira flip through the Buddhist scriptures and Buddhist scriptures. He braced himself and said, after burning the elder's body, won't the Sarira naturally come out? Sigh. Let this poor monk do it. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. Cai Hui opened his mouth to explain, but looking at the flame, he could only pat his forehead. A Buddhist light flew out from the top of his head. Then, his hands moved again. It was actually a Buddhist seal that Xiaohua had never seen before. Little monk. The woman at the side was originally solemn with her head lowered. At this moment, she couldn't help but speak again. Sarira is the foundation of the cultivation of a Buddhist disciple. Presumably, little monk should also have a Sarira, right? These bodhisattvas would use a Buddhist mystic art to condense their negative karma and merit into their relic before they left. When the Buddhist fire burned their bodies, the negative karma would condense into the relic and fuse with it. The Sarira can protect the Buddhist disciple's karma in this life and prepare for the Buddhist disciple's cultivation in the next life. And this elder looks very old. I'm afraid he doesn't have any Buddhist cultivation and is just an ordinary monk. These monks can't condense their karma and merit. Therefore, even if they can use the Buddhist fire to create a Sarira, it will be melted bones and other things. Other than being a souvenir and for people to admire, it has no other use. If you want to keep their karma and merit, you can only rely on external forces. And this kind of external force. To be honest, fellow Taoist Cai Hui doesn't have this kind of divine ability. He can only create a Sarira. And this Sarira isn't that Sarira. Xiaohua suddenly understood and said with a bitter smile, this poor monk really doesn't know. The woman glanced at Xiaohua and shook her head slightly, looks like you really don't know. You only have the cultivation of the Buddhist sect. While speaking, Cai Hui had already formed a seal with both hands. The Buddhist light emitted from his forehead condensed in the Buddhist seal, just like the 9 syllables mantra in Xiaohua's mouth. Go, seeing the golden characters condense in the Buddhist seal, Cai Hui raised his hand and lightly scolded. The golden characters the size of a fist shone brightly and flew out from Cai Hui's hand. The brilliance of the golden characters was extremely bright. Xiaohua unconsciously closed his eyes. And at this very moment, something strange happened. The old monk's body that was originally lying motionless on the wooden board suddenly moved. The old monk's closed eyes also opened. His turbid eyes looked at the sky blankly. But in just a moment, the Buddhist fire and the Buddhist light were reflected in his eyes. The old monk's orange peel-like face unexpectedly showed a rare kind of gratification and relaxation, as if he had put down a heavy burden. His lips trembled slightly. Looking at the shape of his mouth, it should be Southern Gate Maitreya Buddha. However, without waiting for the old monk to open his mouth, the Buddhist seal in C.I. Huey's hand had already expanded from the size of a fist to the size of one zhang, covering the entire groove at the foot of the mountain. Boom! On the wooden board, the Buddhist fire on the old monk's body flourished and unexpectedly turned into a pair of third-grade lotuses, completely submerging the old monk. The old monk smiled. The turbidity in his eyes unexpectedly disappeared and a kind of clarity flashed. That relaxed smile and the satisfaction of getting what he wanted condensed on his face. Chapter 3406. After the lotus-shaped flame flourished, it turned into 3 balls of flame and gradually disappeared. At the moment when the 3 balls of flame were extinguished, a faint shadow flew out from one of the flames. It was the old monk's soul. The old monk respectfully bowed to C.I. Hui and said, "Amitabha, thank you, Venerable One." Immediately, the soul turned into thousands of fireflies and disappeared. Amitabha, seeing this, Xiaofan was delighted in his heart. At the same time, he was also sincerely convinced. Just a moment ago, in front of the main hall of the Shaolin Long Temple, he used the Buddhist sect's 9 syllables mantra, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Here, C.I. Hui formed a Buddhist seal and immediately helped the old monk cross over. "Thank you, Great Master C.I. Hui." Xiaofan happily bowed and said, "If Great Master didn't help, I'm afraid I would have disappointed the elder. The elder's relics and other things can't be left behind. Take this relic." Looking at the place where the old monk's soul just flew out, a relic smaller than a little finger appeared. C.I. Hui said with a bitter face, "He introduced you to Buddhism, so he should be your guide. His karma, if you have magical powers in the future, you should help him eliminate it. Of course, this poor monk can't guarantee whether or not there is any karma in this relic. Yes, this poor monk knows. This female benefactor has already explained it." Xiaofan looked at the relic floating in the air. The color was very turbid, and there were many different colors inside. It wasn't particularly pure. Obviously, the old monk's cultivation realm wasn't very high. Xiaofan waved his hand and was about to take the saraira. However, he had a thought and slowly walked over. He carefully picked it up with his hands and put it into his arms. After doing all this, he turned his head and asked C.I. Hui, "Great Master, this little monk has a question. I don't know if I can ask you." Hearing Xiaofan call himself little monk, the bitter expression on C.I. Hui's face slightly disappeared. She nodded and said, "Monk, if you have something to say, please say it." The old monk has bitterly guarded the great snow mountain, so he must be someone with a tenacious mind. Similarly, I've heard the old monk say that he has studied Buddhism for nearly 100 years, so why is his saraira not as sparkling and translucent as others? Xiaofan naturally didn't hold back and immediately asked. Earlier, Nu Tanua had already said that the eminent monk who has the secret technique of our Buddhism sect can refine the saraira that he has cultivated all his life before he goes to the West. The process of refining naturally has the effect of eliminating karma. When the karma is gone, the saraira will naturally look very good. C.I. Hui explained, "This elder does not practice mystic techniques and only studies Buddhist scriptures. He does not have the ability to condense his own negative karma. Therefore, it is not strange that the colors in the relic are mixed. However, for you, this kind of mixed color relic is the best. The old monk is your guide. Helping him get rid of his karma is what you should do. If you help him get rid of his negative karma, your merit will also increase. Even when you condense your golden body, his sarira can also be used. And in those sarira that have already been condensed, the simple negative karma has been eliminated. What is left is the heavy negative karma, which is not easy to remove. Even if you want to use it to condense your golden body, you have to be careful. Speaking of this, Ci Hui was a little radiant. She said again, as far as little monk knows, your Buddhism sect has already fallen to a lower level. Now in the Pure Land world, the Buddha Lord of my Layin temple has passed down the Mahayana Buddhist scripture. Under this Mahayana Buddhist scripture, even an ordinary monk can condense sarira, little monk understands. Thank you for your guidance. Xiaohua didn't know what Mahayana Buddhist scripture was and what Hinayana Buddhist scripture was. He only slightly lowered his posture, and then slightly muttered to himself as he prepared to say goodbye. But at this moment, there was a faint chanting sound in the distance. Then, a faint golden light flashed from the chanting and flew over the great snow mountain. Oh! Buddha's radiance illumination? Ci Hui raised her eyebrows and raised her hand. The green lotus that she had just put away in her left hand suddenly appeared. The green lotus also emitted a deep chanting sound and flashed with a Buddhist light that seemed to be breathing. Whoosh! Like a sword of light, a strand of Buddhist light emerged from the golden light and entered the green lotus. Then, the golden light and the chanting continued to fly forward. Xiaohua withdrew his gaze from the distant golden light and looked at the green lotus. He saw a Buddhist document that had already lost its Buddhist light and was quietly lying there. Ci Hui put away the green lotus, reached out her hand and picked up the Buddhist edict. She opened it and looked at it, then handed it to Xiaohua and said, "Little monk, this Buddhist light shines through your big snow mountain. You are the only disciple of Tantric Buddhism here. You should accept this Buddhist edict." Buddhist decree? What do you mean? Xiaohua stared blankly, somewhat at a loss. Can this little monk not accept it? The Buddha's light illumination is the way the Layin temple sends out the Buddha's decree to all the temples in the Pure Land world. Ci Hui was very patient and explained, wherever the Buddhist light passes, all the temples have to accept the Buddhist edict. You are a Buddhist disciple, naturally you have to accept it. But... Speaking until here, Ci Hui was somewhat embarrassed. Xiaohua did not know how to accept the Buddhist light. Now, the Buddhist edict should be received by Ci Hui herself. Xiaohua not accepting it was not a big deal. There is no content. Ci Hui pondered a little and said, Buddha Lord has decreed that if possible, every temple in my Pure Land world must send 1 or 2 disciples to Changsheng town in Hidden Immortal Continent, Ci Hang. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, that woman was suddenly startled. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Ci Hui. Ci Hui's eyes flashed with a somewhat complicated expression. She looked at that woman and nodded slightly without saying anything. Humph, your Buddha Lord is really good at scheming. That woman snorted coldly. Could it be that he really wants to build a 99 zhang tall golden body of Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva in Changsheng town? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, his heart was overwhelmed with shock. This. Ci Hui shook her head, this poor monk does not know the Buddha Lord's plan. This poor monk is only a Buddhist disciple. If he does this. That woman opened her mouth, seemingly having a lot of complaints. However, when they reached her mouth, they turned into helplessness, leaving behind only a trace of hidden bitterness. I'm afraid it will cause a huge wave. Little monk, quickly accept this Buddhist edict. This poor monk still has something to say to you. Ci Hui did not dare to talk too much with that woman. She turned her head and passed the Buddhist edict to Xiaohua again. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand, Master, this little monk does not have the ability to accept this Buddhist edict. This is your divine ability, you should keep it for yourself. This little monk will go back and recite scriptures in front of the Buddha. Pfft. That woman could not help but laugh. She looked at Ci Hui and said, "Fellow Taoist Ci Hui, you really made an unnecessary move. Forget it." Ci Hui looked at Xiaohua's shrinking appearance. Obviously, he was not prepared to accept the Buddhist edict. She smiled bitterly and said, "Since you are not willing to accept it, this poor monk can only leave this Buddhist edict behind. Of course, you are the only monk in this snowy mountains temple. Moreover, you have just shaved your head. According to the Buddhist edict, you do not need to go to the longevity town. It is good that master knows," Xiaohua said with a smile. However, at this point, Ci Hui changed the topic and said, "However, this poor monk still has something to discuss with you. If master wants to go to that place, then it is better not to mention it." Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand, not giving Ci Hui the opportunity to speak. However, Xiaohua still underestimated Ci Hui's persistence. Ci Hui did not even look at Xiaohua's waving hand and said, "You have the root of wisdom. Moreover, when you shaved your head, there was a Buddhist vision. In the future, you will definitely be a pillar of my Buddhist sect. If you had a monk by your side to guide your cultivation, this poor monk would not say anything. After all, Tantric Buddhism is different from the other 12 sections. However, in the current situation, although you have entered my Buddhist sect, there is no one to guide you in cultivation. You are still in the same situation as before. You only have Buddhist divine abilities but not the protection of my Buddhist sect's dharma. You should know that Buddha is 1 foot tall and the devil is 10 feet tall. Your cultivation is very easy to go astray. It is like a child with great strength holding a great killing weapon. If you are not careful, you will hurt others and also hurt yourself. This poor monk has also suffered a great loss before. Therefore, this poor monk does not dare to say that he is your senior. This poor monk only wants to ask you to follow this poor monk. This poor monk will tell you what he has learned." Ci Hui's face was still somewhat bitter. Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart warmed. In fact, Xiaohua thought that if he did not accept the Buddhist edict just now, Ci Hui could use it to threaten him. Ci Hui could even use the name of a senior to ask him to follow. Of course, just now, Ci Hui could also use the opportunity of refining the old monk Saraira to raise conditions for Xiaohua. However, Ci Hui simply ignored these opportunities. She only used a pleading tone to speak to Xiaohua. She spoke very sincerely, as if she was an old friend who had known Xiaohua for a long time and wanted to ask Xiaohua for help. Xiaohua had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Now that he heard it, he could not help but secretly ponder. In fact, what Xiaohua was worried about now was that he did not want Ci Hui and that woman to know his Tao sect cultivation. He did not want them to know his identity as Tao sect's Xiaohua. As for what the two of them were planning, Xiaohua was not afraid. Even if the two of them were nascent soul cultivators, Xiaohua's Tao sect cultivation had completely recovered and he had even advanced to nascent soul. Even if he could not beat them, escaping would not be a problem. Speaking of Yuanying realm being unstable, this was indeed Xiaohua's misgivings. However, Xiaohua's situation was different from others. Others only had one primordial spirit. If they wanted to stabilize their realm, they could only meditate. However, Xiaohua had many primordial spirits. Any one of them could replace Xiaohua in meditating. Even if the green-robed Xiaohua entered the Yuanying realm, the effect would be better than Xiaohua's. Furthermore, stabilizing one's realm was a gradual process. Xiaohua had just advanced to nascent soul a few days ago, and there was no situation where his Tao foundation was unstable. He did not necessarily have to cultivate in seclusion. Traveling to the Pure Land was not necessarily a bad thing, at least he could see what the so-called Pure Land was like. The only thing that Xiaohua was afraid of was time. He had to pass through as much as possible before the space meridian collapsed, and return to the hidden immortal continent as soon as possible. After all, the matter of Jiang country's recovery had just begun, and there would definitely be many places where he would need to appear. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua raised his head and said, "This little monk thanks Master for his kind intentions. This little monk wants to ask, where are you going? What do you need this little monk to do? How long will it take?" Chapter 3407. This. Ci Hui hesitated slightly, looked at the woman, and said in a low voice, "This matter, please explain it to me. Actually, it won't take much time. We're going to pay a visit to an expert from the Tao sect. If we can ask him to help, that would be for the best. I don't need to do anything, I just need to listen to immortal Ci Hui's teachings." The woman had already thought this through and spoke without hesitation. "If that expert from the Tao sect is unwilling to go, we may need to borrow a Dharma treasure from him. When that time comes, I will support that Dharma treasure. Little monk, you may need to use your golden body to exert some strength. How long will it take?" Xiaohua frowned. 1 month should be enough. The woman saw that Xiaohua was a bit impatient, so she raised her eyebrows and replied indifferently. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment. He knew that there shouldn't be any problems in a month's time. After all, when he checked earlier, the spatial meridian didn't show any obvious signs of collapse. However, Xiaohua still said cautiously, "Master, if you want me to go, I have 2 conditions." "Hee, you little monk." The woman pointed at Xiaohua and said, "Others can't follow immortal Ci Hui even if they want to. Now that immortal Ci Hui has taken the initiative to find you, it seems like he's begging you. No matter, little monk, just say it. This is what I'm begging you." Ci Hui said indifferently. "I can go with Master, but if I feel that it's dangerous, I can leave immediately." Xiaohua said in all seriousness, "My cultivation is limited and can't be compared to the 2 of you. Of course, how could there be danger?" Ci Hui and the woman spoke at almost the same time. The woman was clearly a bit displeased. Xiaohua ignored the woman's reaction and said, "The second condition is that I want to ask if Master knows Jinshan Temple's Silent Void Zen Master." "Jinshan Temple's Silent Void Zen Master?" Ci Hui was slightly stunned. She didn't know why Xiaohua mentioned Silent Void. She nodded and said, "Of course I know. Why are you looking for him?" "I've heard Silent Void Zen Master's teachings before and have some friendship with him. If you have something, I can tell you. Yes, even if you want to become his disciple. It's nothing. This little monk has been repeatedly instructed by the old monk that there are some matters that I need to discuss with Still Void Great Zen Master. Great Zen Master only needs to tell this little monk the location of Jinshan Temple." How could Xiaohua tell the truth? Ci Hui smiled, "What's so difficult about that?" He then explained the location of Jinshan Temple and said, "If possible, this poor monk can go with you to visit the Great Zen Master." "Hee, thank you so much, Grand Master." Xiaohua smiled and bowed. "Since that's the case, can you come with us?" the woman urged. Xiaohua looked at the wooden planks and other objects that had already turned into ashes, as well as the newly added fire marks on the grooves. He sighed and said, "Please wait for a moment. This little monk will return to the temple to take a look. If there's nothing missing, I'll immediately return with you too. Little monk, come back quickly." She waved her hand, and the strange bird in the distance let out a long cry and flew over to the woman. The woman floated onto the bird, and the strange bird spread its wings and flew up into the sky, waiting quietly. Seeing the woman leave, clouds appeared under Xiaohua's feet, and he also flew towards Shaolin Long Temple. Looking at Xiaohua's departing figure, Ci Hui thought for a moment, then she also flew onto the azure lion. Buddha clouds appeared under the azure lion's feet, and it landed beside the woman. Seeing Ci Hui fly over, the woman couldn't help but grumble, "Immortal friend Ci Hui, didn't you say before that we would come over to take a look? Why are there so many problems? Is this little monk called Zhu Tepu worthy of your attention? Immortal friend." Ci Hui sat on the azure lion, and said with a smile, "My Buddhist sect emphasizes karma the most. Since we encountered a Buddhist phenomenon here, then this Buddha must be related to this poor monk. Look at this little monk's sharp aura, it's exactly the same as this poor monk in the past. This poor monk really can't bear to see him walk the wrong path like this poor monk. Everyone has their own path, that little monk is right." The woman said somewhat disdainfully, "Your path isn't his path, you can't walk the path for him, and you can't hinder him from walking his own path. But if he has someone else's guidance, at least he won't walk the wrong path." Ci Hui didn't mind, and said with a smile, "Moreover, didn't you see that he also knows the cloud riding technique? Your cultivation as a Confucian cultivator should be of some use in that place. This little monk is somewhat mysterious." When the woman heard Ci Hui mention Xiaohua's Confucian cultivation, she slightly frowned. "Not only did he not call you senior, he also didn't call me senior, and I can't sense what grade his Confucian cultivation has truly reached. This is karma." Ci Hui nodded. "Perhaps this time, we'll need his help when we go to that place." I hope so." The woman slightly nodded, a faint sadness appearing in her eyes. "He's here." While speaking, Xiaohua's figure flew out from the foothills, and Ci Hui said with a smile, "He didn't ask about this matter before, but now that we're going together, we'll definitely have to explain it to him." That's natural." The woman said with a smile, "There's nothing to hide about this matter, since he's going, we'll naturally have to explain it to him." At this point, the woman frowned. "The little monk doesn't seem to have a mount, you'll have to take care of him." "Of course, I can't let you take care of him." Ci Hui smiled and patted the indigo lion to Xiaohua's side. Seeing the strange bird and the indigo lion flying over, Xiaohua raised his voice, "Master, this little monk can go now. But before we go, shouldn't you explain to this little monk where we're going?" Of course. Ci Hui said with a smile, "I've already told fellow Taoist Xian about this matter, and asked her to explain it to you." Xian? Xiaohua frowned, and immediately thought of Princess Baihua, Xian, and said to himself, "Why are they both surnamed Xian? Could it be related to this woman and Bai New country?" However, Xiaohua still smiled. "Please explain, fellow Taoist Xian." "It's nothing much, I'll explain as we walk." Xian looked at Xiaohua, and didn't show any displeasure because of Xiaohua's disrespect, and said, "Moreover, if it's convenient, I feel that this little monk should change into a monk's robe. This tantric monk's robe really doesn't look pleasing to the eye." That's true, tantric disciples rarely walk in the Pure Land world, this little monk will attract a lot of attention. Ci Hui also nodded, and asked, "Little monk, if you don't have an extra monk's robe, this poor monk has an extra one here." Xiaohua touched his nose, looked at the monk's robe on Ci Hui's body, then looked at his own yellow monk's robe, and said readily, "If that's the case, then that's for the best, this little monk doesn't want to be stared at by others." Immediately after, Xiaohua took the monk's robe from Ci Hui, and caught up with Xian again. After hearing about the place she was going to, Xiaohua sat on the indigo lion's butt, and followed the two people into the distance. In just the time it took to eat a meal, Xian had already explained the matter, but the more Xiaohua listened, the more he frowned. Because according to Xian, she was going to invite Ci Hui and a Tao sect cultivator by the name of Heaven Flipping Venerable to a secret place. This place was passed down from ancient times, and it was there before the Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sect joined hands to destroy the Tao sect. Moreover, this secret place was left behind by the Tao sect, and there were formations set up by the experts of the Tao sect, and there were even monsters that the Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sect didn't know about. What shocked Xiaohua the most was that Xian wanted to go to this place for an immortal tool. Yes, that's right, an immortal tool that only immortals can use. As for Xian's identity, Xian didn't mention it, and Xiaohua also asked, but Xian just smiled and didn't answer. Looking at Xian riding the strange bird, Xiaohua sat on the indigo lion's butt, and fell into deep thought. From Xian's words, Xiaohua faintly smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Because whether it was Xian's identity, the secret place, or the immortal tool, they all gave Xiaohua a kind of uneasy feeling. In the Dawn Rain continent, Xiaohua also encountered this kind of thing, and it seemed that every matter had a bad ending, and every bad ending made Xiaohua feel like he had a narrow escape from death. Immortal tool a magic tool used by immortals, Xiaohua had never heard of it before in the Dawn Rain continent. Although Xiaohua could already refine spirit tools, and he also knew the power of spirit tools, but he never dared to imagine the power and appearance of magic tools used by immortals. This Xian was obviously a Confucian cultivator, so how did she know the secret place? Why didn't she have any scruples about looking for that immortal tool? Great Master Ci Hui. Xiaohua pondered for a long time, but he didn't have any plans, so he could only open his eyes and ask, Immortal friend Xian, what is her identity? You actually followed her to look for the immortal tool, aren't you afraid of falling into her trap? At this time, Ci Hui didn't take out the green lotus and sword, but quietly sat cross-legged in front of Xiaohua. Hearing Xiaohua's words, she slightly leaned to the side and said with a smile, this poor monk also doesn't know what identity immortal friend Xian has. This poor monk met her for the first time in Qinghuan Mountain 70 years ago, and then we met a few more times. Although she was a Confucian cultivator, she didn't have any prejudice against my Buddhist sect, and we talked very happily, so we could be considered old friends. A few years ago, she sent a message to this poor monk, saying that she had a big discovery, and wanted to invite this poor monk. This poor monk naturally gladly agreed. Because she wanted to make some preparations, she pushed it to these few days. As for the immortal tool, I only heard about it a few days ago. That thing is a Tao sect cultivator's treasure, and has nothing to do with my Buddhist sect's disciples, so this poor monk only wanted to remind her. Since immortal friend Xian is already prepared, how about this poor monk accompany her? It's that simple? Xiaohua was a bit flabbergasted. This Ci Hui seemed to be too unguarded, right? She didn't even know Xian's origin, yet she followed her, and even pulled him in. Looking at Ci Hui, Xiaohua was a bit suspicious whether this young monk was deliberately pulling him down. Chapter 3408. Looking at Xiaohua's puzzled gaze, Ci Hui smiled and said, Little monk, sometimes you can't think too clearly about the matters of the world. If you think too clearly, you won't be able to do anything. This poor monk only knows that he is a Buddhist disciple and has no interest in that so-called immortal tool. And fellow Taoist Xian only invited this poor monk to help her break the formation. As for other matters, this poor monk really doesn't want to ask too much. The problem is. Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated. Master, why are you pulling this little monk? This little monk still wants to cultivate in the temple. Xiaohua was so anxious that he almost called this Xiao out. Ci Hui was still neither fast nor slow as she said indifferently, Little monk, is this your plan? No matter how this poor monk looks at it, you don't look like a Buddhist disciple who can cultivate peacefully. Then tell me, what is a Buddhist disciple who cultivates peacefully like? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked in a bad mood. At the very least, you have to respectfully call other people senior. At the very least, you have to humbly ask other people about things you don't understand. At the very least, you have to get used to chanting scriptures under the lamp. Without waiting for Ci Hui to finish speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Senior, isn't it just a senior? What's so difficult about it? Before this little monk entered Buddhism, this little monk didn't call other people senior. Since you are a monk, then you have to be less impetuous, more steady, less suspicious, and more trusting. Ci Hui smiled cheerfully and said, since you are a Buddhist disciple, this poor monk won't ignore it. Whether you are from Tantric Buddhism, strict flower school, or other sects, this poor monk has the responsibility to properly guide you. Forget it. Xiao Hua was speechless. Why did these words sound like he was reprimanding Xiao Jian? Now that karma came out of Ci Hui's mouth, it actually made him seem so mischievous. However, thinking about how other things can be used to improve Jade, and how his Buddhist skills were not small, Xiao Hua could only lower his head. Seeing Xiao Hua admit defeat, Ci Hui smiled and said, let's not talk about other things, this poor monk just saw the Buddhist phenomenon. Then, Ci Hui began to talk about the Great Snow Mountain with Xian. She narrated the contents of the Buddhist scriptures, the illusions, and her experience. Moreover, there was a trace of the way of karma hidden in her narration. Xiao Hua didn't care at first, but as he listened, Xiao Hua's ears perked up. In the end, Xiao Hua also interjected from time to time. The two were actually debating. The hidden immortal continent was different from the Dawn Rain continent. Whether it was Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, or demons, the cultivation methods were all different. Although there were some methods to distinguish the cultivation level of each other, most of the time, this method could not be taken seriously. Even pressure, primordial thought, divine thought, and Buddhist awareness could not be used as the standard to measure the cultivation level of a person or demon. The only way to test the cultivation level was to compete. Therefore, Xiao Hua did not have an estimate of Ci Hui and Xian's strength. Similarly, the two of them also did not have an estimate of Xiao Hua's strength. Especially Ci Hui, she could not perceive the depth of Buddhist cultivation level from Xiao Hua at all. However, even though Xiao Hua called himself a little monk, his bearing was so calm. It was very obvious that his strength was not inferior to her and Xian's. In fact, just from the fact that she could not perceive Xiao Hua's Buddhist cultivation level, Ci Hui already knew that if Xiao Hua did not have a trace of Buddhist cultivation level, then he had strength that surpassed her. Although Xiao Hua kept saying that he had just entered the Buddhist sect, entering the Buddhist sect and having Buddhist cultivation level were two different things. Xiao Hua obviously belonged to the latter. And for Xiao Hua, a Buddhist disciple who knew Buddhist cultivation level but did not understand Buddhist doctrine, how could Ci Hui not have the idea of feeding the tiger with her body? Wanting to rely on her earnest advice to let the Pure Land world have another Buddha with profound Buddhist doctrine and outstanding Buddhist techniques? Not to mention Ci Hui breaking down Buddhist doctrine for Xiao Hua, and not to mention Xian urging the strange bird to fly in front of them, the mountain range below the three of them overlapped one after another. Let's talk about a secluded place in front of the three of them, which was currently bustling with noise and excitement. This was a foothill that was flourishing with flowers. For mountain peaks that were like weights poked out of the sea of flowers. The mountain peaks were also covered with green pines and green cypresses. The sounds of apes and birds chirping could be heard from time to time from the mountain peaks. Moreover, a burst of fog was like a veil swaying in the wind, gradually covering the entire mountain peaks. However, in just a moment, rays of sunlight were cast down from the thick clouds. It was like a huge light sword piercing through the fog. The fog rolled and rolled, revealing the mountain peaks and rocks. The sunlight passed through the fog and shone on the mountain stream. The mountain stream looked very deep, but a stream of mountain spring gushed out from various parts of the mountain stream, emitting a gurgling sound. It was like the weeping of a woman alone in her boudoir, but also like the flute playing by a Confucian scholar's lips. With great difficulty, the sunlight fell on the mountain stream spring water. The mountain rocks in the spring water were rugged, shattering the golden light. Bits and pieces of crystal scattered on the surface of the water, making people feel intoxicated. The spring water gurgled as it fell into the mountain stream and converged into a pool. The pool water was long and there were duckweeds floating in it. Occasionally, one or two small fish with silver-white bellies would happily swim out from the depths of the pool. They drew 2 light lines on the surface of the pool before suddenly disappearing. The pool was located in the depths of the mountain stream, and the sunlight couldn't reach it. If the clouds didn't block the sunlight, wisps of water vapor mixed with white mist would seep out from the 4 walls of the mountain stream at some point in time, covering the pool as well. Seeing the mist that was as ethereal as immortal clouds appear, an old man in a green Taoist robe suddenly appeared on a protruding stone wall at the top of the pool. This old man's hair and beard were all white, and his face was thin. His eyes were slightly closed, but the 2 palms outside of his Taoist robe were abnormally white. Although he was very thin, the veins on his skin were clearly visible, like the veins of jade. Goo! The moment the old man in the Taoist robe appeared, he slightly opened his mouth and let out a toad-like cry. Then, the white fog and water vapor above the pond rushed into his mouth like a waterfall. In a moment, the entire mountain stream was devoid of water vapor, revealing the dark green pond from before. Pooh! The old man in the Taoist robe did not stop. He patted his forehead, and a dragon-shaped brilliance rushed out from the top of his head. After the brilliance, a mist mixed with water droplets also roared into the sky, like a real dragon sitting cross-legged above the mountain stream. Go! After a moment, the old man in the Taoist robe opened his eyes and recited a mantra. The dragon-shaped mist suddenly stopped and instantly turned into thousands of water droplets that fell down, hitting the stone wall and the pond. Alas! Water vapor convergence, water vapor convergence. The old man in the Taoist robe looked at the water droplets that turned into mist. He sighed and said to himself, "This old man has already cultivated the water vapor convergence, but why can't I understand the meaning of this water vapor convergence? Is it possible that the water vapor convergence of Confucian cultivators has another essence? Is there a mystery that this old man doesn't know? This is impossible. The Liao family's cultivation method may have a problem, but the Long River's cultivation method can't have a problem, right? Their cultivation methods are similar with only minor differences. But since the cultivation method is correct, this old man's cultivation method also has no problem. Why doesn't this water vapor convergence have any special power?" As the old man spoke, he waved his hand and a 2-foot-long nascent soul came out of the old man's head. The nascent soul was wearing a treasure armor and was holding a ruler that was a few inches long. The ruler gave off a cold, blue light. As soon as the old man's nascent soul appeared, it immediately threw the ruler in its hand. Its 2 small hands rubbed slightly. A blue brilliance emerged from the nascent soul's hand. As the nascent soul waved its hand, the blue brilliance fell into the deep pool. Buzz! A burst of roaring sound came from the pool. The entire pool swelled up as if the whole pool was boiling. The nascent soul opened its eyes. Its starry eyes flashed with a green brilliance. Then the nascent soul raised its hand. The entire pool of water rushed out like a giant python. It was 100 times more arrogant than the water vapor and mist from before. Boom! With a loud sound, the pool of water hit the stone wall. The entire stone wall turned into powder and half of the stone wall shook slightly. Then, like a child playing, the nascent soul controlled the huge anaconda to dance around the mountain stream and the mountain peak. Wherever the anaconda passed, whether it was the tough mountain rocks or the thick trees, they were all turned into powder. Occasionally, the birds that flew over the mountain stream were also crushed by the anaconda and turned into blood foam. AI. Seeing the water python's power, the old man's nascent soul didn't rejoice. Instead, he sighed and muttered to himself in a sharp voice, "Our Tao sect simple spell is more powerful than water essence convergence. Why was our Tao sect destroyed by Confucian cultivators? That bullshit water vapor convergence is regarded as a classic by countless Confucian families, but in this old man's eyes, it is so childish and laughable. The old man's nascent soul seemed to be very depressed. It withdrew its hand and the blue brilliance disappeared. The nascent soul sitting in the old man's hair also withdrew into the old man's body. Woo! It was as if thousands of waterfalls were pouring down. The water that was still raging in midair suddenly fell from midair. Not only did it cause the trees around the mountain stream to sway, even the water droplets splashed up from the mountain stream were comparable to a rainstorm. Just as the old man's nascent soul disappeared and he opened his eyes, a powerful divine sense swept across the sky and the mountain before landing on the old man's body. Who is it? The moment the old man sensed the divine sense, it was as if he had been bitten by a poisonous snake. He immediately flew up from the rock and ignored the water vapor that still covered the mountain stream. His face was filled with extreme shock as he looked at the source of the divine sense in disbelief and shouted. He. Who else could it be? Naturally, it's this old man. A thunderous voice came from the horizon. Chapter 3409. You. Who are you? The old man seemed to be unfamiliar with this voice and asked with a trembling voice. Then he clapped his hand without hesitation and a fist-sized, dark green spider appeared in his hand. Puff! The old man opened his mouth and a ray of blue light landed on the spider. The spider suddenly grew until it was several dozen feet long. At the same time the spider transformed, the old man's body also emitted a brilliance. When the old man landed on the spider's back, wisps of water vapor flew out from the spider's body. Like a fountain, they shot high into the air and landed on the mountain ridges around the mountain stream. Swoosh! Gently, like the sound of water, where the water vapor landed, streaks of water blue brilliance spread out in all directions. In just a short moment, the four mountains that were like weights were covered by the water blue brilliance. From a distance, this blue light looked like a spider web, and the spider under the old man was the owner of this web. Huh! Little heaven-flipping brat, you're still so cowardly. You're just as the others said. There was no trace of the voice. Even though the old man spread his divine sense out for several hundred kilometers, he still couldn't see anything. However, this voice was so arrogant that it seemed to be right next to the old man. The old man's face became a bit ugly and he coldly shouted, "Which celestial friend has come to visit my four-flat mountain? Since you're here, don't be so sneaky. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for not giving you face. Ha ha ha, this old man wants to come. Do I still need you to give me face?" The voice laughed loudly, causing the blue light to tremble. Rise! The old man sneered and waved his hand. A water blue brilliance rushed forward and turned into a flying sword of more than 100 feet in size. With a woo sound, it swept across the air. Although it didn't hit anything, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth exploded in the space of about 100 feet. The momentum was extremely vast. Little guy, this old man hasn't arrived yet. Why are you wasting your spiritual energy like this? The voice still had a hint of mockery as it arrogantly laughed. Could it be that you're welcoming this old man? The old man in the Taoist robe bit his lip and spread out his divine sense. He was very cautious as he looked around. He didn't believe the words of this voice. Rumble. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the sound of rolling wind and thunder could be heard from the horizon. A group of gray clouds emerged from that place and flew toward the mountain stream with lightning speed. This. The old man in the Taoist robe looked at the cloud in disbelief. He quickly spread out his divine sense to see what was inside the cloud. However, just as his divine sense touched the cloud, an irresistible force came from the cloud and tore his divine sense apart. Ah! The old man in the Taoist robe let out a miserable scream and quickly retracted his divine sense. His originally shocked face was now as white as snow. Huh! Just you, a nascent soul cultivator, you dare to spy on this old man? The voice like rumbling thunder came from the gray cloud. Who? Who are you? The old man in the Taoist robe stomped on the spider and a green light surrounded the old man. Only then did he gnash his teeth and shout. As he spoke, the gray cloud had already arrived next to the four mountains. The cloud violently churned and the face of a young man appeared in the air. The mouth formed by the cloud opened as if it wanted to devour the four mountains. He said, "You don't need to know who this old man is. Even if this old man told you my name, you might not know it. All you need to know is that this old man is a Taoist cultivator and you are a disciple of my Taoist sect. This old man is naturally a disciple of the Taoist sect, but this old man doesn't want to interact with other Taoist sect disciples. This old man only wants to cultivate in peace. Although fellow Taoist is a senior of my Taoist sect, you can't force me to do something I don't want to do." The old man in the Taoist robe wasn't afraid at all. He looked at the face formed by the cloud and coldly spoke. Since this old man was suppressed in the eye of the West Ocean, how did the Taoist sects of the three continents become so cowardly? The face formed by the gray cloud snorted. There are simply too many cowards like you. You only care about your own cultivation and never care about the lives of others. You hide the arrogant heads of our Taoist sect in your turtle shells. This is why those immature scholars of the Confucian sects and those shameless monks of the Buddhist sects can trample our Taoist sect under their feet. If you all had a strong heart, our Taoist sect wouldn't have fallen to this state. You. When the old man in the Taoist robe heard this, he was first stunned and then as if he had been struck by lightning, he stood there in a daze. He looked at the cloud with absolute astonishment and said, "You," several times. However, in the end, he didn't dare to call out this person's name. It was clear that this person's name was extremely famous and he absolutely didn't dare to call out his name. I didn't think that after all these years, this old man's name is still so famous. Fan Tian brat, it seems like this old man found the right person to look for you today. The cloud seemed to be frozen in midair. Although there were gusts of wind, it couldn't blow away a single strand of cloud. The voice that was like rolling thunder was heard again and arrogantly. "Since you know who this old man is, there's no need to call out my name. The South Continent is the territory of that old monk. He has cultivated the 6 Buddhist divine abilities to the extreme. It's not easy for this old man to take the risk to come here. If you call out my name, that old monk might hear it." Hearing this, the old man named Fan Tian bit his lips slightly. His expression was uncertain as he stared at the cloud. No one knew what he was thinking. However, a moment later, a trace of mockery appeared on the old man's face. He let out a cold snort and said, "Senior, no matter who you are or why you're here, I'm not interested at all. In my eyes, there's only cultivation and the heavenly Tao. It's my luck to be able to enter the Taoist sect, but everything in the Taoist sect has nothing to do with me. The rise and fall of the Taoist sect isn't something I can influence, nor is it something you can decide. There's no need for you to say anything more. If you don't have anything else to say, please forgive me. I'm going to cultivate." After he finished speaking, the old man cupped his hands towards the clouds. Then, his body flashed with a blue brilliance as he descended towards the mountain peak below. Ha ha ha. The cloud didn't seem to be angry and only laughed wildly. "When this old man roamed the 3 continents, you weren't even born yet. You probably know my name, but you don't know my temper, right? To tell the truth, if it was in the past, this old man would immediately kill you because of what you said. Not to mention a mere nascent soul cultivator like you, even astral and spirit severing cultivators have to be respectful when they see this old man. However, since the Daoist sect has withered and you're a rare nascent soul cultivator in the 3 continents, this old man will tolerate you for a moment. What can you do? The old man seemed to be absent-minded and turned a deaf ear to the cloud's words. His body quickly sank into the blue light and gradually disappeared. Damn it! When the cloud saw that the old man didn't listen to its orders and was on guard against it, it let out a roar of anger. The entire cloud was like a fountain in a mountain stream and violently swelled. Strands of cloud flowed up and down and quickly expanded. Gray light flickered and turned into black and white at the center of the cloud. The white light soared into the sky and the black light fell. In just a moment, the cloud that was only several tens of feet in size had expanded to several acres in size. Although it wasn't enough to completely cover the 4 mountains, the dark cloud's overbearing aura seemed to have substance as it charged towards the blue light between the 4 mountains. Looking at the water blue brilliance again, it didn't show any weakness. After the old man in the Daoist robe disappeared, rays of brilliance overflowed from the 4 mountain peaks. The water blue brilliance surged and roared like real waves. In a short moment, the water light under the clouds actually rose several zhang high. Moreover, as the water waves surged, the rhythm of the water light released by the 4 mountains gradually became consistent. Under the splendor of the water waves, a whirlpool as thick as a bowl was formed under the impact of the intense water light. Woo-woo! A sound that was even louder than the sound of flowing water came from these vortexes. A huge current of air descended from the sky and the world's origin energy within several tens of kilometers of the surrounding mountains rushed into these vortexes. As if the wind was helping the waves, the light that was several tens of feet in height rose up once more and soared several tens of feet into the air. Kaka! Heaven-flipping brat, is this your rippling flood peak formation? From within the cloud, an arrogant voice filled with disdain sounded. It was like the ringing of a golden bell. You're truly a disgrace to my Daoist sect. Can you not use such fancy things? Although your water light looks extremely powerful, in reality, it has already broken down its power. If you meet a strong enemy, they will be able to destroy your weakness in one move. Your water light looks like gold on the outside but it's rotten on the inside. Wang Wang. The old man in the Daoist robe didn't reply. However, the tens of thousands of vortexes in the blue light began to vibrate. Before the voice could drift into the distance, the light that was mixed with the thin threads of white light rushed out from the vortexes. Tens of thousands of light pillars condensed into a light pillar that was several tens of acres in size and brazenly attacked the clouds that were also surging towards the ground. The light pillar's power was so great that the hissing sounds between the tens of thousands of small light pillars resounded throughout the world. Ha ha ha. Interesting. It seems like you still have some tricks up your sleeve. That old voice was still laughing loudly, as if he did not care about such a powerful attack. Sure enough, at the origin of the voice, wisps of pitch-black cloud threads reached down from the cloud layer like densely packed tentacles, welcoming the enormous light pillar. Before the pitch-black cloud threads could come into contact with the light pillar, more completely white cloud threads followed closely behind the black cloud threads and rushed out. Wisps followed by wisps, appearing very strange as they descended. Chapter 34:10. Woo-woo. When the light pillar collided with the cloud pillar, it didn't cause a huge wave. Instead, the sound waves that surged between heaven and earth suddenly disappeared, as if something had blocked the source of the sound. Looking at the light pillar that was as bright as a morning star, it seemed to be covered by dark clouds, or even polluted by cloud threads. The black cloud threads first touched the light pillar that was as thick as a bowl, then quickly spread downwards, annihilating the light pillar's aqua-blue brilliance. In particular, the weak cloud thread seemed to have the power of 10,000 caddies. When the light pillar's powerful attack came into contact with the cloud threads, it was blocked and couldn't advance even half an inch. The old man in the Taoist robe was slightly shocked. Then, the aqua-blue brilliance at the 4 mountain peaks flourished again. However, before the brilliance of the 4 mountain peaks could form a whirlpool to assist in the battle, the white strands of cloud rushed into the pitch-black strands of cloud, instantly dyeing the top of the gigantic light pillar into a grayish-white color. Schwa. Like the sound of a clear spring washing away sand and dust, or like millions of young silkworms swallowing mulberry leaves, layer after layer of sound filled the sky. Looking at the light pillar that had just been covered, it instantly collapsed, inch by inch, foot by foot, and foot by foot, it turned into nothingness. Strangely, the light pillar wasn't completely destroyed, but was instead sucked into the gray cloud threads. In a moment, the cloud threads grew bigger and thicker. This. The old man in the Taoist robe turned pale with fright. What method is this? Kaka, my Taoist sect's methods are heaven-defying, how could a nascent soul cultivator like you know? The arrogant voice sounded from the clouds again. This old man has only recovered 10 to 20%, it's more than enough to subdue you. Senior. The old man in the Taoist robe was only dazed for a moment, then he said coldly, Senior is my Taoist sect's teacher, and I also know that Senior has been suppressed by Confucian and Buddhist cultivators for tens of thousands of years. No matter what, it's still a meritorious service to my Taoist sect, so I didn't dare to use my full strength for fear of hurting Senior. Just now, I've already made my thoughts clear. I only want to cultivate quietly, comprehend the will of heaven, and feel the will of the earth, and walk on the great path of Taoist cultivation. I don't want to participate in the battle between Taoists and Buddhists. Ha ha ha, heaven-flipping brat. That voice sounded like it had descended 10 feet into the clouds and was much louder. When the nest is overturned, there are no eggs left intact? Do you really believe in the benevolence of the Buddhist monks? Their benevolence is for those who are loyal to them. Even if they were to give a portion to those demons, they would never give it to us Tao sect disciples. Don't think that those hypocrites will let you go just because you fled to the pure land of ultimate bliss and the hidden immortal continent. Don't think that those old bald donkeys of the Buddhist sect will tolerate you if you stay in the 4 extremes mountains. Your actions would be laughable in the eyes of others, and your thoughts would be childish in the eyes of others. You are only a nascent soul cultivator now. Wait until you reach a higher level of enlightenment and reach the leaving aperture stage. Then, let's see what those old bald donkeys are capable of. Do you know what it means to subdue demons? Do you know what Thunderbolt Wrist is? You will be the devil in the future. You will be the monster under the Thunderbolt Wrist. At this point, the voice could not help but sigh. Back then, didn't I have the same thoughts as you? I thought that as long as I cultivated a supreme divine ability, I would be able to lead the 3 continents and revive our Tao sect. However, I was wrong. Although a single person's strength can reach the heavens, there is more than one person who can reach the heavens. That is why it is difficult to do things alone. Before I could cultivate to the great success stage, the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect found out about me. Even the 1,000 demons sacred realm intervened. I don't want to talk about the specific details, but I believe there are many legends about me in the 3 continents. Therefore, when I escape this time, the first thing I want to do is to recover my cultivation. The second thing I want to do is to unite the Tao sect cultivators of the 3 continents. I want to gather all the strength of our Tao sect to fight against the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect. As long as the Tao sect rises, I will be able to reach the great success stage. Only when I reach the great success stage can the Tao sect rise. As the voice came out of the clouds like a gust of wind, the black and white clouds of the devouring light pillar slowed down. Rather than saying that it was devouring, it was more like a deterrent to the Tao sect cultivator named Overturn the Heavens. Unfortunately, Overturn the Heavens only pondered for a moment before saying faintly, I am just an ordinary Tao sect cultivator. I only want to learn divine abilities and be free in the world. I am not interested in the battle between the Confucian and Buddhist sects. Moreover, I have many good friends in both the Confucian and Buddhist sects. They all know what I am thinking. I don't think I will end up like you, in the state of being unjust and lacking support. You are a man of great talent and vision. You should find other Tao sect cultivators who are as ambitious and idealistic as you. I only want to stay in a corner. You. The voice roared, causing the clouds to sway violently. Little overturn the heavens, don't think that I don't have any generals to send. Don't think that I don't care about your little bit of cultivation. Don't think that I don't know the little tricks you have in your heart. Overturn the heavens, didn't that mean overturning the heavens of the 3 continents? Do you think that no one would know that you're trying to hide something? Flipping Sky's voice was still indifferent. Flipping Sky is just a Taoist name, there will be 100 interpretations among 100 people. According to what Senior said, it should be a complete upheaval, right? It can't be overturn the heavens, but it means to freely overturn the heavens and earth. Humph. There's no point in saying anything more. This old man has already tolerated you for a long time. The reason why I'm not willing to kill you is that you're a talented cultivator with great potential in my Tao sect. Moreover, you're in the Pure Land world and your identity isn't eye-catching. I want you to do something for me. Since you don't like toasting, then this old man can only let you taste the taste of a forfeit. After saying that, the black and white clouds suddenly emitted a bright light, and pressed down several times faster than before. The splendor of the blue light pillar suddenly dimmed by a lot. Your Excellency, you're forcing my hand. Flipping Sky's voice was not afraid, and he also changed the Senior to Your Excellency, as if Flipping Sky had other means to fight to the death. Ha ha ha. Little Flipping Sky, this old man has already said what needs to be said. If you're willing to die together with this old man, then it's your honor. But since this old man dared to come, why would I be afraid of your insignificant means? Humph. Flipping Sky snorted coldly. Ka ka ka. A strange sound came from the depths of the blue light, and then layers of pale light emerged from the blue. In an instant, the light pillar that was more than 10 acres in size actually condensed into a white ice pillar, and an indescribable coldness was emitted from this ice pillar. This coldness was so terrifying, not only did the vegetation and rivers within the 4 mountains more or less turn into ice beads, even the surface of the mountain rocks had crystallized. As the light pillar condensed into an ice pillar, the devouring of the black and white clouds came to an abrupt stop. Layers of clouds rolled on top of the ice pillar, and could not press down even half an inch. Not only that, with a loud whoo sound, the ice pillar that was more than 10 acres in size slowly shook, and the pale white splendor overflowed rapidly. A fist that was more than 10 acres in size gradually took shape, and punched towards the huge cloud in the sky, as if it was going to shatter the sky with a punch. Hee, this is the ice bead, right? The voice in the cloud sneered, this thing is merely a pellet in this old man's eyes. You, use your sea measuring ruler. Only your natal magic weapon can resist this old man for a moment. Flipping Sky's expression was as usual, and he was not moved at all. He did not even say a word, and only focused on urging his mana. Following this sneer, the huge cloud layer suddenly shrank, and the black and white clouds condensed together once again. The clouds rolled, and the wind howled. However, other than the howling of the wind, the clouds did not emit any power, and even the brilliance commonly used in Tao sect's remarkable powers did not appear. Compared to the punch below the clouds, which had the power to destroy the heavens and earth, the difference was too great. Below the clouds, the frozen fist shot up 1,000 feet, and every strand of ice that flickered with a pale white brilliance contained a huge amount of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Below the ice pillar, a white bead the size of a bowl was spinning around. Below the white bead, there was a 3-foot baby that looked exactly like Flipping Sky. His face was flashing with a green brilliance, and his chubby hands were trembling slightly as he rubbed them together. The ruler that he was holding previously had disappeared. When the clouds had shrunk to a certain extent, they suddenly became transparent. Inside, an exceptionally bright white and black brilliance was born, just like 2 different colored suns. As soon as the brilliance was born, the clouds instantly stopped shrinking, and then rolled at an extremely fast speed. A huge black and white hand, several acres in size, was formed from the clouds, and grabbed towards the huge fist that was soaring into the sky. Puff. The huge hand grabbed onto the huge fist, and there was a loud noise. Countless waves of air rolled, and the spiritual energy that had gathered in the sky instantly turned into a gust of wind that whistled and blew away. Within hundreds of miles, sand and pebbles were blown away, and everything was chaotic. Not only that, although the huge fist was unusually cold, and contained a terrifying amount of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, once it came into contact with the huge black and white hand, it immediately melted like an ice pillar under a raging fire. Almost as soon as the palm landed, the fist disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, more than 40% of the ferocious fist had disappeared. Yin Yang Illustration Handbook. Not only did you break free from the Yin Yang Illustration Handbook suppression, you actually refined it? An extremely surprised and small voice cried out in disbelief. Under the huge fist, Flipping Sky's Yuanying's face was pale, and a stream of light blue blood was seeping out from the Yuanying's mouth and nose. The ice bead that was previously the size of a bowl on top of the Yuanying's head had now turned into a thumb-sized ice dregs. It was even lighter than a goose feather as it floated in mid-air, as if the huge hand had not only destroyed the ice pillar, but also the ice bead under the ice pillar. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.